Chapter 51, The Beast Supreme Mo Yuhang. After a while, the members of Qingxuan Sect finally found the right path and arrived at their prearranged accommodation. It was a standalone courtyard located in the southeast corner of Qianlong Pavilion. There were numerous rockeries and lakes. The air was fresh, making it a very suitable place to live.
Each of you can pick a room for yourself.
Murong Yue waved her hand.
I'll go out for a stroll.
Choose freely.
Shen Mo immediately glanced at the fortunes of Xiao Fan and Liu Yongxuan. Sure enough, a new opportunity appeared on Xiao Fan's life panel. Recent opportunity. Today, after entering the southeast area of Dragon Pavilion, choosing room number 4, Xiao Fan unintentionally activated the sun marrow flower seeds underground while practicing at night. The sun marrow flower bloomed overnight, and consuming its dew enhanced his physique. Shen Mo's heart stirred. He had heard of the sun marrow flower. It was a low-grade, earth-level treasure. Its effect was to enhance one's physique. If it was a profound-level physique, there was a high chance it could directly upgrade to earth-level. An earth-level physique, if lucky, could also be raised by a small realm.
I don't know if it works on heaven-level physiques, but no matter what, it will definitely be beneficial after consumption. Accumulating enough earth-level treasures should also enhance a heaven-level physique.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. Then, without waiting for the others to choose a room, he walked straight towards room number 4. Xiao Fan frowned. He had wanted to pick that room, but Shen Mo walked ahead of him. There wasn't much he could say about it. After all the rooms were the same. Moreover, these rooms were specifically for them, the outsiders, to live in. It was unlikely that there would be any treasures hidden inside. Xiao Fan had to give up and chose room number 6. Shen Mo walked into room number 4 and carefully examined it. All the rooms were the same, decorated with low-key luxury. Each room had an independent soundproof array. This alone was enough to show the wealth of the Divine Sword Sect. A soundproof array, after all, was a top-grade yellow-level item. Each soundproof array required a set of array flags and consumed 3 low-grade spirit stones daily. In this courtyard, there were over 100 identical rooms. Cumulatively, this amounted to a vast number.
As the head of the 5 major sects of Qingxuan, they are indeed wealthy. This alone leaves Qingxuan Sect far behind.
Shen Mo marveled in his heart. He didn't feel like going out, so he simply closed the door and started cultivating. Night soon fell. 3 servants brought meals, delivering them to each person's room. Before long, night deepened. Shen Mo immediately began serious cultivation. Following the breathing technique of the Flame-Held Destruction Manual, he rhythmically breathed in shallow and deep cycles. Divine Sword City was a treasure land, said to have a massive spirit gathering array beneath it, absorbing all the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here was dense and vibrant, at least 2 or 3 times richer than that of Qingxuan Sect. Cultivating here, Shen Mo achieved twice the result with half the effort and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, a stone slab on the ground began to loosen. It seemed as if something was trying to emerge from beneath the stone slab. Before long, the stone slab made a slight sound, silently cracking into dozens of pieces. A golden plant slowly grew, stretching its stems and leaves. Its appearance was very mystical, with a straight stem and 2 leaves resembling small suns. In an instant, Shen Mo's room was filled with light. However, since other rooms were also lit, this anomaly did not attract attention. Noticing the change, Shen Mo opened his eyes and glanced at the ground. At the top of this golden plant, a small flower bud was forming. Inside the bud was the sun marrow flower dew. That was the true earth-level treasure. It was not yet time for the flower to bloom. At this moment, Shen Mo felt a stirring in his heart and suddenly looked towards the window. There was a small snake there. The snake was entirely snow-white, flawless, and pure as if carved from white jade. Only its eyes were blood-red, resembling small rubies. The little snake was staring intently at Shen Mo, its scarlet tongue flicking in and out, seemingly very interested in him.
A spiritual beast. This wasn't mentioned in the opportunity.
Shen Mo could sense its intelligence and extraordinary nature.
Little one, come here.
He beckoned. The little snake tilted its small head, curiously observing Shen Mo. It was very perceptive but cautiously did not approach directly. It first moved from the windowsill to the floor, glanced at the sun marrow flower, and ignored it, then circled around Shen Mo's bed a few times before finally coming to his side. The snake gently nudged his hand, as if urging him for something. Shen Mo was puzzled.
Wanna eat something?
He took out a few pills and some spirit stones from his storage ring. But the snake only sniffed at them and showed no interest. It suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a high-temperature fire element spiritual energy. Shen Mo realized. He possessed a top-grade heaven physique, the fiery sun's scorching body, which naturally attracted a lot of fire element spiritual energy. Moreover, he was currently cultivating the heaven-level technique, Flame Hell Destruction Manual, which attracted even more and purer fire element spiritual energy. This little creature was attracted by the fire element spiritual energy.
All right, I'll give it to you.
Chapter 52, Meeting of the Sect Leaders. Mo Yuheng glanced at Shen Mo and blinked.
Are you at the peak of the foundation establishment stage?
She asked with a smile, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. Shen Mo did not respond. Mo Yuheng did not get angry. Instead, she whistled softly, the sound light and airy. Upon hearing the whistle, the small snake in Shen Mo's arms suddenly woke up. The snake glanced at Mo Yuheng, seemingly reluctant. Mo Yuheng gave a faint smile and waved her slender finger. Only then did the snake reluctantly leave Shen Mo's embrace, moving like a white lightning bolt, and in the blink of an eye, it was back on Mo Yuheng's shoulder. Mo Yuheng gently tapped the snake's head, as if reprimanding it. One person and one snake walked into the night. At that moment, Liu Yongxuan, unable to sleep, stepped out of his house to gaze at the moon in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, he saw a fiery and tall figure leaving from the side of Shen Mo's window. The long, snow-white beautiful legs were faintly visible under the nearly transparent black skirt, shimmering slightly in the moonlight, extraordinarily alluring. Liu Yongxuan's eyes were glued to the sight, and he instinctively wanted to call out to the woman. Mo Yuheng stopped at the doorway, turned her head to glance at him, and curled her lips into a captivating smile. Then she swayed her soft waist and disappeared into the night. Even just her back view was extremely enchanting. Liu Yongxuan gazed at that back view for a long time. He recognized this woman. The enchantress Mo Yuheng. Her reputation for beauty was widespread. Many young elites desired to be at her feet. Mo Yuheng seemed to enjoy this superior position, occasionally flirting with her many admirers but never choosing anyone. Why was Mo Yuheng at Shen Mo's window?
Is she interested in Shen Mo? Impossible.
Or perhaps the faction led by the head of the Verdant Vine Sect is extending an olive branch to Shen Mo. But that doesn't make sense. Not many people know about Shen Mo's heaven-grade physique.
Liu Yongxuan took a few deep breaths, shaking off the enchanting thoughts from his mind, and began to ponder. However, after thinking hard for a long time, he still couldn't understand why Mo Yuheng appeared outside Shen Mo's window. Inside Shen Mo's room, the sudden appearance of such a captivating woman like Mo Yuheng surprised him. However, it was just a minor interlude. Shen Mo quickly returned to his cultivation state. The sun marrow flower on the ground grew even more vigorously as a result. About 3 hours later, the bud of the sun marrow flower finally opened. A rich fragrance filled the entire room. Shen Mo stood up and approached the sun marrow flower. He took out a jade bottle and carefully collected all the dew from the flower. The sun marrow flower seemed to lose all its vitality and began to wither and wilt within a few breaths. Finally, it returned to the ground.
The sun marrow flower needs to absorb a lot of spiritual energy to bloom. It will take at least 50 years for it to bloom again.
Shen Mo sighed. Opportunities in the world are like this. For the past 49 years, many people had lived in this room. But none of them witnessed the blooming of the sun marrow flower. Only today did Shen Mo encounter it. Shen Mo returned to his bed, poured the flower dew into his mouth, and drank it all in one gulp. His stomach immediately felt warm. It emitted a gentle medicinal power, nourishing his body. By dawn, Shen Mo had fully absorbed the medicinal power. His cultivation level had slightly improved. However, being already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, there was not much room for further improvement. He also felt that his physique had improved. His sensitivity to fire spiritual energy between heaven and earth was stronger. His speed in cultivating fire attribute techniques and martial skills, as well as his comprehension speed, should also improve slightly. But not significantly.
I have previously taken the tame soul-nourishing pill, which greatly enhanced my physique. I estimate that I need to consume 6 more doses of sun marrow due to enhance my scorching sun flame body to the supreme celestial grade.
The road ahead is long and arduous. Shen Mo did not feel discouraged. After all, he managed to snatch this opportunity. In the future, there will be more chances. 2 more days passed. The sects from various parts of Qingxuan Prefecture finally gathered. This time, the number of sects was different from the 100 sect ceremony 6 years ago. Last time there were 52 sects. But this time, there were only 49. Several sects, due to a lack of resources, had chosen to merge. This led to a reduction in the number of sects. That night, the leaders of all the sects began their meeting in the Sword Tower of Divine Sword City. This was the most important part of the 100 sect ceremony. The leaders of the 49 sects would discuss the overall interests of Qingxuan Prefecture, as well as the interests of their respective sects. Especially with the recent events in Lingyan Prefecture, this discussion became particularly crucial. To fight or to surrender? A decision had to be made. At the same time, the list of disciples participating in the ceremony from the 49 sects was also announced. The list was arranged according to the disciples' cultivation levels. At the top were the 5 young supreme. Below them were the peak foundation establishment disciples from various sects. Divine Sword Sect had the most with 2. Then came Rising Sun Sect, also with 2. Thunderfire Sect, Verdant Vine Sect, and Heavenly Water Sect each had 1. Further down, there was an unfamiliar name. Qingxuan Sect Shen Mo. His cultivation level was also at the peak of the foundation establishment stage.
Qingxuan Sect, which sect is this, that they can produce a peak foundation establishment disciple? I have a bit of an impression. 30 years ago, Qingxuan Sect was one of the top 5 sects in Xunjiang. Later, most of their core formation stage cultivators died, and Qingxuan Sect was pushed out by Heavenly Water Sect. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember too. Qingxuan Sect indeed has some heritage. After all, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. It seems this Shen Mo is the strongest of the new generation of Qingxuan Sect. However, it will be difficult for him to compare with the geniuses of the top 5 sects in Xunjiang.
While the disciples were discussing, they also began to meet frequently. They hoped to understand each other's backgrounds through these interactions, at least to prepare more. Another day passed. The discussion among the sect leaders finally concluded. However, the result was not pleasant. Many people saw numerous core formation stage cultivators flying out of the sword tower with displeased expressions. In the southeastern district of Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Shen Mo, Zhao Ting, and Luo Shengnan were sitting in the courtyard, chatting casually. The topic was the information about the elite disciples of various sects. Luo Shengnan's family was in the medicinal herb business and often traveled around Xunjiang Prefecture, so they could gather some intelligence. The information on the elite disciples of various sects was provided by Luo Shengnan. At this moment, a streak of light suddenly appeared and landed in the courtyard. Shen Mo and the others immediately stood up and saluted.
Greetings, Sect Master.
Shen Mo glanced at Murong Yue secretly. He noticed that Murong Yue's aura was somewhat unstable, as if she had been angry.
Shen Mo, come to my room. You all continue your discussion.
Murong Yue waved her hand.
Yes.
Shen Mo followed Murong Yue to her room. Murong Yue sat down and brewed a pot of cold tea for both of them. Then she drank it in big gulps. She looked completely different from her usual serene and cold demeanor.
Master, was the meeting unpleasant? Feel free to tell me.
Shen Mo said after taking a sip. Murong Yue sighed deeply, finally finding someone to confide in, and said immediately.
It was more than unpleasant. The top 5 sects of Qingxuan plan to resist the government. I agree with this, but they actually want all the other sects to join under the top 5 sects banner.
The top 5 sects of Qingxuan are led by Divine Sword Sect, which is also the strongest. This proposal was clearly made by Divine Sword Sect. Chapter 53, The 100 Sects Ceremony officially begins. Shen Mo frowned.
Joining under their banner, does that mean?
Murong Yue sighed.
Merging implies equality, while assimilation means inequality.
If our Qingxuan sect is assimilated into the Divine Sword Sect, you would only be ordinary disciples of the Divine Sword Sect and wouldn't receive the same treatment as true Divine Sword Sect disciples.
Furthermore, as outsiders, we would surely be resented by the elders and disciples of the Divine Sword Sect.
Shen Mo pondered over this. Murong Yue continued.
Out of the 44 sect masters apart from the 5 top sects of Qingxuan, 20 were against this.
The meeting ended on a sour note. Shen Mo nodded. He understood. Murong Yue, including his own life panel, showed that their ultimate fate hadn't changed. The Qingxuan sect would be leveled by the Divine Sword Sect. Many elders and disciples would die. Murong Yue would fall in the Qingxuan Mountains. Shen Mo would be no exception. Murong Yue sighed.
I shouldn't have told you this. It might disrupt your emotions and affect your performance in the 100 Sects ceremony. I shouldn't have said it. It was my mistake.
Shen Mo shook his head. Disrupting his emotions wasn't really possible. After all, he had long seen their ultimate fate through his life panel.
Master, you don't need to blame yourself. I share both honor and disgrace with the Qingxuan sect. It's better to know sooner.
Shen Mo comforted her. He realized that his beautiful master, who appeared to be as unyielding as an iceberg, was actually as fragile as an ordinary girl inside.
Good.
Murong Yue looked at him deeply, feeling very gratified.
Go back to your cultivation. The disciples' martial competition in the 100 Sects ceremony will be in 2 days. The 5 top sects of Qingxuan will present many rewards, which will benefit you and our sect. Understood, Master.
Shen Mo cupped his hands and left. Murong Yue watched his departing figure, her previous unhappiness completely dissipated. She had indeed accepted a good disciple. 2 days later, the 100 Sects ceremony was held as scheduled. The location was the central martial arena of Divine Sword City. This arena was much larger than that of the Qingxuan sect, about 4 times the size. Around the arena, 4 grandstands were built. The grandstands rose from low to high, accommodating up to 40,000 spectators. Dong dong dong. The sound of bells rang out as the 49 sects entered the arena. Each sect brought 10 elite disciples. Those sects that couldn't gather 10 elite disciples didn't even qualify to participate. The grandstands were bustling with excitement.
Look, that tall and handsome guy in the gold-trimmed robe from the Qingxuan sect is Shen Mo. He does look very dashing, and his demeanor is indeed extraordinary. Zhou Qingkang, look, he's the top disciple of the Divine Sword Sect.
Look over there at the Verdant Vine sect. Mo Yuheng is here too. Look at that figure, that grace. I'd give 20 years of my life to have her as my wife.
Hey, does anyone know the rules of the competition?
A young nobleman anxiously asked.
Will I get to see the goddess Mo compete? Don't you know? Let me explain.
A young man holding a folding fan smiled smugly.
Master Liu, please tell us.
The surrounding young nobles and noble ladies urged him. They were just there for entertainment and didn't know the detailed rules. Master Liu smiled confidently and waved his fan.
The 100 Sects ceremony consists of 3 rounds. The first round is a grand melee involving all 490 participants from 49 sects. They all fight until only 100 remain.
The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in chatter.
Damn, the first round will eliminate nearly 4/5 of the participants. Of course, the winners of the 100 Sects ceremony must be the elite of the elite.
Master Liu, annoyed, interjected.
Are you listening or not? Don't interrupt. Sorry, please continue, Master Liu.
The interrupters said with embarrassed smiles. Master Liu cleared his throat and continued.
The second round, which will be tomorrow, involves 100 participants fighting in pairs to determine the top 50. These 50 will then fight in pairs again to decide the top 25.
Then comes the third round, starting the day after tomorrow. These 25 will continue to fight in pairs, but there will be buys.
Only when the top 10 have been decided will the 100 sects ceremony be considered complete, and the prizes will be awarded to the top 10 and their respective sects.
The surrounding people suddenly understood. The 100 sects ceremony happens every 10 years, and those who come here are all geniuses. They each have unique insights and skills in martial arts.
Watch closely and learn well. It will greatly benefit us,
Master Liu said with an air of authority. The atmosphere in the stands was incredibly lively. People couldn't wait, their gazes frequently darting to the disciples of the various sects, wondering when the event would start. In the resting area for the sect disciples, the atmosphere was also heating up. They looked at each other with high fighting spirits and sharp gazes, silently evaluating whether they could defeat their opponents. In the Qingxuan Sect group, Liu Yongxuan spoke gravely.
This year, the teams from the various sects are very strong. Be prepared and don't hold back.
Luo Shengnan glanced at him and said,
That's not for you to say. If anyone should be giving orders, it should be our strongest, Shen Mo.
Liu Yongxuan's face darkened with anger. He had forgotten. He was no longer the strongest among the 4 true disciples. Shen Mo was. When he spoke just now, he had unintentionally placed himself in the position of the strongest. Shen Mo nodded slightly.
The first round's grand melee is unpredictable. Liu Yongxuan is right, we must stay united and give it our all. Especially be wary of the Heavenly Water Sect joining forces with other sects to target us.
Zhao Ting nodded slightly and pointed to a few sects.
Those sects have close ties with the Heavenly Water Sect and could be considered their affiliates. We need to be cautious.
Shen Mo's gaze swept over the various sects. Suddenly, a stunning figure caught his eye. With a fiery figure, beautiful face, fair skin, and a revealing outfit, she was extremely eye-catching. More than half of the crowd's attention was focused on her. However, they seemed somewhat wary and didn't dare stare for too long, only glancing occasionally. It was the enchantress Mo Yuheng. She was playing with a white jade snake in her arms. Sensing Shen Mo's gaze, Mo Yuheng looked in his direction. Her purple eyes were enchanting and seductive, as if gazing into them for too long would lead to complete infatuation. The disciples of the Verdant Vine sect followed her gaze to look at Shen Mo. Liu Yunfeng noticed this and immediately frowned, whispering,
Don't stare. Provoking the Verdant Vine sect now will give us another enemy in the melee.
Liu Yongxuan also chimed in.
Shen Mo, look away.
Shen Mo withdrew his gaze.
Is she the enchantress Mo Yuheng?
Zhao Ting nodded.
Yes, she's also the daughter of the Verdant Vine sect's leader, and is skilled in using poisons.
She reportedly has a heaven-grade physique, allowing her to communicate freely with beasts. Chapter 54, Strike First. From the Heavenly Water Sect, Sect Master Zhang Mo let out a sinister laugh upon seeing the situation.
Interesting, Qingxuan Sect has really toughened up. Zhuge, Ziyu, and the rest of you, listen up. When the melee begins, make sure to take down Qingxuan Sect first.
Behind her, apart from the Vice Sect Master, were the 10 disciples of the Heavenly Water Sect. Leading them was Yin Zhuge, an eerily handsome man who had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Behind him was another peak Foundation establishment disciple, Bai Ziyu. Of course, even within the peak Foundation establishment stage, there was a significant difference in strength between someone who had been at that level for 5 or 6 years and someone who had just reached it.
Understood.
Yin Zhuge, Bai Ziyu, and the others all nodded in agreement. The other sects observing this scene were equally delighted. It seemed the Verdant Vine sect had set their sights on Qingxuan Sect. Additionally, the Heavenly Water Sect had a long-standing enmity with Qingxuan Sect. With two of the top 5 sects targeting Qingxuan Sect, it meant Qingxuan Sect would be attracting the attention of both Verdant Vine and Heavenly Water sects, easing the pressure on the other sects. Even Murong Yue and Liu Yuanfeng found this strange. Their sect had no significant grudges with the Verdant Vine sect. Even back when Qingxuan Sect was among the top 5 sects, their relationship with Verdant Vine sect was distant and rarely interacted. Why was Verdant Vine sect suddenly focusing on them? At that moment, the white jade snake in Mo Yuheng's arms suddenly disappeared. It darted through the crowd like a white lightning bolt, arriving at Qingxuan Sect's group and coiling around Shen Mo's leg, climbing up to his knee. The snake's red tongue flicked out, seemingly enjoying Shen Mo's presence. Shen Mo extended his finger to gently tap the little creature's head. However, the white jade snake nudged his hand, indicating it wanted some fire spiritual energy. Shen Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. This wasn't the place to cultivate.
Senior sister, what's going on?
The disciples of Verdant Vine sect were puzzled. Mo Yuheng had been raising that white jade snake for years, and it wouldn't let anyone else touch it. How come it was now willingly going to Shen Mo and even seemed affectionate? The other sects were also surprised. Normally, tamed beasts only cared about their masters and ignored everyone else. Moreover, Mo Yuheng's physique, known to be a heaven-grade inferior myriad beast spiritual physique, was publicly acknowledged by Verdant Vine sect. This physique naturally attracted various beasts, making them willingly submit. Mo Yuheng whistled to call the snake back. However, the snake ignored her, remaining in Shen Mo's embrace, continuously urging him for fire spiritual energy. The fact that the tamed beast didn't return when called drew even more attention from the spectators.
Yuheng, do you know that Qingxuan Sect boy?
A burly man in green clothes with a beard in Verdant Vine Sect's team asked, lowering his voice. Mo Yuheng shook her head.
We've only met once.
The bearded man scratched his head.
That's strange. This blazing heaven snake barely acknowledges me, yet it went to a stranger.
Mo Yuheng whispered.
Let's leave it with him for now, Father. Let the Divine Sword Sect Master announce the start. We don't want any trouble.
The bearded man nodded.
Lord Luo, please announce.
Divine Sword Sect Master Luo Kaoshan nodded slightly, said a few courteous words, and then announced loudly.
The first round of the 100 Sect ceremony is about to begin. All teams take the stage.
His voice, infused with spiritual power, resonated throughout the arena. The atmosphere instantly heated up. Thousands of eyes locked onto the martial arena. Finally, it was starting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, figures either agile, graceful, or imposing descended onto the arena. Shen Mo tried to put the snake down before entering the arena, but the little creature clung to his hand, leaving him helpless.
If you get hurt during the fight, I can't compensate.
Shen Mo said softly. The snake shook its head, as if saying it didn't need any compensation from him. Shen Mo had no choice but to bring it along into the arena. The 10 disciples of Qingxuan Sect followed him onto the stage. Before they set off, Murong Yue whispered. Yin Zuj Bai Ziyu and the others all nodded in agreement. The other sects observing this scene were equally delighted. It seemed the Verdant Vine sect had set their sights on Qingxuan Sect. Additionally, the Heavenly Water sect had a long-standing enmity with Qingxuan Sect. With two of the top 5 sects targeting Qingxuan Sect, it meant Qingxuan Sect would be attracting the attention of both Verdant Vine and Heavenly Water sects, easing the pressure on the other sects. Even Murong Yue and Liu Yuanfeng found this strange. Their sect had no significant grudges with the Verdant Vine sect. Even back when Qingxuan Sect was among the top 5 sects, their relationship with Verdant Vine sect was distant and rarely interacted. Why was Verdant Vine sect suddenly focusing on them? At that moment, the white jade snake in Mo Yuheng's arms suddenly disappeared. It darted through the crowd like a white lightning bolt, arriving at Qingxuan Sect's group and coiling around Shen Mo's leg, climbing up to his knee. The snake's red tongue flicked out, seemingly enjoying Shen Mo's presence. Shen Mo extended his finger to gently tap the little creature's head. However, the white jade snake nudged his hand, indicating it wanted some fire spiritual energy. Shen Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. This wasn't the place to cultivate. Senior sister, what's going on? The disciples of Verdant Vine Sect were puzzled. Mo Yuhang had been raising that white jade snake for years, and it wouldn't let anyone else touch it. How come it was now willingly going to Shen Mo and even seemed affectionate? The other sects were also surprised. Normally, tamed beasts only cared about their masters and ignored everyone else. Moreover, Mo Yuhang's physique, known to be a heaven-grade inferior myriad beast spiritual physique, was publicly acknowledged by Verdant Vine Sect. This physique naturally attracted various beasts, making them willingly submit. Mo Yuhang whistled to call the snake back. However, the snake ignored her, remaining in Shen Mo's embrace, continuously urging him for fire spiritual energy. The fact that the tamed beast didn't return when called drew even more attention from the spectators. Yuhang, do you know that Qingxuan Sect boy? A burly man in green clothes with a beard in Verdant Vine Sect's team asked, lowering his voice. Mo Yuhang shook her head. We've only met once. The bearded man scratched his head. That's strange. This blazing heaven snake barely acknowledges me, yet it went to a stranger. Mo Yuhang whispered, let's leave it with him for now, father. Let the Divine Sword Sect Master announce the start. We don't want any trouble. The bearded man nodded. Lord Luo, please announce. Divine Sword Sect Master Luo Kaoshan nodded slightly, said a few courteous words, and then announced loudly, the first round of the 100 Sect ceremony is about to begin. All teams take the stage. His voice, infused with spiritual power, resonated throughout the arena. The atmosphere instantly heated up. Thousands of eyes locked onto the martial arena. Finally, it was starting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, figures, either agile, graceful, or imposing, descended onto the arena. Shen Mo tried to put the snake down before entering the arena, but the little creature clung to his hand, leaving him helpless. If you get hurt during the fight, I can't compensate, Shen Mo said softly. The snake shook its head, as if saying it didn't need any compensation from him. Shen Mo had no choice but to bring it along into the arena. The 10 disciples of Qingxuan Sect followed him onto the stage. Before they set off, Murong Yue whispered, everyone follow Shen Mo's orders. Understood, Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, and Zhao Ru nodded without hesitation. Following the strongest was only natural. Liu Yunxuan and Xiao Fan, though outwardly agreeing, harbored their own thoughts.
The first round begins now.
Luo Kaoshan shouted. This voice ignited the already tense atmosphere. The martial arena now hosted 49 teams, totaling 490 people. Once the melee begins, it won't stop. 4/5 of the participants will be eliminated. Only the remaining 100 will qualify for the second round. Someone shouted first. Immediately, everyone plunged into a chaotic battle. Clang, clang, clang. Bang, bang, bang. There were clashes of swords and blades, as well as fists and kicks. The sounds of metal clashing and the dull thuds of fists hitting flesh filled the air. The disciples of Qingxuan Sect were also affected by the atmosphere, itching to charge into the fray immediately. Liu Yunxuan quickly suggested.
I recommend we retreat immediately and withdraw to a corner.
Xiao Fan nodded.
I agree with senior brother Liu.
Zhao Ting and Luo Shengnan seemed thoughtful. This was a tactic. Preserve strength, wait for the numbers to dwindle, then seize the opportunity. Many weaker sects would choose this strategy. Though it might not look impressive, it would at least keep them in the game longer. But Shen Mo smiled faintly.
We can't retreat, we need to fight and fight hard. Strike first, strike hard. If we're ruthless enough, no one will dare to provoke us.
Liu Yunxuan frowned.
Are you crazy? Doing this might mean we won't even pass the first round.
Xiao Fan also questioned.
Shen Mo, you're risking Qingxuan Sect's reputation. I don't agree.
Shen Mo responded coolly.
Did you not hear what the sect master said before we came? Are you all deaf and blind?
Xiao Fan's face flushed with anger, ready to argue. Liu Yunxuan sneered, pulling him back.
Fine, we'll follow your lead. Just hope you don't regret it.
The 10 disciples of Qingxuan Sect, led by Shen Mo, moved like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the crowd. Shen Mo's target was not some small sect. From the start, his target was Heavenly Water Sect. As one of the top 5 sects in Qingxuan, Heavenly Water Sect was strong enough. If they could severely damage the Heavenly Water Sect team while preserving their own strength, other teams would naturally avoid provoking them. Everyone knew that if they had the power to seriously harm Heavenly Water Sect, they could easily defeat the weaker sect teams and drive them out of the arena. Yin Zuj and Bai Ziyu's eyes narrowed. They were just about to move towards Qingxuan Sect. They didn't expect Qingxuan Sect, under Shen Mo's lead, to come straight at them.
Ridiculous. Do they think they can use us to make a statement?
Yin Zuj's pale, sickly face showed a hint of a cold smile. He was smart and quickly saw through Shen Mo's intentions. But he thought Shen Mo was foolish. A mere second-rate sect. No matter if Shen Mo had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, how could he match up to Yin Zuj, the so-called Prince of Shadows? The other disciples of Qingxuan Sect were even less of a match for the disciples of Heavenly Water Sect.
Meet them head-on.
Yin Zuj commanded with a wave of his hand.
Yes.
Chapter 55, I spoke cautiously 3 moves to take you down. The battle erupted instantly. Although Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, Liu Yunxuan, and the others were top talents in Qingxuan Sect with strong abilities, they were still somewhat inferior when facing the disciples of Heavenly Water Sect. In terms of cultivation, weapons, techniques, and martial skills, they were slightly lacking in all aspects. Adding up all these gaps made a significant difference. So right from the start, they were at a disadvantage. Shen Mo's opponent was Yin Zuj. As soon as they met, Yin Zuj extended a hand.
5 moves and I'll have you down.
Shen Mo sneered.
If I don't fight you, how are you going to take me down in 5 moves? Your boasting isn't very convincing.
Yin Zuj's face stiffened. Shen Mo had a point. If he refused to fight, how could Yin Zuj show off?
What I say is more reliable. I'll take you down in 3 moves.
Shen Mo smiled. In the next moment, he decisively drew his sword. The Thunder Sword was unsheathed. He executed the Thunder Shadow Sword technique. Thunder Shadow Sword light interwove in the air. Fast and fierce, it aimed directly at Yin Zuj's throat. Yin Zuj did not expect such a fierce move from Shen Mo right at the start. Even before the sword struck, he felt goosebumps on his throat. His heart skipped a beat. He had underestimated Shen Mo.
You use a sword, I use a sword too. You're no match for me.
Yin Zuj took a deep breath and swiftly drew his sword. His sword was peculiar. It had 2 colors, blue like water on the left and red like blood on the right. 2 completely different forces flowed through it. Shen Mo showed no fear, moving even closer to Yin Zuj. Clang! Their sword tips collided suddenly. A piercing metallic sound echoed. Clang, clang, clang. Shen Mo took 2 steps back. Yin Zuj retreated 5 steps. His face darkened immediately. He felt a numbing sensation in his hand. He could barely hold his weapon. Shen Mo's strength was far beyond his expectations. In their first clash, he was slightly at a disadvantage. This angered Yin Zuj. With his strength, he should have suppressed Shen Mo with ease. He was one of the 5 young supremes of Qingxuan.
Come again!
Yin Zuj shouted angrily, swinging his sword once more. Shen Mo smiled. From the previous strike, he had gauged his opponent's strength. Weak. And significantly weaker. Physique and techniques were the biggest factors in the gap. As for martial skills, they were just ways to display power. With a strong enough physique and powerful techniques, one could easily overpower many others.
I miscalculated earlier. I won't need 3 moves, 2 will be enough to take you down.
Shen Mo stomped the ground, executing the 8 directions thunder movement. His speed soared to the extreme. In an instant, he seemed like a shadow of thunder, disappearing from Yin Zuj's sight. Yin Zuj lost his target, his expression froze. But he instinctively swung his sword behind him.
It's good you have this instinct, but you're still too slow.
Shen Mo's calm voice came from behind him. The next moment, the thunder sword pierced directly into his back. Even though he instinctively blocked, deflecting the attack, part of the force still surged into his body. The violent power exploded. Yin Zhuge's body flew 7 or 8 meters away, crashing into several disciples from other sects. He tried to get up but found blood flowing beneath him. His strength quickly drained away. Humiliated and furious, his rage surged, causing him to spit out more blood.
Damn impressive. Shen Mo, your strength has really skyrocketed.
Luo Shengnan exclaimed in surprise. Bai Ziyu was shocked by the sight and quickly shouted.
Protect him.
Yin Zhuge, as one of the 5 young supremes and the strongest of the new generation in Heavenly Water Sect, was their symbol of pride. If Yin Zhuge were to be eliminated in the first round of the melee, what face would Heavenly Water Sect have left? Therefore, while others might be expendable, Yin Zhuge absolutely could not be harmed. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Zhao Ru, who had been struggling under pressure, suddenly found her opponent withdrawing to protect Yin Zhuge. Zhao Ting immediately shielded his sister.
Chase them, now's our chance to counterattack.
Shen Mo shouted. Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, and Zhao Ru echoed loudly.
Yes.
Bai Ziyu and the others gritted their teeth.
Retreat, preserve our strength.
They fought while retreating, trying to escape Qingxuan Sect's attack range. Yin Zhuge had been severely injured by Shen Mo in just 2 moves and couldn't recover his combat strength quickly. Seeing Shen Mo still in peak condition, they realized they were no match for him. Their only option now was to retreat. Shen Mo sneered.
Retreat to where? Chase them, knock every single Heavenly Water Sect disciple out of the arena.
He was the first to charge forward, his thunder sword aimed straight at Bai Ziyu's chest. Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, and Zhao Ru's eyes lit up, and they immediately followed. Zhao Fan frowned, glancing at Liu Yongxuan. Liu Yongxuan sighed.
Let's follow them.
Under Shen Mo's leadership, the Qingxuan Sect team moved like a deadly blade, relentlessly pursuing Heavenly Water Sect. Disciples from other sects stepped aside to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. This scene, witnessed by the audience in the stands, left them in shock.
Wow, Qingxuan Sect is actually chasing down Heavenly Water Sect. Who is that leader from Qingxuan Sect? He's amazing. He took down Yin Zhuge in 2 moves. I didn't expect Qingxuan Sect to be the dark horse of the 100 Sect ceremony.
Heavenly Water Sect's sect master, Shen Mo, frowned deeply.
What kind of strength does that boy have to severely injure Zhuge in just 2 moves?
The vice sect master next to him was equally astonished.
He's probably the heaven-grade physique that Qingxuan Sect has been hiding for a long time.
Shen Mo said in a serious tone. The vice sect master was shocked.
What? No wonder. Let's watch closely. The situation is very unfavorable for us. I hope Ziyu can hold on. Anyone can be eliminated but not Zhuge.
Shen Mo took a few deep breaths, feeling a bit anxious. If Yin Zhuge were eliminated in the first round, she would be too embarrassed to remain seated here. In contrast to Heavenly Water Sect's gloom, Murong Yue was overjoyed. She realized she had underestimated her precious disciple's strength.
Well done, excellent.
Murong Yue couldn't help but exclaim. Beside her, Liu Yuanfeng frowned deeply. Shen Mo's growth rate was terrifying. To have reached such strength already, he truly deserved his heaven-grade superior physique. The sect masters and vice sect masters of Divine Sword Sect, Rising Sun Sect, Thunderfire Sect, and Verdant Vine Sect watched the scene from a distance, their faces showing various expressions. Some were amused, some were amazed, and some were admiring. On the martial arena, the teams from Divine Sword Sect, Rising Sun Sect, Thunderfire Sect, and Verdant Vine Sect stood with folded arms, watching the spectacle. Because of their overwhelming strength, no other sect teams dared to provoke them. The 100 Sect ceremony was always like this. The top 5 sects of Qingxuan could simply watch during the first round melee and easily make it to the second round. Only this year, Heavenly Water Sect encountered a little setback. Within the Rising Sun Sect team,
It's been a while, but Yin Zhuge's strength has weakened.
Hong Qilong said, wiping his huge sword without even looking up.
That kid only knows some underhanded tricks. When it comes to real strength, he's not even worthy to carry our senior brother's shoes.
Chapter 56, The Shining Dark Horse.
What do you all think of that Shen Mo?
Hong Chilong asked again.
Just average, not to mention comparing him to our senior brother, he's still far behind our second brother.
The disciples replied, even more boastful.
Wrong.
Hong Chilong said flatly. The disciples of the Rising Sun sect were stunned. How could they be wrong? Hong Chilong said calmly.
When he fought Yin Zuj just now, he wasn't even using his full strength. You still think he's not strong, foolish.
The disciples' faces turned red with embarrassment, but they dared not refute and could only nod in agreement.
Senior brother, should I go test his strength?
A disciple stood up. He was also at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, second only to Hong Chilong among the young disciples of the Rising Sun sect.
No rush, let's wait a bit.
Hong Chilong smiled.
I want to see him wipe out Heavenly Water sect first.
Really?
The disciple pointed at the crowd. Hong Chilong chuckled.
A bunch of rabble.
Similar conversations were happening within Divine Sword Sect and Thunderfire Sect as well. Qingxuan Sect chasing Heavenly Water Sect was entertainment to them. If Yin Zuj was in good condition, he would definitely come looking for trouble with the other four major sects. He might even knock one or two of their disciples out of the arena. Now, with Heavenly Water Sect being overwhelmed, the other sects could preserve their strength in this melee. All four sects, a total of 40 disciples, might easily pass the first round. In the Verdant Vine Sect team,
Senior sister, aren't we going to intervene? Didn't you dislike that guy?
a disciple asked. Mo Yuheng rolled her eyes.
I don't dislike him, I'm just curious about him. Besides, my little snake is still with him.
The disciples of Verdant Vine Sect scratched their heads, so we're just going to watch.
Yes, just watch, don't interfere.
Mo Yuheng waved her hand. Her beautiful eyes looked distantly at Shen Mo, who was pursuing Heavenly Water Sect. She thought to herself,
He can attract my little snake and make it disobey me. What kind of physique does he have? Could it be even superior to mine?
on the other side, Shen Mo led Qingxuan Sect in a fierce pursuit of Heavenly Water Sect. 3 Heavenly Water Sect disciples had already been hit in the back by Shen Mo and knocked out of the arena. Bai Ziyu was carrying Yin Zuj, running ahead, glancing back from time to time with a cold gleam in his eyes. At this moment, Zhao Ting shouted.
A sect is approaching from the left. It's the Bei sect.
Luo Shengnan called out.
The Zhu sect is coming from the right.
Liu Yongxuan and Zio Fan scanned the rear.
Lingxi sect is coming up from behind.
The Heavenly Water Sect team also stopped. Bai Ziyu sneered.
Chase us, why don't you? Now you're surrounded by 4 teams, and Qingxuan Sect will be buried here.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
A bunch of nobodies, and you call this a siege?
During the pursuit, Shen Mo had been alert to his surroundings. He had already assessed the teams from Bei Sect, Zhu Sect, and Lingxi Sect. The strongest among them was only at the perfect foundation establishment stage. The rest were at varying levels within the foundation establishment stage. As long as he took out the leading disciples of these 3 sects, the others could be handled by Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, and the rest.
Arrogant, what can you do?
Bai Ziyu sneered. The next moment, his vision blurred as Shen Mo charged like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. The perfect foundation establishment disciple of Bei Sect hadn't even reacted when his chest was hit with immense force. In the next instant, he flew out like a kite with a broken string, spewing blood midair, and landed in a heap. Nearby disciples from other sects, already deep in the melee, rushed in and beat him further. The disciples of Bei Sect widened their eyes and quickly rushed to rescue him. Though they were subordinate to Heavenly Water Sect, they couldn't bear the consequences if their strongest disciple got seriously injured. So, it was imperative to rescue their own immediately. After defeating one person, Shen Mo charged towards the leading disciple of Zhu Sect. That disciple was still in shock from seeing the Bei Sect disciple being sent flying. By the time he reacted, Shen Mo's fist was less than half a foot away from him. In a rush, he could only cross his arms to block. Bang! The reality proved that in the face of overwhelming strength, no amount of blocking would work. He too was sent flying far away, just like the previous person. Shen Mo deliberately aimed him towards the densest part of the crowd. If the disciples of Zhu sect didn't rescue him, he would definitely be severely injured, possibly even at risk of losing his life. After sending these two flying, Shen Mo moved on to the third person. Describing the process takes time, but in reality, Shen Mo used his supreme-level martial skill, 8 directions thunder movement, at an extremely fast speed. Each strike was quick and powerful enough to end the fight instantly. By the time he reached the leading disciple of Qingxuan Sect, that person had just realized what was happening. However, with Heavenly Water Sect's order, he couldn't dodge or flee. After much consideration, he made a decision. Stand firm. Qingxuan Sect was known for its defensive martial skills, and it wasn't difficult for a perfect Foundation Establishment Stage disciple to withstand the attacks of a peak Foundation Establishment Stage opponent. He roared, and a giant rhino phantom appeared around him. His body was as solid as a rock, as resilient as a mountain enduring the elements. The next moment, Shen Mo's fist struck down. Bang! The disciple's defense shattered in less than 3 breaths. He followed the same fate as the previous two, flying far away. Qingxuan Sect's defensive martial skill did help. He only flew 4 or 5 zhang away.
Go save him, why are you standing there?
Shen Mo said calmly. The disciples of Qingxuan Sect gritted their teeth, but could only rush to rescue their comrade. With these 3 swift punches, Shen Mo had quickly broken the encirclement of Qingxuan Sect. Now their opponents were only the Heavenly Water Sect's team. Bai Ziyu's expression shifted from a sneer to shock, and finally to extreme discomfort.
Retreat!
Bai Ziyu shouted angrily.
Retreat, stop trying to make it sound noble.
Shen Mo smiled faintly, stomped the ground and pursued them. Yin Zuge, who had just regained consciousness, heard this and was so enraged that he spat out blood and fainted again. This scene, witnessed by the spectators, left countless people in awe.
Wow, that's incredible, defeating 3 perfect Foundation Establishment Stage disciples with 3 punches. From being surrounded to turning the tide, that's amazing.
Only such a significant gap in strength can break through like this. Any other sect would have already been defeated in such a situation. Amazing. Qingxuan Sect is truly the darkest of dark horses this time. They're shining.
Bang! Zhang Mo slapped the table, her face dark with anger, almost dripping with malice. The surrounding audience fell silent, fearing to anger the Heavenly Water Sect's leader. In contrast to Zhang Mo's dark mood, Murong Yue was smiling brightly, her joy sweeter than honey, drawing many admiring glances.
I knew I didn't misjudge him.
Chapter 57, the focus of the entire arena. Qingxuan Sect chased, while Heavenly Water Sect ran. This scene of cat and mouse was seen not only by every spectator in the stands, but also by the disciples on the martial arena. Whenever Shen Mo and his team charged through the crowd in pursuit, disciples from smaller sects would tactfully make way. No matter how fiercely they were fighting, they dared not block the path of Shen Mo leading Qingxuan Sect. Especially after witnessing the power of those 3 punches, both skillful and strategic. No one wanted to offend such a formidable Qingxuan Sect. To many disciples, the Qingxuan Sect team now seemed capable of matching the teams of the top 5 sects in Xuanjiang. In the Rising Sun Sect team, Hong Qilong polished his giant blade until it gleamed brilliantly. Hearing his disciples' surprised discussions about Shen Mo's 3-punch victory, he finally looked up. He watched the 2 teams, one chasing and the other fleeing, and suddenly smiled.
Interesting, Qingxuan Sect has produced a talent. I think Yin Zuge's title as Young Supreme should be revoked and given to Shen Mo.
The disciples of Rising Sun Sect burst into laughter. It was true that Yin Zuge was one of the 5 Young Supremes of Xuanjiang. But he had fought against the other 4 and never won. His best result was a draw against Thunderfire Sect's Lei Junzi Wan Renji. However, Wan Renji and Yin Zuge were known to be good friends, and some said Wan Renji deliberately held back, resulting in the draw. Thus, Yin Zuge was privately nicknamed the Weak Supreme. In the Thunderfire Sect team, 9 disciples surrounded Wan Renji, their gazes also fixed on Shen Mo. Wan Renji, tall and lean, was seething with anger. Seeing Yin Zuge in such a pitiful state, he felt a shared indignation, as if those injuries were inflicted on him.
Move, stop them!
Wan Renji growled. In the Verdant Vine Sect team, Mo Yuheng's gaze at Shen Mo grew increasingly curious and amused. The disciples of Verdant Vine Sect noticed Thunderfire Sect's movements.
Senior sister, it looks like Thunderfire Sect is about to make a move.
How dull!
Mo Yuheng chuckled.
Watching the show is much more fun. Why intervene?
Senior sister, you mean?
The Verdant Vine Sect disciples were eager to act.
Block them, don't let them interfere.
Mo Yuheng said with a light laugh.
Yes.
The disciples of Verdant Vine Sect quickly moved and, in the blink of an eye, stood in front of Thunderfire Sect, blocking their path. Wan Renji's eyebrows furrowed deeply.
Mo Yuheng, what are you doing?
Mo Yuheng covered her mouth and laughed.
We like the scenery here, can't we stay?
Wan Renji took a few deep breaths, suppressing his anger.
Fine, this place is yours. We'll take a different route.
He gestured for the Thunderfire Sect disciples to follow him around the Verdant Vine Sect team. But Mo Yuheng stepped forward again, blocking his path. Wan Renji's veins bulged.
What exactly do you want?
Mo Yuheng smiled teasingly.
What do you think?
Wan Renji shouted.
Move, or I'll make you.
Mo Yuheng laughed heartily.
Go ahead and try. Let's see if you can beat me.
Wan Renji gritted his teeth. He knew he wasn't a match for Mo Yuheng. Among the 5 young supremes of Qingxuan, Mo Yuheng's strength was second only to young Sword Supreme Zhou Qingkang.
I might not be able to beat you, but can you protect all the other disciples of Verdant Vine Sect? Do you want only Mo Yuheng to enter the second round?
Wan Renji sneered. Mo Yuheng retorted.
Oh, and can you protect all the Thunderfire Sect disciples from my attacks? Have you forgotten Verdant Vine Sect's specialty?
She reached out and lightly flicked her hair. Wan Renji's eyebrows shot up, and he instinctively stepped back. Mo Yuheng laughed.
Relax, I haven't used poison yet.
Wan Renji's expression shifted between anger and frustration. Verdant Vine Sect's specialty was poison. Poison powder, poison water, poison smoke. If truly deployed, Wan Renji could at best protect himself, while the others would be on their own. They would hope they carried enough antidotes. Mo Yuheng's earlier gesture was her typical move when using poison. Wan Renji had suffered from it before, almost forming a reflexive muscle memory. Unexpectedly, Mo Yuheng was bluffing this time. Both sides were at a standstill.
Senior brother, what should we do?
A disciple of Thunderfire Sect asked quietly. Wan Renji thought it over several times before finally saying,
Retreat, Yenzud.
The Thunderfire Sect team had no choice but to retreat. This scene left those around them quite astonished. The enchantress Mo Yuheng had always been proud and viewed men as insignificant. Why was she helping Shen Mo this time? Mo Yuheng, uninterested in Wan Renji, continued watching the chase between Qingxuan Sect and Heavenly Water Sect. As the two sects remained in a stalemate, Shen Mo's team managed to knock several more Heavenly Water Sect disciples out of the arena. Now, only Yin Zuge and Bai Ziyu remained from Heavenly Water Sect. Bai Ziyu, carrying Yin Zuge, weaved through the crowd, finding it increasingly difficult to continue. The only thing he could do now was run. The number of participants in the martial arena was also rapidly decreasing. The count dropped from 490 to 200 in just the time it took for an incense stick to burn. These 200 then entered a long period of stalemate. Everyone knew that enduring just a little longer might mean advancing to the second round. The battle was reaching a fever pitch. Even so, no one dared to challenge the teams from Divine Sword Sect, Rising Sun Sect, Verdant Vine Sect, and Thunderfire Sect. From start to finish, these 4 teams remained quite relaxed. Had it not been for maintaining their image, they might have even sat down to play cards. The scene of Shen Mo leading Qingxuan Sect in the pursuit of Yin Zuge and Bai Ziyu became increasingly prominent and eye-catching. Nearly 70% of the audience's attention was on Shen Mo. Everyone wanted to see if Shen Mo could ultimately knock Yin Zuge out of the arena. If that happened, it would be even more interesting. The distance closed bit by bit. Bai Ziyu felt a prickling sensation on his back. He instinctively dodged. However, Shen Mo was faster.
Thinking of dodging now, too late.
Shen Mo's calm voice rang out. The next moment, his massive fist struck Bai Ziyu's back. Bai Ziyu felt his internal organs churning, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. With all his strength, he threw Yin Zuge away. His own body was then propelled out of the arena by the force of Shen Mo's punch. He had no chance to counterattack. The prolonged evasion and running had already drained his spiritual energy. Now he couldn't withstand even a single punch. Yin Zuge spat out several mouthfuls of blood and slowly stood up. Shen Mo, Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan and others quickly surrounded him. Yet Yin Zuge showed no fear. Instead, he glared coldly at Shen Mo.
Do you really want to make a move on me and completely break with one of the top 5 sects, Heavenly Water Sect?
Yin Zuge threatened.
If I get knocked out, my master will be furious and will use all her connections to turn every sect against Qingxuan Sect in the subsequent battles.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting, Liu Yongxuan and Xiao Fan's expressions changed slightly. Yin Zuge was right. If he was eliminated in the first round, Heavenly Water Sect would lose face, and Zhang Mo would likely incite other sects to target Qingxuan Sect. Although they might pass the first round, the second and third rounds would become extremely difficult. Xiao Fan immediately said,
Shen Mo, I suggest we let him go. There's no need to completely sever ties.
Liu Yongxuan nodded.
Regardless, we are all sects of Qingxuan Prefecture. It's better not to escalate things. If we give them face now, we might need Heavenly Water Sect's help in the future.
Luo Shengnan glared angrily, cursing.
Bullshit, you two cowards.
Chapter 58, Zhang Mo's Fury. Xiao Fan's face turned bright red. Liu Yongxuan's expression, on the other hand, remained unchanged. Shen Mo said calmly,
Address me as senior brother.
Xiao Fan was taken aback. Shen Mo turned to him with a cold gaze.
Xiao Fan, don't you understand respect and hierarchy?
Xiao Fan lowered his head, gritting his teeth.
Yes, senior brother Shen.
Shen Mo continued.
Do you think that letting Yin Zuge go now will make Heavenly Water Sect spare us in the second or third round? Absolutely not. You all saw clearly what kind of person the Heavenly Water Sect leader is when you met her for the first time.
Shen Mo looked directly into Liu Yongxuan's eyes.
As for showing Heavenly Water Sect some respect, thinking we might need them in the future, that's absolute nonsense. Back when Qingxuan Sect was pushed out of the top 5 by Heavenly Water Sect, did they show us any respect? Did they not seize the opportunity to crush us further? Why didn't they consider that they might need Qingxuan Sect in the future?
Liu Yongxuan's composure finally broke. He knew Shen Mo was absolutely right, and there was no way to argue against it. Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, Zhao Ru, and the other disciples of Qingxuan Sect cheered for Shen Mo from the bottom of their hearts. His reasoning was meticulous and foresighted. One couldn't help but admire him. After saying this, Shen Mo turned his gaze towards Yin Zuge. Hearing Shen Mo's words, Yin Zuge's expression turned panicked. He realized that the disciples of Qingxuan Sect were not intimidated by his threats. Instead, Shen Mo's words had unified them even more against their common enemy.
You need to think carefully. You're too selfish. How can you not consider the other disciples of Qingxuan Sect?
Yin Zuge instinctively stepped back, spitting out a few weak threats. Shen Mo's face remained as calm as ever.
The other 4 young supremes seem quite formidable, so why are you so lacking?
Shen Mo shook his head and suddenly struck out with his palm. Bang! Yin Zuge was instantly sent flying. He was launched out of the martial arena. Upon landing, he was so enraged that he spat out blood and fainted on the spot. The moment Yin Zuj was sent flying, a collective gasp arose from the stands. When Yin Zuj had been surrounded by the Qingxuan Sect team, he had already captured the attention of nearly 90% of the audience. Everyone wanted to know whether the disciples of Qingxuan Sect dared to knock Yin Zuj out of the arena. After all, he was one of the 5 young supremes of Xuanjiang and the face of the younger generation of Heavenly Water Sect. In past first rounds, there had been conflicts among the 5 young supremes, but they had always tacitly avoided eliminating each other. Would the Qingxuan Sect disciples break this unspoken rule? Or would they be so intimidated by Yin Zuj that they would let him leave, even in his severely injured state? Now they knew. Shen Mo dared. He truly dared.
Good, good, good.
Heavenly Water Sect leader Zhang Mo stood up abruptly, her face extremely calm as she uttered 3 consecutive
Goods.
her voice echoing throughout the martial arena. She then turned and left with a flick of her sleeve. Her demeanor and tone clearly indicated that her inner fury had reached its peak.
Haha, this Shen Mo is truly an interesting person.
Mo Yuheng covered her mouth, laughing softly, her smile growing even brighter.
Damn it, in the second round, if we encounter Qingxuan Sect disciples, show no mercy. Use your full strength, understood?
Wan Renji growled.
Yes.
The disciples of Thunderfire Sect responded in low voices. In the Rising Sun Sect team, Hong Qilong laughed heartily.
Well done, Yin Zuj, that guy, doesn't deserve to be one of the 5 young supremes.
Within the Divine Sword Sect team, Zhou Qingkeng, who had been silently polishing his long sword, finally stood up and cast his gaze toward Shen Mo.
Senior brother, what do you think of him?
A Divine Sword Sect disciple asked. Zhou Qingkeng pondered for a moment.
Very strong, very smart.
The Divine Sword Sect disciples were astonished. Zhou Qingkeng had never given anyone such high praise before, not even to Hong Qilong, Mo Yuheng, or Wan Renji. Yin Zuj's elimination marked the moment when the number of participants in the martial arena reached 100. Divine Sword Sect leader Luo Kaoshan, who had been keeping an eye on the count, infused his voice with spiritual energy and announced,
Cease fighting.
These 2 words seemed to have a magical effect. As soon as they were spoken, all the disciples simultaneously stopped their battles.
Congratulations to the 100 disciples who have passed the first round. The second round will begin tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit.
Rest well, tomorrow we will announce the rewards for the top 10 of the 100 Sect ceremony. All the disciples responded in unison, yes. As soon as the first round ended, Murong Yue and Liu Yuanfeng quickly approached the Qingxuan Sect disciples. Murong Yue's usually cold and elegant face was now beaming with a bright smile.
Shen Mo, well done. That's how it should be.
Shen Mo bowed.
Your disciple has not disgraced the mission.
Liu Yuanfeng said coolly.
Leader, you should think more about how to handle Zhang Mo's impending wrath in the second and third rounds.
Murong Yue, still in high spirits, was suddenly doused with cold water by Liu Yuanfeng's words and snorted coldly.
I am well aware of that. No need for Deputy Leader Liu to remind me.
At this moment, the Verdant Vine Sect team approached. Their arrival made Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, and the others put away their smiles and turned to face the newcomers. Zhao Ru gazed blankly at the beautiful woman. How could someone have such stunning looks and an alluring figure? Compared to Mo Yuheng, she felt inferior in every aspect. Not big enough where it should be, not long enough where it should be, not curvy enough where it should be. Luo Shengnan, on the other hand, eyed Mo Yuheng warily, wondering what this enchantress wanted. Mo Yuheng chuckled lightly.
Can I have my little snake back now?
Shen Mo shrugged and took out the white snake from his arms, handing it over.
It came over on its own.
The white snake opened its mouth, making soft noises, and before leaving, it gently bit Shen Mo's finger. It didn't draw blood or break the skin, it was more like a pet's playful nip to its owner. Mo Yuheng smiled as she took the white snake, tapping its head with her slender finger.
Who is your master?
The white snake turned its head away, seemingly annoyed. After a moment of contemplation, it dove into the light gauze at Mo Yuheng's chest, causing her body to shiver slightly.
Goodbye, I hope you can make it through the second round.
Mo Yuheng waved, throwing a kiss to Shen Mo as she left. That fleeting gesture captivated many men, making them stop and stare. Shen Mo's heart raced, and it took a while for it to return to its normal pace. Murong Yue frowned slightly and stepped in front of Shen Mo. I can't let my excellent disciple be easily seduced by women,
Leader Mo, please keep your daughter in check.
she said, looking at the bearded man in green behind Mo Yuheng. The bearded man coughed lightly.
My daughter has grown up and is hard to discipline now, ahem.
He then reminded.
Leader Murong, be careful. Leader Zhang may not react well to this.
Chapter 59, Supreme Earthgrade Demon Armor Fragment. The first round of the 100 Sect ceremony came to an end. All the sects returned to their temporary quarters. The spectators in the stands also began to leave. However, even as they left, many people continued to excitedly discuss the chase between the Qingxuan Sect team and the Heavenly Water Sect team. It had been so exciting and eye-catching. Even those who didn't want to talk about it couldn't help but do so, as everyone else was discussing it. Particularly memorable was the moment when Yin Zhuge loudly threatened Shen Mo, who then decisively knocked him out of the arena. That scene was etched into the minds of countless people. Shen Mo. This name began to spread through Divine Sword City, just like the names of the 5 young supremes of Xuanjiang. Moreover, because he was a dark horse that shone brightly, his name spread faster and wider than those of the 5 young supremes. Bang!
Useless trash.
Zhang Mo suddenly crushed her teacup. Scalding tea splashed over her hand and the ground, but she didn't seem to notice in her rage. Bai Ziyu quickly brewed a new cup of tea and respectfully brought it to her side.
Sect Master, please calm down.
Zhang Mo suppressed her anger.
How is Zhuge's injury?
Bai Ziyu responded immediately.
Senior brother's injuries are not severe, mostly internal due to emotional distress.
Zhang Mo got up and strode towards Yin Zhuge's room. Inside the room, Yin Zhuge stared blankly at the ceiling. He no longer had the spirited look of one of the 5 young supremes. He looked more like a defeated dog on the run. Zhang Mo sat beside him, holding his hand, and spoke softly.
Zhuge, don't dwell on it too much. This is a learning experience for you. You've always been proud, and I've worried about your mindset. This setback might be a good thing.
Yin Zhuge remained dazed, as if he had lost all his vitality. Zhang Mo suddenly stood up and slapped him hard across the face. Yin Zhuge's cheek immediately swelled up with a bright red handprint. The sudden slap made Bai Ziyu shudder. It seemed to wake Yin Zhuge up, restoring the light to his eyes. Zhang Mo coldly said,
If you fall into despair over this failure, I will immediately strip you of your status as a true disciple. Go back to your family and never return to Heavenly Water Sect. Consider it my mistake for accepting you as a disciple in the first place.
Yin Zhuge turned to Zhang Mo, his lips moving slightly.
Master!
I just didn't expect to lose so miserably.
He's just a disciple from a second-rate sect.
Zhang Mo replied calmly.
Shen Mo possesses a superior heaven-grade physique. Losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of.
Yin Zhuge was stunned. Bai Ziyu's eyes widened. Heaven grade superior. Among the 5 young supremes, the strongest physique belonged to Hong Qilong, but it was only a mid-grade heaven physique. Shen Mo had a superior heaven-grade physique.
Master, where did you get this information?
Yin Zhuge asked, his eyes sparkling.
From Qingxuan Sect's deputy leader Liu Yunfeng.
Zhang Mo sneered. Bai Ziyu was utterly shocked.
This.
Yin Zhuge quickly grasped the situation.
Qingxuan Sect is so divided.
A superior heaven-grade physique, and instead of protecting him, they expose him to outsiders.
Zhang Mo scoffed.
Qingxuan Sect is like a sieve now. Deputy leader Liu Yunfeng is closely tied with Divine Sword Sect, and former elder Song Ko Feng has connections with Verdant Vine Sect. Even if Shen Mo has a superior heaven-grade physique, he won't get the resources he needs. As long as you regain your confidence and train hard, you won't lose to him. Besides,
Zhang Mo's gaze deepened.
Divine Sword Sect will eventually conquer Qingxuan Prefecture, and we at Heavenly Water Sect will follow closely behind. Qingxuan Sect is unlikely to submit. When the time comes, you will personally wipe away this shame. You will take his life.
Zhang Mo grasped Yin Zhuge's shoulder firmly, staring into his eyes.
Yes.
Yin Zhuge responded with renewed determination. Divine Sword City, East Market. Shen Mo, Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, and Zhao Ru were wandering around the market. Invited by Zhao Ting and the others, and because Shen Mo had his own reasons for visiting, the four of them decided to come here. Divine Sword City was enormous, housing 4 markets, each located in a different district. The East Market was the smallest of the 4 but was closest to Hidden Dragon Pavilion, where the Qingxuan Sect disciples were staying. Shen Mo had a specific reason for visiting. During the melee, he had glimpsed Yin Zhuge's life panel and noted a significant opportunity meant for Yin Zhuge. Shen Mo recalled the details from Yin Zhuge's life panel. Name Yin Zhuge. Cultivation level, peak of foundation establishment. Fate, sign of a prominent family, lucky star, born sword embryo 9 yin body. Destiny, to stop at the peak of the golden core stage and become an inner elder of the Divine Sword Sect. 62 years later, he will be killed in an internal factional conflict within the Divine Sword Sect. Recent opportunities 1. Today, inspired by the encouragement of Heavenly Water Sect leader Zhang Mo, he will regain his spirit. In the afternoon, he will wander the East Market and discover a supreme Earth-grade treasure, a fragment of a demon armor at the stall of a bald old man. Recent opportunities 2. Tomorrow, while practicing swordsmanship in the southeast area of Hidden Dragon Pavilion, he will discover a nearly mature true intent grass under a fake mountain and acquire this supreme-grade treasure.
A supreme-grade treasure, true intent grass, can serve as the wood root for my formation of a golden core. What is a supreme earth-grade demon armor fragment? It sounds powerful.
Shen Mo mused to himself. Since it's a supreme earth-grade treasure, it must be valuable and not some worthless item. No matter what it is, it's worth taking. At this time, many cultivators were setting up stalls in the East Market. The cultivators' levels varied greatly. The lowest were at the Qi condensation stage. The highest reached the golden core stage. The items they sold were also diverse and strange. There were fragments of so-called heaven-grade spirit artifacts. There were fossilized beast eggs that had been petrified for 1,000 years. There were also ancient elixirs encased in amber. Of course, most of these items were fake. Shen Mo couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, there was no anti-fraud system in this world. Otherwise, he could make a fortune busting scams here. As they wandered through the market, Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, and Zhao Ru bought a lot of items. With their discerning eyes, they could avoid most of the fakes, sifting through to find genuinely valuable things. For instance, Zhao Ru was lucky enough to buy a bottle of Yuan spirit blood. This item was a high-grade treasure. It wasn't actual blood, but a product of alchemy. It wasn't meant for humans to drink, but for beasts. After consumption, it could enhance their bloodlines and physical bodies. Previously, Zhao Ru had acquired a mutant amethyst lion cub, which she always kept with her in a beast-controlling bag. The Yuan spirit blood was prepared for it.
Shen Mo, why aren't you buying anything? Did the leader not give you money?
Chapter 60, the second round of the 100 Sect ceremony.
Old man, I want this, and this. Give me a price.
Shen Mo said, pointing to a few items around the metal fragment before finally pointing to the metal fragment itself. The old man suddenly stopped picking at his foot and looked at Shen Mo, calculating something with his fingers.
You are not the destined one. This item is not for sale to you.
He was about to look away when he recalculated.
Wait a minute, how are you now the destined one?
The old man was very surprised. Shen Mo's heart stirred. The old man seemed skilled in divination or some sort of fortune-telling. He also knew that this demon armor fragment was indeed a supreme earth-grade treasure. But the old man intended to sell it only to the destined one. In the original course of events, the destined one would have been Yin Zhuge. But now, Shen Mo had intercepted the opportunity. This led to the old man's confusing statement about who the destined one was. Luo Shengnan frowned.
Old man, what are you talking about? Just say whether you're selling it or not.
The old man frowned for a long time before saying,
Of course I'm selling it. How much for all of this?
Shen Mo asked. The old man held up a hand with 5 fingers spread.
50 mid-grade spirit stones.
The trio inhaled sharply.
Why don't you go rob a bank?
Luo Shengnan exclaimed. Shen Mo then pointed directly at the demon armor fragment.
What if I only want this?
The old man grinned.
Still 50 mid-grade spirit stones.
Luo Shengnan cursed loudly.
Damn it, it's just a piece of armor covered in mud. Is the armor made of gold, or is the mud made of gold?
The old man shook his head.
If you are the destined one, buy it. If not, don't.
Shen Mo checked the old man's life panel. He frowned slightly. This old man was just a peak foundation establishment cultivator who would never form a golden core, and in a few years he would die of old age.
All right, I'll buy it.
Shen Mo said, handing over 50 mid-grade spirit stones. He could afford it thanks to the ample funds given by his beautiful master.
What, you're really buying it?
Luo Shengnan was baffled. That was 50 mid-grade spirit stones, not 50 low-grade ones. Shen Mo looked at the old man, handing over the spirit stones.
It's worth the price.
The old man merely chuckled. On the way back to Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Zhao Ru asked curiously.
Senior brother Shen, what exactly is that thing?
Zhao Ting also looked puzzled.
Yes, 50 mid-grade spirit stones are quite valuable. Make sure it's not a worthless item.
Shen Mo smiled.
It could be an earth-grade treasure.
The 3 of them were stunned.
Really?
Luo Shengnan's eyes widened.
However, it's just a fragment. I thought it might be useful, so I bought it.
Shen Mo nodded.
I see. Earth-grade treasures can indeed become fragments. Some fragments are very useful, while others are completely useless.
Zhao Ting sighed. The 4 of them returned to their respective rooms. Shen Mo washed the mud off the demon armor fragment, revealing its true form. It was a piece of purple-black metal with complex and profound patterns. Just looking at it made Shen Mo feel dizzy, so he quickly averted his gaze.
How peculiar.
Shen Mo was astonished. Such a small fragment had such a strange effect. If it were a complete demon armor, it would be even more mysterious.
A single fragment reaches the supreme earth grade. A complete demon armor might be a heaven-grade treasure.
Shen Mo was excited and began trying to activate the demon armor fragment.
Through willpower, blood, or spiritual energy.
He began to experiment. Willpower and spiritual energy had no effect. Then, Shen Mo cut his finger and pressed it against the demon armor fragment. The next moment, he felt an incredible suction force from the fragment. Instantly, his blood began to flow towards the fragment wildly. Within a few breaths, Shen Mo's face turned pale. The fragment had already drained almost a quarter of his blood. Seeing this wasn't right, he quickly took out some pills and swallowed them. These pills were for healing and could speed up blood regeneration. This barely restored balance. After more than 30 breaths, the fragment's suction finally weakened. Shen Mo was left panting, his storage ring nearly empty of healing pills. Then, to his astonishment, the demon armor fragment started to sink into his palm. Shen Mo's eyes widened as he tried to pull it out. However, the fragment had already completely merged into his body. Shen Mo quickly used his internal sight to examine himself. But he couldn't find any trace of the demon armor fragment.
Where?
Shen Mo was puzzled. Suddenly, he felt a stirring within him. With a single thought, a palm-sized piece of purple-black demon armor appeared on his chest. Another thought brought the armor to his shoulder, then his arm, then his thigh. Shen Mo was thrilled. He understood now. This artifact could appear on any part of his skin. Its purpose was clearly to defend against attacks. With another thought, Shen Mo made it appear on his left palm. He then took out the thunder sword with his right hand and struck the armor on his palm with force. Clang! A metallic sound rang out. The thunder sword vibrated intensely. But Shen Mo felt no pain at all.
This defense is incredible.
Shen Mo was even more excited. He then used the thunder shadow sword technique on his left hand. Clang! Another metallic sound. The demon armor remained completely unscathed. Shen Mo was about to express his joy when he suddenly felt dizzy and quickly stopped. After a brief contemplation, he realized the truth.
I get it now. The demon armor fragment can directly block some attacks. For those it can't, it consumes my blood to strengthen the defense and continue blocking.
Understanding this, Shen Mo felt even more elated. Thanks to his superior heaven-grade physique, his blood regeneration was certainly better than most. He could definitely make good use of this demon armor fragment.
In the future, if I get the chance to obtain treasures that enhance blood regeneration, I must acquire them. This artifact will be my ultimate defense.
Shen Mo nodded firmly. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The martial arena was once again filled with spectators. Disciples from various sects gathered at the arena. However, this time, most of the disciples had to sit in the stands as spectators. Only the 100 who had passed the first round the previous day were qualified to enter the arena. As one of the top 5 sects of Qingxuan, Heavenly Water Sect had now become mere spectators. This was unprecedented since they had joined the top 5 sects. Many people directed their gazes toward them. The disciples of Heavenly Water Sect felt their faces burning with shame. All around them seemed to be eyes filled with mockery, disdain, and scorn. They had never experienced such humiliation.
Remember these looks, every moment remember them. Whenever you feel proud and complacent, think of these looks. Think of the shame of being knocked out by Qingxuan Sect yesterday.
Heavenly Water Sect leader Shen Mo spoke calmly.
We understand.
The 10 disciples of Heavenly Water Sect nodded quietly.
Now let's enjoy the show. Today's show will be quite spectacular.
Shen Mo said with a serene expression.
Yes.
Chapter 61, The Rewards of the 100 Sect Ceremony, Tei Soul Nourishing Pill. The leader of Divine Sword Sect, Luo Kaoshan, looked at the other 4 sect leaders and announced in a loud voice.
Everyone, today we will reveal the rewards for the top 10 of the 100 Sect ceremony.
The leader of Heavenly Water Sect, Shen Mo, was the first to stand up.
I will set an example and offer 10 pieces of cold marrow stone.
With a casual flick, 10 orbs of light flew into the air. The crowd gasped in amazement. Cold marrow stone, a supreme-grade treasure of the profound grade, was an excellent choice for both forging Tao foundations and condensing golden cores. Heavenly Water Sect had a cold marrow stone mine, which allowed them to generously offer such a treasure. Each piece of cold marrow stone would cost at least 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. The leader of Rising Sun Sect then tossed out 5 orbs of light.
I am not as wealthy as Leader Zhang, but I will offer 5 dark fire crystals as prizes.
The crowd was again taken aback. Dark fire crystals, also supreme-grade treasures of the profound grade, were equally useful for forging Tao foundations and condensing golden cores. Shen Mo felt a stir in his heart. When he had prepared to condense a perfect Tao foundation, Murong Yue had given him a dark fire crystal. Rising Sun Sect could casually offer 5 of these crystals. Indeed, there was a significant gap between Qingxuan Sect and the top 5 sects of Qingxuan. After the Rising Sun Sect leader sat down, the leader of Verdant Vine Sect spoke loudly.
Our Verdant Vine Sect is willing to provide 3 green vine pearls for the top 3 disciples of the 100 Sect ceremony.
With that, he sent 3 green orbs of light into the air, merging with the other light clusters.
Green vine pearls.
The crowd's eyes widened. These were supreme-grade treasures of the profound grade, even more valuable than cold marrow stone and dark fire crystals. Green vine pearls were incredibly rare treasures that could enhance the physical body. After refining one, the speed of wound healing could be significantly accelerated. A person could only refine 1 green vine pearl in their lifetime. Taking more would greatly diminish the effect, almost to the point of being ineffective. Each green vine pearl would cost at least 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, because Verdant Vine Sect had to mine these pearls from deep underground, their yield was very low and often unavailable in the market. Unexpectedly, 3 of them appeared all at once. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. Green vine pearls were valuable, and he needed them. At this point, the leader of Thunderfire Sect swung his sleeve, sending 3 objects into the air.
These are deeds to 3 thunder crystal mines. The top 3 disciples' sects will each receive 1 thunder crystal mine.
He said calmly.
His.
The crowd collectively sucked in their breath. Wow, that was a grand gesture. Mines were the foundation of any sect and were always guarded by golden core stage cultivators. The thunder crystals produced by these mines were not only beneficial to cultivators with thunder attributes, but also accelerated the training of thunder attribute techniques and martial skills, making them highly sought after. Every sect desired such resources. The audience now turned their gaze to Luo Kaoshan, the leader of Divine Sword Sect. The previous 4 leaders had offered increasingly valuable prizes. As the head of the top sect, Luo Kaoshan's contribution had to be equally impressive. Sure enough, Luo Kaoshan flicked his finger, sending an object emitting golden light into the cluster of light orbs.
Earth-grade pill, tame soul nourishing pill, which can enhance physique. This pill was obtained from the alchemy king's abode. There were originally 2 pills. One was consumed by our disciple Zhou Qingxuan, elevating his physique from supreme earth grade to heaven grade. This is the remaining pill.
Luo Kaoshan spoke indifferently, his voice echoing throughout the arena. As his words fell, the entire arena erupted in excitement. A pill that could enhance one's physique. Extremely rare and precious. Many people might never have the chance to improve their physique in their lifetime. A profound grade physique would remain profound grade. An earth grade physique would remain earth grade. But now, an opportunity to enhance one's physique was right in front of them. Countless eyes turned towards the 100 disciples in the arena. Their gazes were filled with envy and jealousy. On the field, the 100 disciples were even more eager to obtain these treasures. Each one yearned to be the first. Shen Mo, however, pondered more deeply. What was Divine Sword Sect planning? Offering even a tame soul nourishing pill as a reward.
Are they not afraid of outsiders getting it?
But then Shen Mo quickly understood. Actually, Divine Sword Sect wasn't afraid at all. Zhou Qingxuan was undisputedly the strongest among the 5 young supremes of Qingxuan. In Divine Sword Sect's view, there was at least a 70% chance that Zhou Qingxuan would take first place in this 100 sect ceremony. Even if Zhou Qingxuan didn't win, the tame soul nourishing pill was likely to end up in the hands of a disciple from one of the 5 great sects. In any case, Divine Sword Sect would still come out ahead. This move not only showcased Divine Sword Sect's generosity and wealth, attracting the attention of elders and disciples from other sects, but also ensured that the pill didn't fall into the hands of outsiders. A win-win situation, both in terms of reputation and substance. At the highest point of the stands, Luo Kaoshan looked around, satisfied with the atmosphere. With a wave of his hand, 100 marble plaques floated into the air. He announced in a resonant voice.
These 100 marble plaques are numbered from 1 to 100. Reach out to the plaques, and you will randomly receive one. Number 1 will fight number 2, number 3 will fight number 4, and so on. Begin!
With that, he returned to his seat. The disciples, including Shen Mo, reached out to the floating marble plaques. The plaques seemed like little spirits flying towards the disciples. Shen Mo received a plaque. Looking closely, he saw the number 11.
My opponent is number 12.
He nodded slightly. An elder from Divine Sword Sect stepped forward and announced loudly.
The arena has been divided into 10 areas, with 10 pairs of disciples fighting at a time.
Will the disciples with numbers 1 and 2, 3 and 4?
I think with Shen Mo's strength, this person won't even have a chance to hurt him. Heh, I agree. After all, he's the one who seriously injured Yin Zuge with just 2 punches.
Almost everyone had strong confidence in Shen Mo. The scene of Shen Mo chasing and defeating the Heavenly Water Sect team yesterday had left a deep impression on them. On the platform, each arena had an elder from Divine Sword Sect acting as the judge. This elder looked at the two of them and asked,
Are you ready? Ready.
They answered in unison.
Begin.
Chapter 62, Battle Against Thunder Supreme Wan Renji. The spectators in the stands were even more astonished.
What's going on? Why use the Lingxi transformation? Although it greatly enhances strength in a short time, it requires at least half a year of bed rest to recover. Could it be that the Lingxi sect and Qingxuan sect are mortal enemies? Impossible. I remember there is almost no connection between the two sects. Wait a minute, the Lingxi sect has always revered the Heavenly Water Sect. Do you think this could be an order from the leader of Heavenly Water Sect?
On the platform, the Lingxi sect disciple roared and charged at Shen Mo like a mad rhinoceros. His speed was fast and his strength was tremendous. Even though he was only at the major accomplishment stage of the Foundation establishment realm, with the boost from Lingxi transformation, he was as powerful as someone at the peak of Foundation establishment. If this blow landed, Shen Mo would be slightly injured. Shen Mo frowned and quickly used the 8 directions thunder move. His speed was astonishing. Just before the Lingxi sect disciple could hit him, Shen Mo narrowly dodged. However, this extreme evasion cost Shen Mo some spiritual energy and stamina. He panted a few times. Yet the Lingxi sect disciple ignored this and charged again like a crazed bull. Shen Mo had to keep dodging swiftly. With the Lingxi transformation, his opponent's defense was too high. If Shen Mo couldn't land a critical hit, he wouldn't inflict any significant damage and might even make his opponent more frenzied. On the contrary, he could end up injured himself. Getting injured at this point would be serious. It could affect his subsequent battles. Bang, bang, bang. The Lingxi sect disciple kept charging relentlessly. Shen Mo continued, using the 8 directions thunder move to dodge. His extreme maneuvers made the spectators hold their breath in suspense. After half an incense stick's time, the Lingxi sect disciple's momentum began to wane. Clearly, the duration of the Lingxi transformation had reached its limit. Shen Mo seized the opportunity to punch his opponent in the face. At that moment, the Lingxi sect disciple shouted decisively,
I concede.
Shen Mo had to stop his punch just before it landed on his opponent's face. The Divine Sword Sect elder nodded slightly. This match goes to Shen Mo of Qingxuan Sect. Shen Mo cupped his hands in salute to the elder. He then looked thoughtfully at another platform. On the adjacent platform, Zhao Ru was fighting a disciple from Bei Sect. As expected, the Bei Sect disciple aggressively used a self-damaging secret technique right from the start. Facing the savage, beast-like attack, Zhao Ru was unable to defend. After more than 10 rounds, she was knocked off the platform. Shen Mo frowned slightly. He wasn't a fool. He quickly realized the connection behind these actions. It seems Zhang Mo has done a lot to target Qingxuan Sect. Shen Mo returned to the Qingxuan Sect team and shared his suspicions with the others. Zhao Ting snorted coldly.
We guessed it, that person is too vindictive.
Luo Shengnan cracked her knuckles.
Who cares? Whoever comes up, I'll smash them. Don't be upset, Zhao Ru. Given your strength, making it to the second round is already impressive.
Luo Shengnan comforted Zhao Ru, seeing her red eyes. Zhao Ting rolled his eyes.
Is that how you comfort someone?
Shen Mo also couldn't help but laugh. Even Zhao Ru was amused by their banter.
I know, I just didn't expect my opponent to fight so desperately.
Zhao Ru sighed. At this moment, Murong Yue also spoke solemnly.
Be cautious. There will definitely be more opponents like this in the upcoming battles.
Especially beware of sects closely related to the Heavenly Water Sect. Yes.
The Qingxuan Sect disciples responded in unison. Soon, all the Qingxuan Sect disciples had taken their turns on the platform. Zhao Ting lost, Luo Shengnan won, Liu Yunxuan won, and Zhao Fan lost. Out of the 10-member team, only Shen Mo, Luo Shengnan, and Liu Yunxuan advanced. The other 7 all lost to opponents who used self-damaging tactics.
Next, it's the battle for the top 25.
Shen Mo announced. The leader of Divine Sword Sect, Luo Kaoshan, spoke loudly, reaching out his hand to retrieve all the marble plaques from the disciples. They flew back into his hand. He removed the plaques numbered 50 and above, leaving only the top 50.
As before, reach out and call for the plaques.
Luo Kaoshan said calmly. Shen Mo reached out to the floating plaques. A new plaque landed in his hand.
9, which means my opponent is 10.
Shen Mo ascended the fighting platform. His opponent appeared almost simultaneously. Shen Mo saw his opponent and frowned slightly. The other man hesitated for a moment, then revealed a cold smile.
Shen Mo, I didn't expect us to meet so early. It looks like you have no chance of making it to tomorrow's 3rd round.
His voice was icy. This person was Wan Renji, a disciple of Thunderfire Sect known as the Young Supreme of Thunder. Seeing Shen Mo and Wan Renji standing on the same platform, countless spectators were excited. Now there was a good show to watch. Aside from Shen Mo and Wan Renji's battle, the other 3 Young Supremes had relatively ordinary opponents. As a result, nearly half of the audience focused their attention on this fight. Yin Zuja's eyes lit up.
He's bound to lose. Renji is my friend, he'll avenge me.
Zhang Mo nodded slightly.
Shen Mo's luck is bad, running into Wan Renji. It seems my subsequent arrangements are unnecessary.
Bai Ziyu was delighted.
He'll be stopped here.
In the Qingxuan Sect team, Murong Yue frowned. Zhao Ru exclaimed.
How can he fight one of the 5 Young Supremes in the 2nd round? Exactly, even if Shen Mo defeats Wan Renji, it will cause trouble. Thunderfire Sect is also one of the 5 great sects.
Zhao Ting frowned deeply, seeing the deeper implications. Xiao Fan also saw this and smirked coldly.
Serves him right, he recklessly knocked Yin Zuj out, provoking Heavenly Water Sect's wrath, causing me to be eliminated early. This is his retribution.
Xiao Fan cursed under his breath. In the Verdant Vine Sect team, the enchantress Mo Yuhang had not yet entered the ring. Seeing this scene, her eyes sparkled with curiosity.
Father, do you think someone manipulated the match between Shen Mo and Wan Renji?
She asked quietly. The leader of Verdant Vine Sect glared at her.
Don't speak nonsense. Only Luo Kaoshan would know about such things.
He glanced meaningfully at the calm Luo Kaoshan.
However,
He is quite impressive, strong and handsome, reminds me a bit of myself in my youth.
The leader of Verdant Vine Sect chuckled. Mo Yuhang rolled her eyes.
I'm just curious about him. It's far from being interested.
pity, the boy will be stopped here.
The Verdant Vine Sect leader smiled.
Not necessarily. His physique seems unusual.
Mo Yuhang recalled something.
Father, didn't you say there was an anomaly in Qingxuan Sect recently, suggesting the emergence of a heaven-grade physique?
Yes, do you think it's him?
Mo Yuhang nodded slightly. The leader of Verdant Vine Sect looked deeply at the stage.
Then I must watch his performance closely.
Chapter 63, Wan Renji's Epiphany in Battle. On the martial stage, Shen Mo and Wan Renji eyed each other. Naturally, Wan Renji was just observing. But Shen Mo was already checking his life panel. Attributes: Sect Disciple, Fortunate, Master of Fists and Palms, Mighty Body of Strength. He nodded slightly, understanding this person's capabilities. Looking further down, he saw the recent opportunities. Recent opportunity. Today, during the 2nd round of the 100 Sect ceremony, he will be suppressed by Shen Mo just as he is about to be knocked out. He will have an epiphany, comprehending the 3rd level of the Thunderfire art and turn the tables against the unsuspecting Shen Mo, advancing to the 3rd round. Shen Mo frowned slightly. Really, an epiphany right in the middle of the battle? Shen Mo pondered seriously. He knew about the Thunderfire art, a profound grade martial technique of the Thunderfire Sect. Each of the 5 great sects of Qingxuan had their own profound grade cultivation techniques and martial skills. However, these were incredibly difficult to comprehend. Even the 5 young supremes with their heaven grade physiques might not fully grasp them. The Thunderfire art had 6 levels. With each level comprehended, a new move could be learned. The first level was Thunder Palm. The second level was Fire Fist. The third level was the combination of Thunder Palm and Fire Fist, called Thunderfire Dual Strike, which involved attacking with both attributes simultaneously. The power was immense. Even cultivators of the same realm would be severely injured by this move. However, since Shen Mo now knew this from the life panel, he was naturally prepared. After all, the panel showed that he would be hit due to being caught off guard. His trump cards such as the Grass Character Sword Book, the Demon Armor Fragment, and the Azure Lotus Heartfire had yet to be utilized. With preparation, countering the Thunderfire Dual Strike would be straightforward. At this moment, the Divine Sword Sect Elder on the stage shouted.
Begin!
Wan Renji sneered.
I heard you're good with a sword, use it then. My strongest weapon is my fists.
Shen Mo, not underestimating his opponent, immediately drew his Thunder Sword. Currently, he had no powerful fist or palm techniques. His strongest skill was the Thunder Shadow Sword technique. Naturally, he would use his sword to fight. In the next moment, both moved like lightning. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing filled the air. Yes, the clash between the sword and fists produced a metallic sound. Clearly, Wan Renji had tempered his fists extensively. His fists were as hard as steel. This scene left the spectators in shock.
Wan Renji, being one of the 5 young supremes, truly has his strength. Shen Mo being able to exchange blows with Wan Renji, win or lose, will make his name known throughout Qingxuan. Indeed, people will know there is someone on par with the 5 young supremes, and it's Shen Mo. Amazing, I'm really getting my money's worth today.
In the blink of an eye, the battle on stage had lasted over 30 rounds. Wan Renji was panting heavily. His stamina and spiritual energy were greatly depleted. But when he looked at Shen Mo, he found him calm and composed, not even breaking a sweat, as if the previous exchanges were of no consequence. Wan Renji took a deep breath.
Interesting, did you also forge a perfect Dao foundation?
Shen Mo replied calmly.
Naturally. What's your physique? It seems stronger than my mighty body of strength.
Wan Renji asked. Shen Mo smiled serenely.
You'll know tomorrow.
Tomorrow was the third round, where Shen Mo would face the true powerhouses like Sword Supreme Zhou Qingkeng and Enchantress Mo Yuheng. His trump cards would be revealed then. His heaven-grade superior physique would be fully displayed.
Arrogant, do you think you can defeat me?
Wan Renji sneered.
Thunder Palm!
He shouted, his giant palm striking with lightning speed. Shen Mo used 8 directions Thunder move to easily dodge.
Just waiting for you to dodge.
Wan Renji sneered, his right fist suddenly striking, engulfed in fierce flames.
Fire Fist!
This punch was aimed right at the spot where Shen Mo was about to appear. Shen Mo showed no fear and immediately thrust his sword. In an instant, the space around them was filled with the shadowy flashes of the Thunder Shadow Sword. Clang! A violent metallic sound echoed. Wan Renji staggered back, retreating continuously until he was almost at the edge of the stage. His robes were shredded into many strips by the Thunder Shadow Sword. Shen Mo, on the other hand, walked forward with confident strides. Apart from a few singed edges on his clothes, he was nearly unscathed. This scene left the spectators stunned.
Holy, both at the peak of Foundation establishment, Shen Mo is actually stronger than Wan Renji. Amazing, truly amazing. Is Wan Renji going to be knocked out? Wow, after defeating the young Supreme of Shadows, Shen Mo is now going to defeat the young Supreme of Thunder. Wait, look, Wan Renji's aura is changing. What's happening?
It looks like an epiphany. Wan Renji is having an epiphany. The audience was astonished, focusing intently on Wan Renji. Shen Mo also put on a puzzled expression, watching Wan Renji. But in reality, he had already grasped the Forest Sword art. He had already obtained 2 copies of the Forest Sword art. When they came together, they fused into a more powerful version.
Ha-ho-ha, I didn't expect to have an epiphany of the 3rd level of the Thunderfire art at this moment. Indeed, the heavens are aiding me.
Wan Renji suddenly fixed his gaze on Shen Mo. His aura surged violently. It seemed as if lightning was crackling around him and flames were erupting.
The third level of the Thunderfire art. That's the Thunderfire sect's top-tier profound-grade martial skill. I've heard that many inner sect elders of the Thunderfire sect can't comprehend the third level of the Thunderfire art. Wan Renji has done it, and he's having an epiphany right in the middle of battle.
Mo Yuheng frowned.
The third level of the Thunderfire art, Thunderfire Dual Strike, is extremely powerful. Shen Mo can't withstand it.
The Verdant Vine sect leader shrugged.
It seems he's still a bit lacking.
Many who supported Shen Mo sighed in disappointment. Meanwhile, those who despised Shen Mo, like Zhang Mo and Yin Zuge, were overjoyed. From the moment Shen Mo and Wan Renji stepped onto the stage, to the point where Wan Renji was almost knocked out by Shen Mo's sword technique, and now with Wan Renji's epiphany, their emotions had been like a roller coaster. Now the final result was imminent.
Thunderfire Dual Strike.
Chapter 64, New Opportunity at Sleeping Phoenix Pavilion. Whether they supported Shen Mo or hoped for his defeat, at this moment, all eyes were on Shen Mo. Or rather, on the piece of paper in his hand. The Verdant Vine sect leader was astonished.
A profound-grade spiritual weapon. No, it's a damaged profound-grade spiritual weapon.
Mo Yuheng's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue.
The Qingxuan Sect actually gave him a profound-grade spiritual weapon as a trump card.
The Verdant Vine sect leader shook his head.
Impossible. The Qingxuan Sect's profound-grade spiritual weapons were almost all destroyed, and the remaining few should be with their golden core stage cultivators. They wouldn't give one to a Foundation establishment disciple.
That item must be Shen Mo's own fortuitous encounter. Luck is also a part of strength.
Zhang Mo slammed her chair in cold fury. That kid actually had a damaged profound-grade spiritual weapon. Unbelievable. If it weren't for that damaged profound-grade spiritual weapon, it would be Shen Mo lying on the ground now. As for the Qingxuan Sect, Zhao Ru's eyes were red as she was the first to shout out.
He won!
Zhao Ting and the other disciples also followed with a loud shout.
Shen Mo, he won!
Even Murong Yue was moved. Everyone had thought he would lose, but he won. The stark contrast and the emotional roller coaster made it hard for the Qingxuan Sect disciples to contain themselves. Even she, a golden core stage cultivator, found it hard to control her emotions. He won. Her disciple defeated one of the 5 young supremes, the young supreme of Thunder, and advanced to the 3rd round. Zio Fan muttered.
Using a spiritual weapon, not his own strength, what's the big deal?
Bam! Luo Shengnen's massive fist struck his face. Zio Fan staggered, almost falling to the ground. He clutched his cheek, glaring at his robust senior sister. Then he backed down. Given her cultivation level and physique, she could easily crush him. He didn't dare provoke Luo Shengnen. He just hadn't expected her to hear his low muttering.
Shen Mo fought with his life on the line up there, and here you are muttering insults. Have you no shame?
Luo Shengnen scolded. Zio Fan remained silent, clutching his face. He didn't dare speak. Deputy sect leader Liu Yuanfeng noticed the commotion and scolded.
What's going on? Attacking your fellow disciple in front of everyone, where's your sense of honor for the Qingxuan Sect?
Murong Yue also said.
Shengnen, return to your seat.
Yes.
Luo Shengnen released Zio Fan's collar, huffed, and returned to her seat. This scene in the Qingxuan Sect's ranks also drew curious glances from nearby sects. Was there really such discord within the Qingxuan Sect? At this moment, on the martial stage, the presiding elder announced loudly.
Shen Mo versus Wan Renji. Shen Mo wins.
Luo Shengnen, Zhao Ting, Zhao Ru, and others jumped up, shouting.
Shen Mo victory! Shen Mo victory!
Their voices were highly infectious. Soon, teams from smaller sects around them joined in. Then, the spectators who came for the excitement also joined the chant. In an instant, the entire martial arena echoed with one name. Shen Mo.
HMPH.
Zhang Mo snorted coldly, swishing her sleeves as she left. Yin Zuge, Bai Ziyu, and other disciples of the Heavenly Water sect stared fiercely at the proud figure on the stage. Their eyes filled with shock and humiliation. Especially Yin Zuj, who could hardly believe Shen Mo had defeated Wan Renji. The battle between Shen Mo and Wan Renji concluded. The second round of the 100 sect ceremony also came to an end. The sects and spectators began to leave. However, as they left, almost everyone was discussing that battle. After all, there wasn't much to say about the other matches. Zhou Qingkang of the Divine Sword sect, Hong Qilong of the Rising Sun sect, and Mo Yuhang of the Verdant Vine sect defeated their opponents in less than 5 rounds. Only the match between Shen Mo and Wan Renji was worth talking about. And the city of Divine Sword was a martial city. That day, the streets, alleys, and dining tables of the city were abuzz with discussions about Shen Mo's battle. Some were envious, some admired, and some sneered.
Why is Zio Fan's face swollen?
He asked casually. Luo Shengnan proudly said,
I hit him. That guy said you only won against Wan Renji because you relied on your weapon and not your own strength.
Zhao Ting scoffed.
How is a powerful weapon not part of one's strength? It's like saying Wan Renji didn't have any powerful weapons.
Right, I heard Wan Renji had one too, but he didn't even have the chance to use it before senior brother Shen knocked him out.
Zhao Ru giggled. Shen Mo nodded slightly. People like Wan Renji and Yin Zuj, being among the 5 young supremes of Qingxuan, likely had life-saving trumps. However, they probably didn't want to use them under the watchful eyes of the audience. If everyone knew about their trumps, they wouldn't be trumps anymore.
Master, why don't we find a restaurant to celebrate tonight?
Luo Shengnan suggested happily.
Yes, we should celebrate. 2 of our Qingxuan Sect members made it to the 3rd round.
Zhao Ru agreed. In today's battles, Luo Shengnan lost, while Shen Mo and Liu Yunxuan won, so the Qingxuan Sect had 2 members advancing to the 3rd round. Murong Yue smiled and nodded.
All right, let's go to Sleeping Phoenix Pavilion.
Luo Shengnan's eyes widened.
That's the most luxurious restaurant in Divine Sword City. Master, you're the best.
Shen Mo's heart stirred. Sleeping Phoenix Pavilion was precisely where Zio Fan's opportunity lay. It was perfect timing to seize it. Earlier, when Zio Fan and Liu Yunxuan left, Shen Mo had noticed a new opportunity on Zio Fan's life panel. Recent opportunity. Feeling increasingly upset by midnight, Zio Fan goes to Sleeping Phoenix Pavilion to drown his sorrows. He drinks the most exquisite divine phoenix brew and gains insight from the phoenix rebirth painting in the pavilion, leading to the first layer of the fragmented heaven-grade lower cultivation technique, 9 Suns Divine Phoenix Technique.
Zio Fan's opportunities are far superior to those of Yin Zuj and Liu Yunxuan. I must seize this chance.
Chapter 65, Where's My Wine? Bring it to me now. In an instant, the entrance of the Sleeping Phoenix Pavilion became chaotic. People rushed to catch a glimpse of the dark horse who had consecutively defeated the young Supreme of Shadows and the young Supreme of Thunder, curious about this remarkable figure. The manager of the Sleeping Phoenix Pavilion even personally came to greet them. Accompanied by dozens of attendants, the Qingxuan Sect's team ascended directly to the top floor, finally escaping the bustling crowd. The top floor of the Sleeping Phoenix Pavilion offered a broad view, overlooking a large surrounding area. It gave one the feeling of standing proudly above the clouds, looking down on the world. Naturally, the pricing here was the highest. A minimum expenditure of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones was required to enter. Of course, with Murong Yue's status, such rules did not apply. She could enter directly. After all, no one would offend a core formation realm cultivator without reason. Once Shen Mo and the others reached the top floor, the manager promptly arranged for exquisite dishes and fine wine. In no time, steaming hot dishes filled the round table, their aroma alone making one's mouth water. Luo Shengnan wanted to eat but was glared at by Zhao Ting.
The master hasn't spoken yet, and you want to eat.
Luo Shengnan had to look at Murong Yue with a pitiful expression. Murong Yue smiled gently.
Go ahead and eat. Today is a celebration, so enjoy yourselves.
After the meal and wine, everyone began to chat merrily. Luo Shengnan laughed.
Do you all know what the most amazing thing in Sleeping Phoenix Pavilion is?
What is it?
Zhao Ru blinked her eyes.
The Phoenix Rebirth painting. It's on the wall of the top floor. We saw it when we came in.
Luo Shengnan said excitedly.
It's just a mural. What's so amazing about it?
Liu Yongxuan said casually. Luo Shengnan snorted.
You have no idea.
Liu Yongxuan.
That mural is the true work of a divine transformation stage cultivator.
Luo Shengnan said with admiration.
It's said that the mural contains the true meaning of that cultivator's understanding.
If you can comprehend it, you can obtain extremely powerful cultivation techniques. Unfortunately, no one has managed to comprehend it over the years.
Murong Yue nodded with a smile.
Shengnan is right. I once tried to comprehend the powerful technique from it when I was young but failed.
Liu Yongxuan became interested.
I'll go take a look.
Zhao Ting and Zhao Ru also got curious.
Let's go and see.
Let's go, disciple. Maybe you are the destined one.
Murong Yue smiled. Shen Mo got up and followed. Although Xiao Fan was the original destined one, now that Shen Mo had intercepted the opportunity, he might be the new destined one in another sense. The group arrived in front of the mural. The mural was enormous, about 3 meters high and 1 meter wide. Converting to earthly measurements, it was roughly 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. No ordinary home could fit such a thing. At the center of the mural was a flame, within which a phoenix was reborn in the fire, undergoing its nirvana. Surrounding the mural were numerous beasts, ferocious creatures, ghosts, and vengeful spirits. The theme of the mural was evident. The phoenix died under the attack of these demonic creatures, but was reborn in the fire. The moment the phoenix completed its nirvana was when these demonic creatures met their doom. Shen Mo examined it closely, noticing that each feather of the phoenix was depicted perfectly, lifelike. It seemed as if touching it lightly would allow one to feel the texture of the feathers. Of course, touching was not allowed. The mural was protected by a transparent cover to prevent any damage from people touching it out of curiosity. Liu Yongxuan stared at the mural for a long time, trying to discern something. But apart from his eyes getting bloodshot, he saw nothing. Next, Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, Zhao Ru, and other Qingxuan Sect disciples also tried, but none of them had any insights. At this moment, a soft laugh was heard.
Little girl, this phoenix rebirth painting isn't something you can comprehend so easily.
Shortly after, the breathtakingly beautiful Mo Yuheng gracefully stepped out from another private room. The Verdant Vine Sect leader, along with several of their disciples, followed behind. Murong Yue nodded at the Verdant Vine Sect leader as a form of greeting.
We meet again.
Mo Yuheng waved at Shen Mo, casting him a flirtatious glance. Shen Mo smiled and nodded in return. Murong Yue huffed and stepped in front of Shen Mo, blocking Mo Yuheng's view. At this moment, a booming voice echoed from the stairs.
Make way, today I'm getting drunk.
The Rising Sun Sect disciple, Hong Qilong, the young supreme of fire, strode onto the top floor. He was surprised to see Shen Mo, Mo Yuheng, and the others. Mo Yuheng glanced behind him.
Is Zhou Qingxuan here too?
Hong Qilong nodded.
Yeah, I dragged him along. That guy just trains all day. He needs to relax.
With that, he gave a mighty pull, and Zhou Qingxuan, the young sword supreme, appeared. Now, with the young sword supreme of fire, and young supreme of charms all present, along with Shen Mo, who had just defeated the young supreme of shadows and the young supreme of thunder, it was a gathering of the new generation's elite of the Qingxuan prefecture.
Shen Mo, a pleasure to meet you.
Zhou Qingxuan nodded at Shen Mo from a distance. Shen Mo was surprised. He had always thought Zhou Qingxuan, being the top among the 5 young supremes of Qingxuan and highly favored by the Divine Sword Sect's leader, would be arrogant and overbearing. However, today's encounter revealed Zhou Qingxuan to be quite amicable. But upon reflection, Shen Mo understood. To Zhou Qingxuan, only the strong mattered. Shen Mo, having consecutively defeated Yin Zuge and Wan Renji, was no less formidable than the 5 young supremes, earning Zhou Qingxuan's respect. Hong Qilong laughed heartily.
Shen Mo, I'm so glad you knocked that coward Yin Zhuge down. He doesn't deserve to be called the young supreme of shadows. I think the 5 young supremes should include you.
Saying this, he walked over and familiarly threw an arm around Shen Mo's shoulders.
Come on, let's drink.
Shen Mo chuckled. This guy seemed like a character. He looked to Murong Yue, seeking her approval. Murong Yue nodded.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Shen Mo bowed slightly. As Zhou Qingxuan passed Liu Yongxuan, the latter hastily said,
Senior brother Zhou, I've admired you for a long time. I'm Liu Yongxuan and have some connections with your sect.
Zhou Qingxuan paused.
Oh.
With that, he followed Hong Qilong to join the drinking. Liu Yongxuan stood there, biting his lip in jealousy. Zhou Qingxuan, Hong Qilong, and Mo Yuheng's treatment of Shen Mo showed they considered him an equal. And Mo Yuheng, such a stunning woman, also treated Shen Mo differently. Why? Was Liu Yongxuan so inferior that he couldn't even get their attention for a moment? Even though his father, Liu Yuanfeng, had long been closely connected with the Divine Sword Sect. Murong Yue saw this out of the corner of her eye and internally scoffed at Liu Yongxuan's reaction. Zhou Qingxuan, Hong Qilong, and Shen Mo drank heartily, enjoying their food. Hong Qilong frequently burst into hearty laughter, keeping the atmosphere lively. At one point, apparently dissatisfied with the current drinks, Hong Qilong roared.
Waiter, where's the waiter?
A young attendant quickly ran over.
Master Hong, what do you need?
Hong Qilong laughed.
I remember your Sleeping Phoenix Pavilion's finest wine is called Divine Phoenix Brew. Bring it over.
Chapter 66, Falling into Enlightenment. The young servant scratched his head.
Master Hong, that wine is very expensive. A jar costs 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Do you have enough money with you today?
Hong Qilong's laughter suddenly froze. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones were indeed a bit pricey. Zhou Qingxuan thought for a moment and tossed over a translucent spirit stone.
Is this enough?
The servant glanced at it and widened his eyes.
This is a high-grade spirit stone.
Master Zhou, this is very precious, but it's still not enough. 1 high-grade spirit stone can only be exchanged for 100 mid-grade spirit stones.
Oh.
Zhou Qingxuan nodded and then tossed over 9 more high-grade spirit stones.
Is this enough now? More than enough. I'll fetch the Divine Phoenix Brew for the 3 of you right away.
The servant's eyes gleamed with excitement. Hong Qilong grumbled.
You're this wealthy.
Zhou Qingxuan shook his head.
I wouldn't have known if the servant hadn't mentioned it. These were all given to me by my master, and I still have over 100 more on me.
Hong Qilong and Shen Mo were speechless. As expected of the top sect of the Qingxuan 5 sects, the Divine Sword Sect. Extravagant beyond measure. Shen Mo coughed lightly.
This wine is too expensive. I think I'll pass.
Hong Qilong grabbed him.
No way, if the 3 of us drink together today, we're friends. Consider this drink on us.
Zhou Qingxuan didn't speak but nodded in agreement.
All right, then I'll drink.
Shen Mo smiled. Such a practiced act of playing hard to get. Before long, the servant solemnly brought a jar of wine to the 3 of them. Shen Mo glanced at it. The jar was very small, barely over a foot high. The servant wiped off the seal on the jar's mouth and used a bamboo ladle to fill 3 wine cups, handing them to the 3 men. Hong Qilong complained.
What's this, such a small cup, so dainty? Who can drink to their heart's content with this?
The servant hurriedly smiled and explained.
Master Hong, you may not know, but the Divine Phoenix Brew is extremely potent. Ordinary people get drunk after just half a cup. You 3 have to participate in the 100 sect ceremony tomorrow, so you really shouldn't drink too much.
Hong Qilong wanted to say more. Zhou Qingxuan nodded.
He's right, 1 cup is enough. All right, but leave the jar. My brother bought this. Of course, of course.
The servant covered the jar and set the Divine Phoenix Brew aside. Hong Qilong was the first to raise his cup.
Come, let's toast.
Shen Mo and Zhou Qingxuan also raised their cups. Clink. The 3 of them clinked their cups and drank in one go. As soon as the Divine Phoenix Brew entered his mouth, Shen Mo felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of lava. Scorching hot, it seemed to burn through his esophagus and stomach entirely. But this sensation quickly vanished, replaced by a gentle warmth. A warm and soothing force spread from his stomach to his entire body. His vision began to blur and turn hazy. When Shen Mo looked at the phoenix Nirvana painting again, he suddenly felt as if he saw a vivid and lifelike phoenix. Its cry pierced the heavens. Its fire scorched the plains. Reborn from the flames. Phoenix Nirvana. Shen Mo couldn't help but mimic the phoenix in the mural, starting to wave his arms. A peculiar aura suddenly surged around him as he moved his fists. It felt as though he was a phoenix reborn from the fire. This scene immediately caught everyone's attention. Murong Yue was first startled, then showed a look of surprise. Shen Mo was having an epiphany. Hong Qilong and Zhou Qingkang were taken aback, instinctively looking at the Phoenix Nirvana painting. Zhou Qingkang still felt nothing. Hong Qilong, however, felt the same as Shen Mo. Before long, he too began to imitate the phoenix, embarking on a path of rebirth through fire. Zhou Qingkang, slightly tipsy, showed a hint of surprise and admiration on his face. He was smart and quickly understood why. He had an ice attribute sword body, while Shen Mo and Hong Qilong had fire attribute physiques. They had a higher affinity with the Phoenix Nirvana painting, making it difficult for him to comprehend it.
This place holds no opportunity for me, but other opportunities will come in the future.
Zhou Qingkang felt no jealousy, instead stepping back to avoid disturbing Shen Mo and Hong Qilong's enlightenment. Murong Yue quickly moved to their side. The master of the Verdant Vine Sect also appeared beside them. Murong Yue looked at the Verdant Vine Sect master.
Master Mo, these two disciples have entered enlightenment. Although Hong Qilong is not from our sects, he should be protected from external disturbances.
The Verdant Vine Sect master, Mo Hanshin, nodded.
Naturally, I'm not a petty person. Good.
Murong Yue nodded appreciatively and then sternly ordered.
Everyone stay back.
The two masters formed a powerful aura, protecting Shen Mo and Hong Qilong and immediately pushing back the surrounding crowd. Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, Zhao Ru, and others looked on with envy at Shen Mo and Hong Qilong, who were being protected by the two nascent soul stage masters. Not far away, Zhou Qingkang and Mo Yuhang were also observing the changes in the two. They didn't feel envy or jealousy, only a bit of curiosity. The other disciples each had their own thoughts. Liu Yongxuan, watching from a distance, was nearly bursting with anger. The Phoenix Nirvana painting had gone uncomprehended for over 100 years. How did Shen Mo achieve enlightenment today? Why couldn't it be me? His heart was nearly consumed by jealousy. He could already foresee that once Shen Mo succeeded in his enlightenment, he would be welcomed by everyone present. Zhou Qingkang and Hong Qilong would treat him as an equal genius. Mo Yuhang would greatly admire him. Shen Mo's combat power would soar. But he, Liu Yongxuan, would remain the same, stuck in place. The more Liu Yongxuan thought about it, the angrier he became, and he simply turned and left. At this moment, Shen Mo and Hong Qilong were both immersed in their spiritual realms. Everything in the outside world seemed to disappear. News of someone achieving enlightenment from the Phoenix Nirvana painting on the top floor quickly spread. Many people wanted to come to the top floor to see for themselves. But Fengqi Tower immediately dispatched many enforcers to guard the entrance to the top floor, keeping the curious onlookers out to prevent them from disturbing Shen Mo and Hong Qilong's enlightenment. Time passed by second. The aura around Hong Qilong gradually rose. It was as if a phoenix was reborn in flames within him. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. He even spewed actual flames from his mouth. Hong Qilong was overjoyed and wanted to shout out his excitement. But the auras of Murong Yue and Mo Hanshin quickly pressed down on him. Hong Qilong immediately shrank back. Seeing that Shen Mo was still deep in enlightenment, he nodded repeatedly, indicating he understood and made no sound. After stepping out of the aura's range, Hong Qilong let out a sigh of relief. Mo Hanshin asked softly,
What did you comprehend?
Everyone else cast curious glances. The Phoenix Nirvana painting had been here for over 100 years. People only knew it was an authentic piece left by a deity transformation stage cultivator. But no one knew what insights it could provide. Hong Qilong said proudly.
The Nine Suns Divine Phoenix Technique. I've comprehended the first form.
Murong Yue's eyes narrowed.
Only the first form. What grade is it?
Hong Qilong scratched his head.
I don't know, but it feels very strong.
Mo Hanshin nodded.
Once Shen Mo finishes his enlightenment, you too can find a place to practice it. All right.
Chapter 67, Nine Suns Divine Phoenix Technique. Boom! Red flames suddenly ignited, burning Shen Mo's robes clean off, revealing his strong, muscular physique. This scene made disciples like Zhao Ru exclaim in shock. Murong Yue almost rushed over. However, when she saw Shen Mo unharmed amidst the flames, she understood. These flames were the red lotus flame that Shen Mo had tamed earlier. Now, it had appeared on its own to protect its master. Mo Hanshin, seeing these red flames, raised an eyebrow and looked at Murong Yue. His gaze had a questioning look. With his experience, he naturally recognized this as a strange fire, the red lotus flame. Murong Yue nodded in confirmation. Mo Hanshin, receiving this confirmation, was even more astonished and became more interested in Shen Mo. Boom, boom, boom. The red lotus flame burned more fiercely. The flames gradually took the shape of a phoenix. At the moment when the phoenix formed, Shen Mo felt a sudden insight and opened his eyes. High-temperature heat waves swept in all directions. Murong Yue and Mo Hanshin immediately acted, using their golden core stage spiritual power to suppress the heat waves. This prevented the disciples around them from being harmed. Shen Mo's eyes gradually cleared. He looked overjoyed.
Master!
He bowed to Murong Yue, his eyes full of joy. Murong Yue blushed slightly.
You should have spare robes, right? Quickly change into a set.
Zhao Ru and the other female disciples quickly covered their eyes. On the other hand, Mo Yuheng giggled and stared intently at Shen Mo. Shen Mo looked down and found himself completely naked. The critical parts were stubbornly protected by the red lotus flame. However, it still vaguely revealed some details. He smiled awkwardly, quickly realizing that the red lotus flame must have ignited during his enlightenment, burning his robes. He hurriedly took out a new set of robes from his storage ring and put them on. He thought to himself that he needed to find clothes that wouldn't burn so easily in the future. Otherwise, being exposed in front of others like this would be unacceptable.
What did you comprehend?
Murong Yue asked.
The Nine Suns Divine Phoenix Technique, the first and second moves.
Shen Mo nodded. Before anyone else could express their surprise, Hong Qilong was the first to react in shock.
What the heck? I could only comprehend one move. How did you comprehend two?
He was stunned.
Could it be your physique?
He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. Shen Mo also laughed. He had been puzzled at first. After all, he saw on Xiao Fan's life panel that Xiao Fan had only comprehended the first move of the Nine Suns Divine Phoenix Technique. Yet he had comprehended two moves. After a brief thought, he understood. Xiao Fan's physique was the Earth-grade fiery battle body. His own, however, was the Heaven-grade scorching sun flame physique. Naturally, he could comprehend more. The Phoenix Nirvana diagram only contained these two moves.
Let's go outside the city to an open area and test the power of these moves.
Murong Yue suggested excitedly.
All right.
Shen Mo nodded. Hong Qilong was excited.
I'm coming too.
Let's go, old Joe. You should come and take a look too.
Zhou Qingkeng nodded.
I was thinking the same.
Whoosh! In an instant, everyone left the sleeping Phoenix Tower and headed outside the city. Many curious onlookers eagerly asked who had comprehended the Phoenix Nirvana diagram. But no one answered. Some people wanted to follow them out of the city. However, Murong Yue and Mo Hanshin released their auras. Terrified, these people didn't dare to follow. Chapter 67, Nine Suns Divine Phoenix Technique. Outside the city, the group found a secluded mountain valley. Hong Chilong chuckled.
I'll go first. The first move of the Nine Suns Divine Phoenix technique is a fist technique.
He took a deep breath, and suddenly spiritual energy surged as he punched the rock in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The wild flames roared, and immense force erupted. In an instant, the hard rock was shattered into countless fragments under the fierce flames. The disciples from Qingxuan Sect and Verdant Vine Sect were all shocked. Too powerful. This was definitely not a profound-grade martial skill, it was at least an Earth-grade skill. Murong Yue and Mo Hanshan, experienced and knowledgeable, exchanged glances and nodded slightly.
The power is at least Earth-grade superior grade.
It is very likely to be an Earth grade top grade.
But we can only make a guess.
Hong Chilong chuckled.
Anyway, it's at least Earth grade, stronger than the martial skills of our Rising Sun sect.
Shen Mo, you give it a try.
Murong Yue said. Shen Mo nodded.
I won't demonstrate the first move. The second move is a palm blade.
He gathered spiritual energy into his palm. In an instant, substantial flame spiritual energy gathered on his palm. It formed a real palm blade. It was about 3 feet long. Extremely sharp with scorching heat. He suddenly slashed at the rock in front of him. Crack! The rock was instantly shattered into countless fragments. Compared to Hong Chilong's punch that smashed it into pieces, it was evidently stronger. Hong Chilong slapped his thigh.
Impressive, this move is stronger than mine.
Murong Yue and Mo Hanshan nodded repeatedly. Murong Yue said.
The power of this move is at least Earth grade top grade.
Mo Hanshan sighed.
It's a pity it's just a fragment. If it were the complete Nine Suns Divine Phoenix technique, it might be a heaven grade martial skill.
Heaven grade. These 2 words were like a giant hammer hitting everyone's hearts. Everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of longing. Even Murong Yue and Mo Hanshan, Golden Core Stage Sect Masters, couldn't help but yearn for it. Heaven-grade techniques and martial skills were extremely rare in the entire Xuanjing prefecture. One had to go to Yuzhou, a larger stage, to find them. Of course, some might have the luck to obtain heaven-grade techniques and martial skills, but that was an exception. At least the 5 sects of Xuanjing did not have any heaven-grade techniques or martial skills. Hong Chilong looked at Shen Mo with increasing appreciation.
Shen Mo, you're a worthy opponent. I hope we can have a good fight tomorrow.
Shen Mo smiled.
You might not be able to defeat me.
Hong Chilong laughed heartily.
I'm not like Yin Zhuge or Wan Renji. Regardless of winning or losing, as long as it's fair, I'll accept it willingly.
At this moment, Zhou Qingkang also looked at Shen Mo and spoke.
Tomorrow, I'll be waiting for you in the final battle.
This statement echoed in everyone's hearts. The disciples were all taken aback. Zhou Qingkang's meaning was clear. He believed that Shen Mo was the one who would meet him in the final battle. Neither Hong Chilong nor Mo Yuheng was worthy.
All right.
Shen Mo smiled lightly. Zhou Qingkang nodded.
Sect Master, I am going back to cultivate.
After bowing and bidding farewell, he walked alone towards Divine Sword City.
If only Shen Mo and Zhou Qingkang were my sons.
Mo Hanshan sighed as he watched them. Mo Yuheng giggled.
Father, what do you mean?
Mo Hanshan took a deep breath.
Nothing, don't pinch me. Let's go back.
Murong Yue waved.
Sect Master Murong, I have something to discuss with you.
Mo Hanshan suddenly said. Murong Yue stopped.
Please speak, Sect Master Mo.
Mo Hanshan smiled.
Just as Qingxuan Sect is not monolithic, neither is Verdant Vine Sect. Factions within the sect are inevitable. Don't let the dealings of some people in our sect affect the relationship between our 2 sects.
Murong Yue was moved.
Since you say so, Sect Master Mo, let's wait and see.
Chapter 68, Changes in the Third Round Rules. Chapter 68, Changes in the Third Round Rules. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. At the sleeping Phoenix Tower, the news that someone had comprehended the Phoenix Nirvana diagram spread rapidly. Despite Murong Yue and Mo Hanshan's efforts to conceal it, they couldn't. However, who exactly comprehended the Phoenix Nirvana diagram was still undetermined. After all, with so many people there, no one knew who it was. Zhou Qingxuan, Hong Qilong, Mo Yuheng, and Shen Mo were all top young talents. Moreover, many young disciples were also at the sleeping Phoenix Tower. It was possible that they, too, could comprehend the Phoenix Nirvana diagram. Once the news spread, the entire city was abuzz. Many people discussed this matter heatedly. The atmosphere became increasingly tense and lively. In such an atmosphere, the sun rose, marking the arrival of a new day. The martial arts arena quickly became noisy again. Compared to the previous 2 days, the audience increased by at least 50%. Some people even came from other parts of Qingxuan Prefecture. After all, today was the final round of the 100 Sect ceremony. The top 10 would be decided. Just thinking about the generous rewards for the top 10, even those not participating felt their hearts racing. They wished they could kick a few disciples out of the way and fight themselves. Moreover, many had heard that this year's 100 Sect ceremony, held ahead of schedule, was quite different. In the first round, Shadow Supreme Yin Zuj was defeated. In the second round, Thunder Supreme Wan Renji was defeated. The one who defeated them was the same person. This outstanding dark horse, comparable to the 5 young supremes of Qingxuan, naturally attracted countless eyes. Some who originally didn't plan to come rushed over overnight upon hearing the news. Many in the audience eagerly discussed who had learned a move or two from the Phoenix Nirvana diagram. Would the moves from the Nirvana diagram bring new variables to the third round of the 100 Sect ceremony? These were very important points of interest. Just thinking about it made people excited. In such an atmosphere, the 25 disciples who passed the second round entered the arena one after another. Each of these 25 disciples was exceptional, and each, barring any accidents, would achieve great things. Exaggerating a bit, these 25 were the future top 25 peak golden core cultivators of Qingxuan Prefecture. If they sneezed, the entire Qingxuan Prefecture would tremble 3 times. The Sword Sect Master Luo Kaoshan spoke loudly.
I usually don't like to waste words, but there is news I must tell you. To speed up the competition and eliminate most unfair factors, I discussed with the other 4 sect masters and decided to slightly change the third round's rules.
As soon as he finished speaking, the elders, disciples, and audience were all stunned. Although the rules of the 100 Sect ceremony changed slightly every time, weren't the rules already announced before the competition started? Why the sudden change? But Luo Kaoshan, after all, was the Sword Sect Master and a top peak Golden Core expert. The other 4 sect masters of Qingxuan's 5 sects also agreed. Naturally, no one else had much to say. Luo Kaoshan looked around and nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, 100 marble tokens floated in the air, shimmering brightly. Some marble tokens remained stationary, while others moved as if alive. Some even seemed to have wings, moving at incredible speeds. Luo Kaoshan smiled.
Here are 100 marble tokens. You have half an hour. The one who captures the most tokens wins. This will clearly determine the rankings from 1st to 10th place. If there's a tie in the number of tokens, then fight it out. The winner gets the higher rank.
Remember, the tokens cannot be stored in a storage ring. They must float around you. The audience immediately began whispering, discussing the pros and cons of the new rules. Shen Mo's eyes narrowed. These rules were indeed clearer and more straightforward than the previous one-on-one battles. The time consumed would also be shorter. But there was a fatal flaw. What if someone became the target of everyone and was besieged? The 25 people on the field were all elite talents. Against ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, each of them could almost fight multiple opponents at once. Maybe not 10 at a time, but handling 3 or 5 was definitely within their capabilities. Even with strong individual abilities, none of them could take on 3 to 5 elite opponents alone. Shen Mo believed that among the 25 people on the field, he could at most handle 5 opponents simultaneously, excluding Zhou Qingxuan, Mo Yuheng, and Hong Qilong. Thinking of this, Shen Mo glanced towards the Heavenly Water Sect team. Zhang Mo, as usual, sat there with a calm expression, her lips still cold and harsh. At that moment, a cold jade-like hand grabbed his. Shen Mo looked up to see it was Murong Yue. The beautiful master smiled and said,
Don't worry, go ahead boldly. Your master will always be your strongest support.
Shen Mo felt a warmth in his heart.
Yes.
All disciples enter the arena, Luo Kaoshan shouted.
Yes.
Shen Mo and the 25 disciples nodded solemnly. Then they walked towards the martial stage with large strides. The 25 people spread out, maintaining a distance of about 10 feet from each other. Although their faces showed no emotion, they were all very vigilant in their hearts. None of those standing here were easy to deal with. No one would underestimate the others. Shen Mo's position was neither good nor bad. There were only 3 people around him. These 3 were from the Sword Sect, Thunderfire Sect, and Lingxi Sect. The ones most likely to make a move against him were the disciples of Thunderfire Sect and Lingxi Sect. The former because Wan Renji was defeated by him in the second round. The latter for a simpler reason. Lingxi Sect was essentially a subordinate sect of Heavenly Water Sect. Although not stated openly, their relationship was very close. It had even happened that Lingxi Sect sent their most talented disciples directly to Heavenly Water Sect. That was the case with Bai Ziyu. This person was originally a disciple of Lingxi Sect, and when he entered the Foundation establishment stage and awakened his physique, the next day, he was personally sent to Heavenly Water Sect by the Lingxi Sect Master, becoming a Heavenly Water Sect disciple.
Begin.
At the elder's command from the Sword Sect, the 25 disciples simultaneously stamped their feet and rushed towards the sky. There were 3 types of marble tokens: those that stayed in place, those that moved at normal speed, and those that moved at high speed. Each type of token numbered about 30. Naturally, the first target was to snatch those stationary tokens. As for those tokens that moved faster than rabbits, they could be grabbed if possible, and if not, then grab someone else's. Everyone understood the essence of the rules. It was said to be about snatching tokens. But in the end, it still came down to fighting. Defeat the opponent, and their tokens naturally became yours. The battle started immediately. Shen Mo used his 8 directions thunder movement technique, appearing like a thunder shadow. In a flash, he grabbed 2 marble tokens. Landing, he dashed again, snatching another 2 tokens right before someone else. A disciple from Lingxi Sect's eyes flashed as he charged at Shen Mo. Shen Mo was prepared and kicked the disciple in the back. Using the recoil, he distanced himself from the disciple and went for other tokens. The Lingxi Sect disciple gritted his teeth, moving closer to Shen Mo while grabbing tokens. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Shen Mo acted decisively, aided by his strong movement skills. In the blink of an eye, the tokens around him increased to 20. On the field, Hong Qilong, not skilled in movement techniques, had only 5 tokens. Zhou Qingkang and Mo Yuhang were better off, with 10 and 11 tokens respectively. Shen Mo had the most tokens. Immediately, several people targeted him.
Let's get him.
Chapter 69, Invincible Against 6. The 3 attackers, with one leading at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, though not quite at the level of the 5 young supremes of Qingxuan, were not far off. The other 2 were at the great perfection stage of the Foundation establishment. All 3 were top elites of their respective sects. Now, surrounding one person simultaneously, they forced him to defend, preventing him from obtaining more marble tokens. The longer he was occupied, the lower his final ranking would be. Shen Mo glanced at them and smiled faintly.
Those others are your allies too, right? Bring them on.
He had noticed early on that ever since the 3rd round began, some people's gazes had been fixed on him. No matter where he was in the arena, these people would quietly move closer. At any given moment, there were always at least 3 people surrounding him. The longer he was trapped, the more people would join the encirclement.
You didn't give the Heavenly Water Sect any face in the first round, defeating Yin Zuj. You should have expected this day to come.
The Peak Foundation establishment stage disciple sneered. Swish, swish, swish. Three figures attacked simultaneously. It had to be said that these three were indeed elites of their respective sects. Their attacks left Shen Mo no room to dodge. No matter how he used his 8-direction thunder move, he couldn't break through. If he tried to force his way out, he would crash into one of them. The only option was to confront them head-on. Further away, several other disciples were also hurrying over. If Shen Mo couldn't break free in 5 or 6 breaths, more would join the encirclement. The audience noticed this as well.
Wow, the third round just started, and there are still many tokens out there. How did it get so intense already? Yeah, those guys don't even care about the tokens. They're focused on surrounding Shen Mo. The Heavenly Water Sect must have a lot of influence. They probably convinced these sects to join forces against Shen Mo.
Sai, it's tough for smaller sects. Shen Mo probably won't make it to the top 10. Such a shame, I thought he could at least make it to the top 5.
In the Qingxuan Sect's group, Murong Yue glanced at Zhang Mo in the Heavenly Water Sect's group. The two beautiful women's gazes met, and it seemed like sparks flew in the air. Murong Yue saw a cold, triumphant smile on Zhang Mo's harsh lips. She remained calm, turning her attention back to the arena. Zhang Mo, however, raised an eyebrow. Murong Yue is usually bad at hiding her emotions. I thought she would be shocked, but she seems unaffected.
Could it be that she gave Shen Mo some sort of trump card? But what kind of trump card could the Qingxuan Sect have?
In the arena, facing the 3-pronged attack, Shen Mo showed no fear. He suddenly mobilized his spiritual power. Flames roared to life. In an instant, they gathered on his fist, forming the shape of a phoenix. The 9 Suns' divine phoenix technique, first form. Shen Mo suddenly punched out. Boom! The fierce flames swept forward. All 3 attacks were obliterated by this strike. The phoenix-shaped flames continued unabated, crashing directly into the Peak Foundation establishment's stage disciple. Bang! He was instantly engulfed by the flames. His body was sent flying, his robes burning to ashes midair. Upon landing, he spat blood, which quickly evaporated in the heat. It was clear he was severely injured and unable to fight.
Elder I.
He shouted in terror. The arbitrating elder waved a hand, immediately removing him from the arena. He was the first to be eliminated in the 3rd round of the 100 Sects ceremony. The ferocious flames Shen Mo had just displayed drew the attention of many. Though both were using martial techniques, Shen Mo's easily overpowered his opponents. This indicated that Shen Mo's technique was far superior in grade. Coupled with the phoenix-shaped flames, many widened their eyes in realization. The Thunder Fire Sect Master stood up abruptly, gritting his teeth.
The one who comprehended the Phoenix Nirvana painting is him. Damn, the martial technique from the Phoenix Nirvana painting was left by a divine transformation stage cultivator. For hundreds of years, no one has comprehended it, and now it turns out it was Shen Mo who did. I remember now, I was at the Sleeping Phoenix Pavilion last night and did see Shen Mo there. I thought it was Zhou Qingkang or Hong Qilong who had comprehended it. Amazing, Shen Mo truly lives up to defeating Yin Zhuge and Wan Renji. Look, Hong Qilong is also using that punch.
The crowd looked towards the martial arena. Sure enough, they saw Hong Qilong also using the same punch while grabbing tokens. The cry of the phoenix, the flames of the phoenix. It was indeed the martial technique from the Phoenix Nirvana painting.
Now it's clear, the ones who comprehended the Phoenix Nirvana painting last night were Shen Mo and Hong Qilong. Both of them seemed to have fire attribute physiques, which is why they could comprehend the Phoenix Nirvana painting.
The spectators were filled with admiration. Why didn't such an opportunity come to them? Hong Qilong pouted.
Damn it, Shen Mo stole the spotlight first.
Zhou Qingkang lightly tapped the ground, grabbing a high-speed token with ease, and said calmly.
Don't worry, he's going to draw even more attention soon. Look, more people are surrounding him already.
Hong Qilong chuckled.
No matter how many surround him, it's useless. The power of his palm blade is something ordinary people can't withstand.
Swish, swish, swish. Shen Mo looked around. There were already 6 people around him. Shen Mo figured he could handle 5 opponents at once. But now there were 6, he wasn't intimidated.
You knocked my brother out of the competition. Today, I will avenge him.
The leader, a burly and fierce man, growled.
I've knocked out many people. Who's your brother?
Shen Mo asked, puzzled. The man gritted his teeth.
Wan Renji, I'm his brother Wan Rengxuan. All right, come at me then.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
You're too arrogant.
Wan Rengxuan sneered, then shouted.
Attack!
Led by Wan Rengxuan, the group launched their attacks simultaneously. Sword shadows, blade lights, spear tips, raging flames, mysterious ice.
Jeep Trek!
Chapter 70, The Final Battle of the 100 Sects Ceremony. After a brief silence, the stands erupted in enthusiastic applause.
Damn, what was that move? It's insanely powerful.
Mom, why are we kneeling to watch the match? Oh my God. Wait, could that move be something he comprehended from the Phoenix Nirvana painting?
Zhang Mo's face, which had previously held a cold smile, turned an even darker shade than liver-colored. She now understood why Murong Yue's expression remained unchanged when Shen Mo was surrounded by so many people. Murong Yue had known all along. Shen Mo must have comprehended a powerful martial technique from the Phoenix Nirvana painting, at least Earth grade. Zhang Mo gritted her teeth. These people were the ones the Heavenly Water Sect had spent heavily to recruit. Now that they were defeated, no one else would surround Shen Mo. Her plan had failed. Zhou Qingxuan, Hong Qilong, and Mo Yuheng also reacted to this scene. Hong Qilong's eyes widened in amazement.
See, I told you that move is absurdly strong.
Zhou Qingxuan murmured.
That azure flame seems like an eternal flame.
Hong Qilong's heart trembled.
An eternal flame, are you sure?
Zhou Qingxuan shook his head.
I haven't seen it before, but I've read about it.
Hong Qilong smiled bitterly.
It looks like I definitely can't beat Shen Mo, Joe. It's up to you.
Why exclude me? Do you think I can't beat Shen Mo?
Mo Yuheng laughed softly. Hong Qilong rolled his eyes.
You're not much stronger than me, and a lot of your strength comes from your tamed beasts.
Mo Yuheng chuckled but said nothing. This was true. She possessed the myriad beasts communion physique, which meant her strength lay in taming powerful beasts. Her individual combat ability was not particularly strong. Moreover, her tamed beasts were too powerful to participate in the ceremony. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly take first place. Members of other sects and groups also had intriguing expressions. As for those who had traveled from all over the Qingxuan prefecture to watch the ceremony, they were overjoyed. Just witnessing Shen Mo defeating 6 opponents was worth the ticket price.
Phew!
Shen Mo exhaled deeply. The Nine Suns' Divine Phoenix technique was a heaven-grade martial art. Despite being incomplete, it consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual power. The Red Lotus flame was even more demanding, constantly depleting his energy. If Shen Mo hadn't also cultivated the Inferno Hell Annihilation technique, another heaven-grade technique, which gave him over 10 times the spiritual power capacity of others at his level, he would have run out of energy long ago.
Anyone else want to try? Come at me together.
Shen Mo scanned the area. He could feel several gazes still watching him. But his display of defeating 6 people simultaneously was too shocking. Those hidden figures didn't dare to reveal themselves.
Then I won't play with you anymore.
Shen Mo said calmly and continued to grab tokens. Time ticked by. The number of tokens floating around Shen Mo reached 35. This number practically guaranteed first place. As the time neared its end, it was clear that Zhou Qingxuan, Hong Qilong, and Mo Yuheng had far fewer tokens than Shen Mo. Shen Mo was evidently in first place. However, in the arena, the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect gathered around Zhou Qingxuan, handing their tokens directly to him. Zhou Qingxuan frowned.
What is this?
The disciples whispered.
Senior brother, you must be first.
Zhou Qingxuan looked over at the Divine Sword Sect's master, Luo Kaoshan. Their eyes met. Luo Kaoshan's gaze brooked no argument. Zhou Qingxuan gritted his teeth. This strange scene with the Divine Sword Sect's disciples didn't go unnoticed by the audience.
What's going on? Isn't this cheating? SHH, the Divine Sword Sect is the strongest sect. They have the power to do what they want. What can you do about it? If they did this halfway through the third round, Shen Mo would still have a chance to grab more tokens. But now, with the round almost over.
Shen Mo also noticed and frowned slightly. Doing this at the last minute was purely infuriating. Zhou Qingxuan took several deep breaths and asked Shen Mo.
Brother Shen, how many tokens do you have? 35.
Shen Mo replied.
Master's orders cannot be defied, but I also do not wish to go against my own principles. I currently have 30 tokens. I'll take 5 to reach 35, and then we'll compete.
He refused the additional dozen or so tokens from the Divine Sword Sect disciples and only took 5. Thus, both he and Shen Mo ended up with 35 tokens each. According to the rules, they needed to battle to determine the first and second place winners. Shen Mo looked deeply at Zhou Qingxuan. This Sword Supreme had far more martial virtue than he had imagined.
Time's up, it's over.
The elder in charge of arbitration shouted.
Count the tokens.
A moment later, the results for 3rd to 10th place were clear. 3rd place went to Mo Yuheng with 10 tokens. 4th place went to Hong Qilong with 8 tokens. Those ranked lower had even fewer, with only 3 to 5 tokens each. Most of the tokens were concentrated with Shen Mo and Zhou Qingxuan. Non-participants leave the arena. Zhou Qingxuan of the Divine Sword Sect and Shen Mo of the Qingxuan Sect will now battle to determine the 1st and 2nd place. The elder shouted again. The crowd left the arena, leaving only Shen Mo and Zhou Qingxuan.
Your fight has no time limit, unless one of you concedes.
The elder said solemnly. Shen Mo and Zhou Qingxuan cupped their hands to each other, indicating their understanding.
Begin!
The elder commanded. Like tigers descending the mountain or dragons emerging from the sea, the two clashed suddenly. Fists and palms met with dull thuds, exchanging dozens of strikes in an instant.
Zhou Qingxuan, you are most skilled with the sword. Why don't you use it against me?
Shen Mo asked. Zhou Qingxuan laughed heartily.
All right, then I'll use the sword.
The two separated with a simultaneous palm strike, then drew their swords. Clang, clang, clang. Lightning, sword shadows, and frost interwove in midair. They exchanged dozens of rounds, each sensing the other's astonishing strength. Their abilities were evidently well matched. To Shen Mo, Zhou Qingxuan was the strongest cultivator of the same level he had ever encountered, seemingly on the verge of comprehending sword intent. Sword intent was a concept realized after reaching a certain level in swordsmanship. With sword intent, one could cut through the heavens, earth, sun, moon, and stars with a mere blade of grass, even without a sword. Zhou Qingxuan felt the same. Shen Mo's strength had long surpassed that of his peers. Both were the strongest of their generation. The spectators watched, their blood boiling. This was truly a battle of kings.
I don't like wasting time. Since our strengths are evenly matched, let's use our strongest techniques.
Shen Mo declared.
Agreed, I was thinking the same.
Zhou Qingxuan nodded slightly.
However, do you have a life-saving card? I cannot guarantee the power of my strike.
Shen Mo smiled.
Don't worry, I have one. Good.
Zhou Qingxuan nodded. Heroes respected heroes. An opponent like Shen Mo was rare. With no deep-seated hatred between them, Zhou Qingxuan did not wish to seriously injure or kill Shen Mo. Shen Mo felt the same.
Frost Soul Severing Sword.
Zhou Qingxuan shouted, his long sword coated in frost, seemingly capable of freezing the soul. Endless icy spiritual energy gathered from all directions, forming a tangible whirlwind. Zhou Qingxuan stood at its center.
Nine Suns Divine Phoenix Technique, second form.
Shen Mo abandoned his sword and formed a palm blade, azure flames erupting. Fire spiritual energy surged from all directions, merging into his body and transforming into a torrent of fiery power. Moreover, the spiritual energy he attracted was even greater than Zhou Qingxuan's. The resulting flame whirlwind was also larger. The audience gasped in amazement.
Zhou Qingxuan's whirlwind has a diameter of over 10 meters. Shen Mo's whirlwind is even more terrifying, over 15 meters. I heard only those with heaven-grade physiques can attract such a massive whirlwind. Everyone knows Zhou Qingkang has a heaven-grade physique. Could Shen Mo also have one? Yes, if he didn't have a heaven-grade physique, how could he defeat Yin Zhuge and Wan Renji? If he didn't have a heaven-grade physique, how could he face Zhou Qingkang in this final battle?
My God, even a second-tier sect like the Qingxuan Sect has produced someone with a heaven-grade physique.
Chapter 71, the first place in the 100 Sects ceremony, Flame Lord Shen Mo. The audience was utterly stunned. The reactions from the second-tier and first-tier sects were even more intense. For these sects, it was incredibly rare to have a disciple with a heaven-grade physique even once in several decades or centuries. Disciples with earth-grade physiques were already considered treasures. They never expected the Qingxuan sect to produce someone with a heaven-grade physique. At this moment, they had no idea. In an instant, all the sects started making their own plans, especially those with grudges against the Qingxuan sect. Should they try to recruit, suppress, or secretly assassinate? Their thoughts churned like an undercurrent. Compared to these sects, the higher-ups of the 5 top sects of Xuanjing had no reaction. They knew about the phenomenon triggered by the Qingxuan sect, which might have been unknown to the first and second-tier sects, but the 5 top sects were fully aware. They had long known that the Qingxuan sect had a disciple with a heaven-grade physique and had been investigating the true identity of this disciple through various channels. Based on the changes within the Qingxuan sect during this period, even if they couldn't confirm, they could guess that the heaven-grade physique holder was Shen Mo. On the martial stage, red flames intertwined with sharp ice. They clashed, annihilated each other, and dissipated wildly. The blinding light forced those with lower cultivation levels to close their eyes. The next moment, a violent explosion resounded. Boom! 2 figures were simultaneously thrown back. Shen Mo slammed his palm into the ground, forcibly halting his backward momentum. On his chest, a flash of black armor fragments deflected the most potent force. Zhou Qingkang, meanwhile, plunged his sword into the ground, avoiding being thrown out of the stage. Both were in tattered clothes, coughing up blood. However, Shen Mo, though staggering, remained standing. Zhou Qingkang, on the other hand, held on for a few breaths before collapsing.
You!
The entire arena fell silent. Then thunderous applause erupted. The elder from the Divine Sword sect, responsible for arbitration, didn't dare to announce the result immediately. Instead, he looked towards the sect leader, Luo Kaoshan, standing above. Luo Kaoshan's expression remained unchanged.
Why are you looking at me? Announce what you saw. Otherwise, wouldn't the world mock our Divine Sword sect for manipulating the results? Yes, my mistake.
The elder quickly nodded and then loudly declared,
Shen Mo versus Zhou Qingkang. Shen Mo wins.
I now announce the top 10 of this 100 Sects ceremony.
First place, Shen Mo from the Qingxuan Sect. Second place, Zhou Qingkang from the Divine Sword Sect. Third place, Mo Yuhang from the Verdant Vine Sect. Fourth place, Hong Qilong from the Rising Sun Sect.
Fifth place.
I think the 5 young Supremes of Xuanjing will now have to be called the 6 Supremes. What do you think Shen Mo's title should be? Qing Supreme, Qingxuan Supreme. Those don't sound good. Isn't Shen Mo best known for his flames? How about Flame Supreme? Yes, Flame Supreme sounds great. Flame Supreme Shen Mo, that's what we'll call him from now on.
The audience cheered enthusiastically. The most thrilling thing in the world is watching someone rise from obscurity, defy the odds, and defeat powerful opponents. In the eyes of the spectators, Shen Mo was such a person. What was supposed to be a 100 Sects ceremony, dominated by the 5 young Supremes of Xuanjing, turned out to be even more spectacular because of his appearance. The disciples of the Qingxuan sect rushed onto the stage, lifting Shen Mo high. Shen Mo was one of them. Shen Mo's fame brought glory to the Qingxuan sect, and as his fellow disciples, they were naturally proud. Murong Yue stood nearby, her face full of gentle, gratified smiles.
Shen Mo, how are you feeling? Do you need me to heal your wounds?
She asked. Shen Mo shook his head.
I'm fine, Master. Thank you for your concern. Good, then hang in there a little longer. We'll receive the rewards and then you can rest. We'll have a celebration banquet today and return to the Qingxuan Sect tomorrow.
Murong Yue said brightly. Meanwhile, Liu Yuanfeng, Liu Yunxuan, and Xiao Fan remained seated in the stands, motionless. This scene was noticed by some observant individuals who began to ponder its implications.
Let's distribute the rewards.
Luo Kaoshan commanded with a wave of his hand. All the rewards automatically went to the top 10 participants. Each received a piece of cold essence crystal. The top 5 each received a piece of dark fire crystal. The top 3 each received a green vine pearl. The top 3 sects also received the deed to a thunder crystal mine. Most importantly, only the first place winner received the tame soul nourishing pill, which could enhance one's physique. Shen Mo stored everything in his storage ring, feeling a stirring in his heart. He had already taken a tame soul nourishing pill before, and later consumed sun marrow flower dew, which had significantly enhanced his physique. This tame soul nourishing pill might further enhance his physique to a top-tier heaven grade. At that point, his cultivation speed would surely increase, and his combat power would become even stronger.
Everyone, please hold on. I have someone to introduce to you.
Luo Kaoshan suddenly spoke loudly. Everyone frowned. What was it that required the Divine Sword Sect's leader, the head of the 5 top sects of Qingxuan, to speak personally? Murong Yue looked at Mo Hanshan, the leader of the Verdant Vine Sect, and saw that he had his head down, seemingly aware of what was happening. Not only Mo Hanshan, but also the leaders of the Rising Sun Sect, Thunder Fire Sect, and Heavenly Water Sect seemed to know as well. Murong Yue suddenly had a bad feeling. Shen Mo also sensed that something was off.
Lord Jai, everyone is waiting for you.
Luo Kaoshan suddenly called out. At this moment, a golden light appeared on the horizon. It was extremely eye-catching. Boom! The golden light descended suddenly beside Luo Kaoshan. As the golden light dissipated, it revealed a tall and burly figure. Clad in heavy black iron armor, with a sword at his waist. Under his helmet, his determined face was chiseled and resolute. His entire being exuded the aura of a battle-hardened warrior. An almost tangible aura of killing intent seemed to emanate from him. Luo Kaoshan smiled and said,
This is the newly appointed governor of Qingxuan Prefecture, Jai Shilong.
Murong Yue was stunned. The sect leaders were wide-eyed. Shen Mo asked softly,
Master, do you know this person?
Murong Yue nodded.
I do. Not only I, but many core formation stage cultivators should know him.
Shen Mo, you should remember the incident in Lingyun Prefecture, not long ago.
The government led troops to wipe out all the sects in Lingyun Prefecture, including the strongest sect, Qingxuan Sect.
The general who led the troops was Jai Shilong.
Shen Mo's expression also changed slightly.
At a time like this, sending Jai Shilong to Qingxuan Prefecture, and even making an exception for a general to serve as governor, the purpose is obvious.
Murong Yue sighed. Shen Mo looked around and saw that the other sect leaders were also whispering among themselves. Jai Shilong's sudden appearance made them all uneasy. High above, the heavily armored general beside Luo Kaoshan smiled slightly.
You should all have heard of Jai Shilong. I won't say much about myself. Oh, I'm the governor now. This time, I have been ordered to Qingxuan Prefecture as governor not to replicate what happened in Lingyun Prefecture, but to bring gifts.
His words left the crowd uncertain. Truth or falsehood? Jai Shilong smiled.
Qingxuan Prefecture has developed well with many flourishing sects. However, there is no strict hierarchy, which is not good. It's too disorderly. My advisors have designed a hierarchy system, which I will now explain to you. The top tier is the 5 top sects of Qingxuan, which must have at least 30 core formation stage cultivators, 500 foundation establishment stage disciples, and 3,000 disciples in total. If these standards are not met, they will be downgraded. Below the 5 top sects are the first-tier sects, which must have at least 23 core formation stage cultivators, 100 foundation establishment stage disciples, and 1,000 disciples. Failure to meet these standards will result in a downgrade. Below the first-tier sects are the second-tier sects, which must have at least 15 core formation stage cultivators, 50 foundation establishment stage disciples, and 500 disciples.
Jai Shilong continued.
The government will reevaluate each sect every 6 months and provide rewards accordingly. Second-tier sects will receive 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and 1,000 yellow-grade pills. First-tier sects will receive 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 1,000 yellow-grade pills, 500 profound-grade pills, and 5 earth-grade pills. The 5 top sects will receive 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, 1,000 profound-grade pills, and 30 earth-grade pills.
After finishing, Jai Shilong looked around with a smile.
I am here to bring you gifts, shouldn't you applaud?
Chapter 72, The Terrifying Open Conspiracy. The entire venue fell silent. The sect leaders were deep in thought, and the disciples dared not speak. Luo Kaoshin spoke loudly.
Lord Jai has asked you a question. You should respond.
Suddenly, one sect leader shouted.
Thank you, Lord Jai. We will do our best to elevate our sex level.
As soon as he spoke, it was like a signal.
Yes, with such generous rewards, we will certainly strive for them. Thank you, Lord Jai. Thank you, government.
More and more sect leaders began to speak passionately. In the Qingxuan Sect's group, Xiao Fan exclaimed in surprise.
Is the government really so generous? They're giving us such big gifts.
It does sound quite good.
Luo Shengnan nodded in rare agreement. Shen Mo, however, felt a chill in his heart. Gifts rewards big gifts. No, this was a terrifying open conspiracy. Aside from the 5 top sects of Xuanjing, the standards for first-tier and second-tier sects were just a bit higher than the current accepted standards. The required number of core formation stage cultivators increased, the number of foundation establishment stage cultivators increased, and the total number of disciples increased as well. Increasing the number of disciples was relatively easy. The number of foundation establishment stage cultivators could be increased even if it meant some forced growth. But the number of core formation stage cultivators was extremely difficult to increase. Gaining even one more was very challenging. For example, the Qingxuan Sect currently had 12 core formation stage cultivators. How could they easily increase that to 15? Their foundation establishment stage disciples couldn't break through to core formation stage that quickly. The only way was to recruit core formation stage cultivators from elsewhere. But there weren't many roaming core formation stage cultivators. Once these independent cultivators were recruited by various sects, the sects would naturally turn their attention to weaker sects. Second-tier sects would target weaker sects, either swallowing them whole, forcing mergers, or coercing them to join. This would be the only way to increase the number of core formation stage cultivators in a sect. First-tier sects would attack second-tier sects and weaker first-tier sects. Once this cycle began, it would never stop. Even if some sects wanted to remain neutral and give up on the government's rewards, other sects would covet those rewards and attack them. That was why Shen Mo immediately saw through this as a forthright, yet incredibly terrifying open conspiracy. This Jai Shilong was not only an excellent military commander, but also deeply understood human nature and how to exploit its weaknesses.
I know you may not trust me, thinking I won't distribute the rewards. So, I came to this 100 sects ceremony with everything you want. This time, I will distribute the rewards based on the current accepted levels of each sect.
Jai Shilong laughed loudly.
First, the rewards for the second-tier sects.
He made a gesture and over 30 storage rings flew out from his sleeve, floating in midair. These storage rings each contain 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and 1,000 yellow-grade pills.
Simply reach out, and they will be yours.
The sect leaders looked at each other, bewildered. The leader of the Lingxi sect suddenly said,
Thank you, Lord Jai.
He reached out and took a storage ring. With someone taking the lead, others quickly followed. In the blink of an eye, all the storage rings were taken. Murong Yue also took one. This was the time to accept benefits. There was no hidden danger yet, so they might as well take the offered rewards. Jai Shilong laughed heartily, and then threw a dozen more storage rings into the air.
These are the rewards for the first-tier sects.
He then threw out 5 particularly eye-catching storage rings.
These are the rewards for the 5 top sects of Xuanjing.
Soon, these storage rings were also taken by the sect leaders. When they opened the storage rings, they indeed found the promised rewards, no more, no less. For a moment, many were overjoyed. It was real, not empty promises. Jai Shilong smiled.
The next evaluation will be in 6 months. All sect leaders remember the time. I have other matters to attend to, so I will not stay here any longer. Everyone farewell.
He stomped the ground and in a flash of golden light disappeared into the horizon.
The 100 sects ceremony is officially over. You may all leave.
Luo Kaioshin said with a faint smile. His expression revealed no emotions. The residents of the Qingxuan Sect, Hidden Dragon Pavilion.
Sect leader, this is great news. We can't miss such an opportunity.
Xiao Fan exclaimed with joy. Shen Mo shook his head.
Haven't you realized it yet?
Xiao Fan was puzzled.
Realized what?
Shen Mo sighed.
This is Jai Shilong's open conspiracy. If you're not sharp enough, you'll easily fall into his trap.
He then casually explained his analysis. After he finished, everyone was shocked. Zhao Ting and others had sensed something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. After hearing Shen Mo, they immediately understood. It was indeed a sinister and ruthless trap, yet one that was impossible to refuse. Luo Shengnan scratched her head.
So,
Zhao Ting shook his head.
With such huge benefits in front of them, some sects will definitely become greedy, especially since they've already had a taste of the rewards.
Shen Mo nodded. Yes, the temptation was simply too great. Shen Mo said gravely.
Moreover, I bet that initially everyone will be more restrained, but some sects will make the first move, likely already bought by Jai Shilong. There are always those willing to be the government's lapdogs.
After he spoke, everyone nodded in agreement. Murong Yue looked at him with a pleased expression. Shen Mo's insights were even beyond what she had considered. Her disciple not only had extraordinary talent, but also a meticulous mind. Murong Yue lightly tapped the table.
Let's not dwell on this now. We'll discuss it in detail once we return to the sect. Today is a day of celebration. I have decided to hold a banquet for Shen Mo tonight at the Sleeping Phoenix Pavilion.
Luo Shengnan, Zhao Ru, and others cheered excitedly. In stark contrast to their joy were Liu Yongxuan and Xiao Fan. Although Liu Yongxuan made it to the second round, he faced a formidable opponent and didn't advance to the third round. Xiao Fan fared even worse, not even making it past the first round. Now they could only watch as Shen Mo was celebrated like a star.
Senior brother, should we go to the banquet?
Xiao Fan sighed, his expression complicated. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Mo had surpassed him by such a large margin.
Yes, we should go and enjoy ourselves. Don't give anyone a reason to criticize us.
Liu Yongxuan said with a faint smile.
Understood.
Xiao Fan nodded. That night, the Qingxuan Sect held a celebration banquet at the Sleeping Phoenix Pavilion. News of Shen Mo's victory over Zhou Qingkang and his first-place finish in the 100 Sects ceremony had spread throughout the entire Divine Sword City. Everywhere in the city, people were fervently discussing his name. The title Flame Supreme also began to spread. The name Flame Supreme Shen Mo was now mentioned alongside Sword Supreme Zhou Qingkang, Enchantress Mo Yuheng, and Blazing Supreme Hong Qilong. In contrast, Yin Supreme Yin Zuge and Thunder Supreme Wan Renji were rarely mentioned anymore. The 5 Supremes of Xuanjiang seemed to be gradually turning into the 4 Supremes of Xuanjiang. After a night of celebration, everyone, led by Murong Yue, boarded the Qingyu sculptures and headed back to the Qingxuan Sect.
Qingxuan Sect, we are home.
Chapter 73, Shen Mo returns. Qingxuan Sect. Steward Zhang Weihu was busy directing outer sect disciples to move spiritual wood to repair the buildings that had either decayed or been infested with insects. These buildings were almost 200 years old. After such a long time, decay and infestation were inevitable. However, the insects that infested spiritual wood were no ordinary pests. Zhang Weihu also had to direct the disciples to catch these insects. These plump, white insects were considered a delicacy. The disciples called them whitewood meat. They only needed to be cleaned and fried in oil without any seasoning. Their meat was sweet and aromatic with a hint of milk flavor, filling one's mouth with a rich, pleasant taste. Some disciples, who initially claimed they would rather starve or jump off a mountain than eat whitewood meat, ended up finding it so delicious that they searched for the insects every day.
Good, send all of these to Elder Li.
Zhang Weihu breathed a sigh of relief.
Yes.
The outer sect disciples nodded and prepared to leave. Just then, someone suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted in surprise.
Look, there's a dark shadow in the sky.
It's getting bigger. Could it be a fourth-rank beast attacking the sect? Hurry, find the elders. Quick, quick. Wait, it doesn't look like that.
The disciples were overjoyed and all looked up at the sky. Zhang Weihu, full of excitement, shouted.
Clear the training ground, make space. You few, help disperse the other disciples. Yes.
The disciples called out loudly, and soon the training ground was cleared. The green-scaled eagle slowly descended. A strong wind blew, causing the disciples to stumble and even making it hard to keep their eyes open. They had to retreat repeatedly. Finally, the green-scaled eagle landed completely and stopped flapping its wings, and the wind subsided. On the back of the green-scaled eagle, Murong Yue, Shen Mo, and the other 10 disciples gracefully landed. Murong Yue patted the green-scaled eagle's head. The large eagle let out a long cry, flapped its wings, and quickly disappeared into the clouds, evidently going to hunt in the Qingxuan Mountains.
Welcome back, Sect Master. Welcome back, Deputy Sect Master.
The disciples cupped their hands in salute. Several streaks of light appeared from various parts of the mountain gate and quickly arrived at the training ground. These were the inner sect elders. Leading them was an old woman, Elder Li, a staunch supporter of Murong Yue. She couldn't wait to ask.
Sect Master, how did it go? Did we make it to the second round in the 100 sects ceremony this time?
The other elders also looked eagerly. Even those who supported Liu Yuanfeng rather than Murong Yue were keen to see the sect prosper and gain fame in Qingxuan Prefecture. If the disciples performed well in the 100 sects ceremony, it would naturally bring glory to the sect. However, since the Qingxuan Sect was squeezed out of the 5 top sects of Xuanjing by the Heavenly Water Sect and became a second-tier sect, its performance in the 100 sects ceremony had been getting worse each time. They hadn't made it past the first round for several consecutive years. Elder Li's expectations weren't high. Just making it to the second round would be considered progress. Murong Yue heard Elder Li's question, and for once, her beautiful face showed a rare, peculiar smile. Not only her but Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, Zhao Ru, and others also had strange expressions. Seeing their expressions, Elder Li assumed the results were disappointing. She quickly comforted.
It's okay, winning and losing are common. Even if we didn't make it to the second round, it's not a big deal. After all, it's just the 100 sects ceremony. It doesn't prove anything.
Despite her words, her face showed signs of sorrow. The Qingxuan sect she loved had fallen so far.
Elder Li, you guessed wrong.
This time, we not only made it to the second round, but also advanced to the third round.
Elder Li was stunned.
Really, the third round means the finals. Even if we ranked last, we'd still be in the top 25. Who was it? Shen Mo or Liu Yunxuan?
She quickly looked at the two in the group. Liu Yunxuan avoided her gaze. Murong Yue shook her head.
It's not Shen Mo, nor is it Liu Yunxuan.
What?
Elder Li was confused. Murong Yue smiled.
Shen Mo, he took first place.
Elder Li instinctively began to console.
First place, it's okay. First place isn't.
Murong Yue smiled.
That's right, Shen Mo took first place.
This time, she infused her voice with spiritual energy. Her voice, like a great bell, echoed throughout the entire Qingxuan sect. The elders were in disbelief. The disciples' eyes widened. Elder Li was overwhelmed with excitement.
Tell me in detail what exactly happened.
Murong Yue's smile grew even brighter, and her voice even more resonant.
In the first round, the Grand Melee, Shen Mo led our Qingxuan Sect team to defeat the Heavenly Water Sect, knocking out all 10 of their members, including Yin Zuj. In the second round, Shen Mo encountered Wan Renji of the Thunder Fire Sect early on, but despite Wan Renji's mid-battle breakthrough, Shen Mo defeated him and knocked him out of the arena. In the third round, Shen Mo was surrounded, yet he fought 6 opponents at once and defeated them all. He finally faced Zhou Qingkang of the Divine Sword Sect in the final match and secured first place.
Elder Li, did I make myself clear?
With each statement, the disciples were shaken. By the time she finished her last sentence, the disciples were in utter awe, looking at Shen Mo with eyes full of admiration. Elder Li was teary-eyed.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
She now looked at Shen Mo as if he were her own grandson. Not only Shen Mo, but the other disciples also performed well and made it to the second round.
This is the best performance our Qingxuan Sect has had in nearly 50 years.
Murong Yue couldn't help but feel proud of her disciple.
Great, great. Brother Shen is amazing. The Qingxuan Sect is amazing.
A disciple couldn't hold back and suddenly shouted. His voice was like a signal. All the disciples began to shout and cheer excitedly. It felt as if they were the ones who had won first place in the 100 sects ceremony. Shen Mo watched the bustling sect, a smile spreading across his face.
Today, I will host a celebration banquet in the training ground, and every disciple is invited to attend.
Murong Yue announced loudly.
In addition, each outer sect disciple will receive 10 low-grade spirit stones, and each inner sect disciple will receive 50 low-grade spirit stones.
Upon hearing this, the disciples were ecstatic. Shen Mo winning first place in the 100 sects ceremony brought immense honor to the Qingxuan Sect. As disciples of the Qingxuan Sect, they now had a prestigious reputation. But this was only a spiritual reward. Murong Yue's announcement of spirit stone rewards was a tangible, material benefit. Because of this, more people would admire Shen Mo. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have the chance to receive so many spirit stones for free. Hearing Murong Yue's words, Shen Mo felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that Murong Yue was planning for the future, building loyalty towards him in advance. Murong Yue clearly saw him as the next sect leader. As long as he reached the core formation stage, the position of the next sect leader of the Qingxuan Sect would undoubtedly be his. Chapter 74, Song Keofeng admits guilt and heads to the mines alone. Qingxuan Sect Sword Cliff. In the secluded Sword Cliff, the former Grand Elder Song Keofeng remained in solitude, reflecting on his past actions. His son, Song Junji, frequently brought meals to his father. Despite his period of reflection, Song Keofeng's cultivation had not waned. In fact, he had become even more refined and vigorous, a stark contrast to his former self. Song Junji had just set out a meal for Song Keofeng when his father suddenly remarked,
The Azure Scale Eagle has returned.
Song Junji was taken aback.
Father, did you sense it?
With a self-satisfied smile, Song Keofeng picked up his chopsticks and popped a fried peanut into his mouth.
The Azure Scale Eagle is a 4th-level beast. It naturally stirs the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth more easily than human cultivators. Sensing it is not unusual. Father, they must have suffered a crushing defeat just like last time. They probably didn't even make it to the second round.
Song Junji sneered. Song Keofeng responded indifferently.
Naturally, Qingxuan Sect is just a second-rate sect. The randomness of the first-round melee often leads to them being targeted by first-rate sects and getting eliminated early.
At that moment, they heard the voice of Murong Yue infused with spiritual power.
Shen Mo has taken first place.
The father and son froze in shock.
Father, did I hear that wrong?
Song Junji asked, bewildered. Song Keofeng furrowed his brow deeply.
Impossible. How could Shen Mo defeat Zhou Qingkang and the others? Go to the martial arena and find out the real results of the 100 sect ceremony. Yes, Father.
Song Junji hurried out and soon returned looking grim.
Father!
Song Junji knelt, his tone filled with disbelief and intense jealousy. Defeating the 5 top sects of Qingxuan and winning the first place in the 100 sect ceremony was something he couldn't even dream of. Shen Mo, an outer disciple who had risen through the ranks, had actually achieved it. It was simply unbelievable and deeply envy-inducing. Song Kao Feng felt unsteady on his feet. The dishes he usually enjoyed lost their flavor. He suddenly seemed to have aged several decades. Song Kao Feng hastily pulled out a communication tablet. The tablet, known as the parent-child communication tablet, consisted of a parent tablet and a child tablet. It utilized a mystical property of a treasure called parent-child tablet to communicate over vast distances. A message spoken into the parent tablet could be heard through the child tablet, and vice versa. However, the parent tablet could control and shatter the child tablet, but not the other way around. Song Kao Feng infused his spiritual power into the tablet, carefully inquiring about the true results of the 100 sect ceremony. Soon, a voice returned, colder and more distant than before.
Shen Mo won first place. Murong Yue has no reason to lie.
Before they could fully process their shock, the voice continued.
Additionally, the sect leader has strictly forbidden any further contact with Qingxuan Sect. From now on, we have no ties.
Father and son were stunned.
What, father, did we hear that right?
Song Junji asked, wide-eyed. Song Kao Feng tried to send another message, but suddenly, he heard a crisp cracking sound from the tablet. Snap! The child tablet shattered. Along with it, his ambitions shattered. Song Kao Feng collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant.
Father, father!
Song Junji cried out in despair.
Junji,
Song Kao Feng said, his face filled with a grim mix of despair and hope. Murong Yue detailed the events of the 100 sect ceremony to the gathered elders, concluding with the shocking news of the new Xunjiang prefecture governor, Jai Shilong. The expressions of the elders were tense. Each advancement in cultivation not only enhances combat abilities but also sharpens the mind. A core formation stage cultivator can think and analyze far better than those in the foundation establishment stage. Shortly after Murong Yue finished speaking, the elders quickly grasped the deviousness of Jai Shilong's new ranking system. As Shen Mo had pointed out, it was a blatant but sophisticated strategy. Its brilliance lay in the fact that even though everyone could see Jai Shilong's intentions, they couldn't avoid the trap. The choices were stark: either protect themselves and risk being swept up in future conflicts among the sects, or join the sect battles now. Regardless, sect warfare seemed inevitable. After 50 years of peace, Xunjiang Prefecture was on the brink of turmoil again. Elder Li suddenly spoke up.
Sect Master, I believe our first priority should be to secure the Thunder Crystal Mine. I've reviewed the deed you received, and that mine isn't far from our sect, just on the other side of the Qingxuan Mountains. If we can acquire the mine, it will greatly benefit our weapon crafting and disciples' cultivation.
Murong Yue nodded slightly, sharing the same thought.
However, I doubt the Thunderfire sect will hand over the mine so easily. Having the deed is one thing, but whether they will honor it is another.
Another elder added. Murong Yue turned to Liu Yuanfeng.
Vice Sect Master Liu, among the elders here, you are the highest in cultivation and the strongest in power besides myself. Could you take on this task?
Throughout the meeting, Liu Yuanfeng had remained silent, almost as if he were an outsider. Now, Murong Yue handed him the difficult task. Liu Yuanfeng smiled without responding directly.
Sect Master, are you truly asking me to take over the Thunder Crystal Mine alone, or are you pushing me into a trap?
No one knew what awaited them at the mine. Would the Thunderfire sect honor their word and hand it over, or was it a trap? The start of sect warfare needed only a spark. Perhaps the Thunderfire sect was waiting for them to make the first move.
I will go.
A voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the hall. Everyone turned to see Song Kao Feng, the former Grand Elder who had been in seclusion at Sword Cliff. At this moment, Song Kao Feng knelt on one knee, bowing to Murong Yue.
Song Kao Feng apologizes to the sect master and her disciple. I volunteer to go to the Thunder Crystal Mine to atone for my sins and prove my loyalty.
Behind him, Song Junji was fully prostrated, kowtowing to everyone present, Sinner Song Junji greets the sect master, vice sect master, and elders. Murong Yue's expression remained unchanged, but the elders who supported Song Keofeng looked visibly distressed. Was Song Keofeng surrendering to Murong Yue? What about his support from the Verdant Vine sect's Grand Elder? Liu Yuanfeng narrowed his eyes, his expression fluctuating. Murong Yue spoke calmly.
Elder Song, I appreciate your willingness. Do you plan to go alone, or will you take a few others with you?
Song Keofeng stood up, his face resolute.
I will go alone. If anything happens to me at the mine, I entrust my son, Song Junji, to the care of the sect master.
Everyone was taken aback by his words. He was essentially arranging his last wishes and handing his son over as a hostage to Murong Yue. The message was clear: he was committed to investigating the mine. Murong Yue finally smiled.
Very well, we bid you farewell, Elder Song.
The elders followed suit.
Farewell, Elder Song.
Chapter 75, The Empty Alchemy King's Cave. Qingxuan Sect Serene Bamboo Courtyard. This courtyard, nestled on the mountainside, had become Shen Mo's new residence. As a direct disciple and now the pride of Qingxuan Sect, it was no longer appropriate for him to stay in the inner disciples' quarters. This courtyard, previously reserved for elders, was reassigned to Shen Mo under Murong Yue's directive. Shen Mo hadn't even started moving his furniture when Luo Shengnan, leading a group of disciples, rushed over to help. In no time, they moved everything into the courtyard, making it effortless for Shen Mo.
This place is nice, with a rock garden, a pond, and 2 bamboo trees. I guess it's called Serene Bamboo Courtyard, because there's a bamboo tree on the left and another on the right.
Shen Mo remarked with a smile as he headed to the east wing. The room had already been cleaned meticulously. As a direct disciple and the winner of the 100 Sect ceremony, he didn't need to lift a finger. There were always people eager to assist him. Shen Mo sat cross-legged on the bed, taking out 2 items from his storage ring. One was the green vine pearl, which, when consumed, could accelerate blood production and thus speed up wound healing. This item could only be used once in a lifetime, making further consumption ineffective. The other item was the tame soul nourishing pill, a treasure essential for enhancing his scorching sun flame body to its pinnacle. Shen Mo casually tossed the green vine pearl into his mouth. The herbal fragrance spread and the verdant energy permeated his body. An hour later, the pearl was fully absorbed. He took a small knife and lightly cut his finger. Within 3 breaths, the wound healed completely. Shen Mo was pleased. With this, he no longer had to worry about passing out from blood loss when using the demon armor fragment. Next, he solemnly swallowed the tame soul nourishing pill. This pill was crucial, providing a chance to elevate his scorching sun flame body to the highest tier. As for the cold essence crystal, he planned to keep it until he had gathered enough top-tier treasures for refining his fiery inferno golden core. Meanwhile, at Qingxuan Sect's Cloud Mist Peak,
I need to get to the bottom of this.
Liu Yuanfeng muttered, shaking his head. Song Keofeng's shift towards Murong Yue would affect him too, and he couldn't ignore it.
Father, great news, wonderful news.
Liu Yunxuan's excited voice rang out.
Silence, have I not taught you to remain calm regardless of the situation?
Liu Yunfeng scolded. Liu Yunxuan smiled sheepishly.
Yes, father, that was my mistake. Speak then, what is it?
Liu Yunfeng huffed. Liu Yunxuan quickly replied.
The Alchemy King's Cave. Our people have found its exact location, near Cold Water Stream by Qingxuan City. What?
Liu Yuanfeng's eyes widened, hardly able to believe his ears.
Go quickly, we must leave immediately.
He shouted, momentarily forgetting his own advice about staying calm. After all, it was the Alchemy King's cave. With a swift motion, Liu Yuanfeng grabbed Liu Yunxuan, and they shot out of Qingxuan Sect like a streak of light. Many elders and disciples witnessed their rapid departure, wondering what urgent matter had arisen. Despite carrying Liu Yunxuan, Liu Yuanfeng's speed remained unimpeded. Soon, they arrived at Cold Water Stream outside Qingxuan City, where Liu Yuanfeng's men were already stationed, barring anyone from approaching. Upon seeing Liu Yuanfeng, the scattered cultivators kneeled on one knee.
Greetings, Master.
Liu Yunfeng hurriedly asked.
Is it here?
The leading cultivator respectfully replied.
Yes, Master. This cold water stream is 100 meters deep. At the bottom, there's a recess in the rock wall, exactly where the Alchemy King's pills would be placed.
We have reviewed many records and determined it must be here. Excellent.
Liu Yunfeng laughed heartily, swallowed a cheese sealing pill, and leaped into the water. Liu Qingxuan shouted.
Father, I'm coming too.
The father and son plunged into the icy water. Soon, they found the location mentioned by the scattered cultivators. Liu Yunfeng took out a pill from his storage ring. This pill was a comprehension pill, identical to the one Ling Xuan's father, Ling Jiyuding, had obtained earlier. Liu Yunfeng placed it into the groove. A faint sound came from the rock wall. Immediately following was an incredible suction force. Buzz! Both were pulled inside. The surroundings changed. Moments later, they found themselves in a dry, clean stone chamber. The chamber was empty, containing only a stone bed, stone table, and stone chairs. There was also a tightly closed stone door.
There's nothing here.
Liu Yunxuan looked around, puzzled. Liu Yunfeng pointed at the stone door.
Don't you understand? This is the place where the alchemist king secluded himself. The treasures are behind that stone door.
Liu Yunxuan's excitement grew, filled with anticipation. Liu Yunfeng placed his hands on the stone door, exerted his strength, and pushed it open. Rumbled. The stone door opened. What lay before them was a larger stone chamber. But this chamber was also empty. There was nothing. Liu Yunfeng and Liu Yunxuan's expressions shifted from joy to shock.
Where are the treasures?
Liu Yunfeng muttered.
The Sword Sect's alchemist king's cave contained tame nourishing pills to enhance physique.
Liu Yunxuan was also stunned. Even if there's a difference between caves, there should at least be some spirit stones, spirit artifacts, or pills.
Father, what's going on?
Liu Yunfeng aged a decade in an instant.
Stop talking. Father, why?
Liu Yunxuan grabbed his hand.
I said stop talking.
Liu Yunfeng was enraged and flung his son's hand away. Bang! Liu Yunxuan's body slammed into the rock wall, nearly spitting blood. Liu Yunfeng froze, quickly rushing over to help his son up.
Father!
Liu Yunxuan coughed up blood repeatedly.
Father!
Liu Yunfeng closed his eyes in pain.
Son, don't you understand? Someone got here before us. Before we found this alchemist king's cave, someone had already discovered it and took all the treasures.
Poof! Liu Yunxuan, overwhelmed, spat blood and fainted. Liu Yunfeng screamed in panic.
Yunxuan, Yunxuan!
Chapter 76, Supreme Heavenly Physique. Chapter 76, Supreme Heavenly Physique. Dong dong dong. A series of bell chimes echoed through the skies. The bronze bell in front of the Grand Council Hall tolled once more. All the disciples were on edge. They looked towards the majestic and solemn hall. Since the sect master emerged from seclusion, the bell had been ringing more frequently. Before long, several streaks of light appeared from various directions, swiftly arriving at the hall entrance. The elders entered the hall one by one. Murong Yue personally inquired about Song Keofeng's situation. After taking some healing pills, Song Keofeng had slightly recovered and immediately began to speak.
Reporting to the sect master, I did encounter people from the Thunderfire sect at the Thunder Crystal Mine, but it was only an outer sect elder. The other party acknowledged the land deed and agreed that the Thunder Crystal Mine should indeed be handed over to our Qingxuan Sect. However, while the mine previously belonged to the Thunderfire sect, its actual usage rights had been given to the Heavy Weapons sect. The outer sect elder then took me to find the person in charge of the mine from the Heavy Weapons sect. However, the inner sect elder from the Heavy Weapons sect was unreasonable and refused to acknowledge the land deed. When I argued my case, that elder called for more elders from his sect to attack me together. If it weren't for them not wanting to cause fatalities or completely sever ties, and the outer sect elder from the Thunderfire sect intervening, I might not have made it back today.
Elder Li slammed the table, seething with anger.
Outrageous, that Thunder Crystal Mine is ours, even the Thunderfire Sect acknowledges it. How dare the Heavy Weapon Sect occupy it?
The other elders were equally indignant. The Thunder Crystal Mine was of immense value. It not only involved the Qingxuan Sect, but also directly affected the personal interests of each elder. Naturally, they were furious. An elder with white hair and beard sternly declared,
Let's fight them and take back the Thunder Crystal Mine.
A vigorous elder gravely spoke.
I believe that since the Thunderfire Sect is one of the 5 sects of Qingxuan River, they are fair and reasonable, but the Heavy Weapon Sect behaves despicably.
A middle-aged elder with a plump figure shook his head.
We can't. The Heavy Weapon Sect has more cultivators in the core formation stage than we do. If we fight, we might be at a disadvantage.
Murong Yue frowned deeply, about to speak. At that moment, a pillar of flame suddenly shot up from within the Qingxuan Mountains. In an instant, it illuminated the nearly darkened sky, as if it were daylight. Moments later, the pillar of flame gradually condensed into a slowly rising great sun. Its brightness far surpassed the setting sun. This scene immediately caught everyone's attention. The disciples outside the hall stared in shock, their mouths agape.
What happened? A natural phenomenon, a treasure being born. No, it looks more like a phenomenon from cultivation. Could it be some powerful figure breaking through a realm?
Gasp.
The disciples gasped in shock. What caused such an astonishing phenomenon? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The elders also sensed something and rushed out of the council hall. They looked up in astonishment at the great sun in the sky. Murong Yue whispered,
Let's go, quickly check it out.
Elder Song, you stay here and rest.
Yes.
The elders transformed into streaks of light, swiftly heading towards the source of the great sun. The sects near the Qingxuan Mountains were not limited to the Qingxuan Sect alone. To the west was the Lingxi Sect. To the east was the Heavy Weapon Sect. To the north was the prestigious Feishuang Sect. All these sects noticed the astonishing phenomenon, and dozens of streaks of light rushed over at great speed. Meanwhile, Shen Mo swiftly ran through the forest. He calmly put on a robe. The robe he had worn earlier had been completely burned away during his physique's advancement. Shen Mo glanced back and saw that the great sun still hovered in the sky, showing no signs of dissipating. He couldn't help but smile wryly. The Supreme Heavenly Physique has been upgraded to the Ultimate Supreme Heavenly Physique. The phenomenon is even more astonishing than before, and its impact has become greater. Fortunately, after taking the Tei Soul Nourishing Pill, I sensed something was off and chose not to upgrade my physique within the sect. Instead, I quickly left the sect and entered the Qingxuan Mountains. Otherwise, the news of my upgrade to the Ultimate Supreme Heavenly Physique would have spread far and wide.
Heavenly physiques are indeed numerous in Qingxuan Prefecture, but Ultimate Supreme Heavenly physiques are extremely rare. This must not be casually disclosed.
Shen Mo deeply understood the terrifying nature of jealousy. Moreover, the great sect conflict was about to commence. If the news of his upgrade to the Ultimate Supreme Heavenly Physique leaked, it would make him and the Qingxuan Sect the target of all.
I need to return to the sect and pretend I know nothing.
Shen Mo ran all the way and, as he approached the sect entrance, immediately put on a frightened expression. Many disciples noticed him and saw his expression. Among them was Zhao Ru. Zhao Ru pointed to the sky.
Senior brother Shen, you just returned from the Qingxuan Mountains. Did you see that great sun too? Do you know what happened there?
Shen Mo shook his head.
I was chasing a demonic beast when this great sun appeared out of nowhere, and the temperature suddenly became extremely high. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been roasted alive.
He showed the sleeves and back of his robe.
Look, they're all scorched.
This was deliberately burned with the azure lotus earth core flame. Even his skin was slightly burned. Acting requires full commitment. Zhao Ru looked distressed.
Senior brother Shen, you should go rest.
Shen Mo nodded and immediately returned to his Zhao Tree court. Above the Qingxuan Mountains, Dozens of core formation cultivators gazed thoughtfully at the gradually dimming great sun. The cultivators were distinctly divided into 4 factions. They were from the Qingxuan Sect, Qingxuan Sect, Lingxi Sect, and Heavy Weapon Sect. Among them, the Qingxuan Sect, Lingxi Sect, and Heavy Weapon Sect were second-tier sects. The Qingxuan Sect was a first-tier sect. The sect master of the Heavy Weapon Sect raised an eyebrow.
Such dense fire spirit energy. It might be a cultivator in the nascent soul stage practicing here, causing a breakthrough in their technique and triggering this phenomenon.
The sect master of the Lingxi Sect nodded.
That makes sense. Only a nascent soul cultivator could trigger such an astonishing and lingering phenomenon.
Then he changed his tone.
However, it could also be a cultivator with a heavenly fire physique. In that case, a core formation cultivator could trigger such a phenomenon.
The sect master of the Qingxuan Sect nodded slightly.
That's reasonable, but you too have overlooked another possibility.
He then suddenly looked at Murong Yue with a half-smile.
Sect Master Murong, I heard that your sect has a disciple with a heavenly physique, that Shen Mo.
Could it be that his physique has achieved a breakthrough to a higher grade?
At this question, the elders of the Heavy Weapon Sect and the Lingxi Sect also looked at Murong Yue, thoughtful. Murong Yue was filled with doubt but showed no trace of it on her face, remaining calm.
I do not know. Besides, how my Qingxuan Sect disciples' progress is of no concern to your Qingxuan Sect.
The sect master of the Qingxuan Sect laughed heartily.
Of course not, I was just asking. Let's go, I need to get back to my cultivation.
The sect masters of the Heavy Weapon Sect and the Lingxi Sect also prepared to leave. Murong Yue coldly said,
Wait, Sect Master Wu, your Heavy Weapon Sect elder severely injured our elder Song. What is the meaning of this?
The sect master of the Heavy Weapon Sect, Wu Gangfei, smiled faintly.
That thunder crystal mine belongs to our Heavy Weapon Sect. What's wrong with beating up Song Keofeng when he came to our territory?
Murong Yue.
That mine has already been handed over to the Qingxuan Sect by the Thunderfire Sect. You are occupying the mine.
Wu Gangfei laughed arrogantly.
I only know that meat at my mouth will never be let go.
Chapter 77, Establishing Shen Mo as the Young Sect Master. Chapter 77, Establishing Shen Mo as the Young Sect Master.
More, where were you just now?
Murong Yue asked with a smile. Shen Mo sheathed his sword.
Master, I went to the Qingkang Mountains to seek out some powerful demonic beasts to fight and hone my Thunder Shadow Sword technique, hoping to quickly comprehend the 3rd level.
Then he showed a fearful expression.
Unfortunately, I didn't achieve much and was nearly injured by that suddenly appearing great sun. Thankfully, my agility is good, and I managed to escape quickly.
Murong Yue's heart tightened, and she asked with concern.
Where are you hurt?
Shen Mo revealed his injuries. Murong Yue looked pained.
All right, rest well.
Shen Mo nodded, then noticed his beautiful master still frowning. He asked,
Master, do you have something on your mind?
Murong Yue gave a helpless smile.
You noticed.
Shen Mo smiled.
Master, why not tell me?
Murong Yue nodded.
It's about the Thunder Crystal Mine.
Murong Yue then recounted Song Keofeng's experience at the Thunder Crystal Mine. After finishing, she sighed lightly, clearly troubled. Shen Mo pondered for a moment. Murong Yue smiled.
More, what are your thoughts? Feel free to speak.
Shen Mo nodded.
I believe this is just a play staged by the Thunderfire Sect and the Heavy Weapon Sect. The Thunderfire Sect's outer elder acknowledged the land deed and agreed to hand over the Thunder Crystal Mine to our Qingxuan Sect, while the Heavy Weapon Sect is aligned with the Thunderfire Sect and always follows their lead. If the Thunderfire Sect gives an order, the Heavy Weapon Sect will certainly comply.
But now, not only does the Heavy Weapon Sect not comply, they attacked Elder Song. The intention behind this is obvious.
Shen Mo concluded.
The Thunderfire Sect has no intention of handing over the Thunder Crystal Mine.
Murong Yue nodded repeatedly. She had thought of this too. But Shen Mo's quick and clear analysis surprised her a bit.
So what do you suggest?
Murong Yue asked with a smile. Shen Mo smiled, knowing his beautiful master was testing him. He asked,
Master, between our Qingxuan sect and the heavy weapon sect, who is stronger?
Murong Yue pondered for a moment. The heavy weapon sect's techniques and martial skills are not geared towards combat, but they have mastered the technology of creating holes and inlays for spiritual weapons, attracting many rogue core formation cultivators.
But these rogue core formation cultivators have no loyalty. If things go bad, they will flee faster than anyone. In terms of the number of core formation cultivators, the heavy weapon sect is stronger. But in terms of the strength of these core formation cultivators, our Qingxuan sect is superior.
Shen Mo nodded.
So, we are roughly equal, neither side having a clear advantage. What worries you, Master, are two things. Firstly, whether other nearby sects will interfere. Secondly, whether the Thunderfire sect will intervene personally.
Murong Yue's eyes brightened.
Go on.
Her concerns were easily guessed by Shen Mo. Shen Mo continued.
I can tell you, Master, no sect will openly intervene in this matter. This Thunder Crystal Mine is a reward for the top 3 in the 100 sect competition, witnessed by countless people and all sects in Qingxuan Prefecture. For the sake of their reputation, the Thunderfire sect will not openly interfere. As for the nearby Lingxi sect and Feishuang sect, both are aligned with the Heavenly Water sect. They would love to see us and the Heavy Weapons sect fight, hoping we exhaust ourselves. The longer the fight, the more manpower and resources we waste, and the happier they will be.
He finished with a smile.
Master, how did I do?
Murong Yue's frown completely disappeared.
Good, very well said. Come, join me at the Elders' Council meeting.
Shen Mo smiled lightly.
Master, according to the sect rules, even true disciples can only accompany the meeting, not listen in on everything. Once the matter is discussed, we have to leave the council hall.
Murong Yue's eyes were filled with gratification.
You will no longer be just a true disciple. This time, I will establish you as the young sect master. When the time comes, repeat what you just said, along with your achievements in the 100 sect competition, and Elder Liu Yuanfang and the others won't be able to say a word against it.
Shen Mo's heart stirred slightly. Young sect master. This was an extremely prestigious position within the sect. Barring any accidents, it was a guaranteed step to becoming the sect master. Even if the sect faced life-and-death crises, everyone must protect the young sect master. Even if everyone else died, the young sect master could not. Otherwise, it would be against the sect rules. Shen Mo knew he would be established as the young sect master eventually. He just didn't expect it to happen so soon.
Yes, Master, I obey.
Shen Mo nodded. Murong Yue's expression was filled with satisfaction as she extended her jade hand to take Shen Mo's. The two quickly flew out of the Zhao Tree Court and arrived at the entrance of the council hall. Many elders were already waiting there. As Murong Yue and Shen Mo entered the hall and took their seats, the heavy doors slowly closed. Bang! The muffled sound awakened the disciples outside as if from a dream.
Senior Brother Shen.
Isn't it obvious? What is Senior Brother Shen's status? He is the sect master's disciple, the Flame Prince, the first place in the 100 sect competition. What's wrong with him participating in the council discussions? Indeed, with Senior Brother Shen's potential, strength, and the sect master's favor, I believe he is definitely the next sect master. The sect master allowing him to participate in the discussions clearly indicates she is grooming him as the young sect master. No matter what, this is the first time in our Qingxuan sect's history that a disciple has participated in the Elders' Council. It's also the first time our Qingxuan sect's disciple won first place in the 100 sect competition. Even when we were part of the Qingxuan 5 sects, we never achieved such a feat.
The disciples chattered away, their words full of admiration and respect for Shen Mo. In their eyes, Shen Mo was no longer just a true disciple. He was the young sect master. Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, and Zhao Ru were also in the crowd. Zhao Ting sighed for a long time, then whispered.
Xioro, We must remember to be respectful when interacting with senior brother Shen in the future. Luo Shengnan, you too.
Luo Shengnan scratched her head.
I think Shen Mo is pretty easygoing. Is it really necessary?
Zhao Ru also nodded. Zhao Ting shook his head.
Some disciples are right. Shen Mo is already being groomed by the sect master as her successor.
We can be casual with him in private, but in public, we must respect him and never undermine his authority. Otherwise, it would be damaging the prestige of the young sect master.
Zhao Ru's eyes were complicated.
Big brother, I understand.
Inside the council hall, Shen Mo's seat was arranged right next to Murong Yue. It should be noted that the seats next to the sect master were reserved only for the deputy sect master, the great elder, and the young sect master. Since Song Keofeng was ordered to reflect on his mistakes, the position of the great elder in Qingxuan Sect had been vacant. As for the young sect master, none had been officially appointed yet. In this context, Shen Mo being given such a seat made Murong Yue's intentions clear.
Sect master Shen Mo is just a true disciple. Even if he is your disciple, he shouldn't participate in the elders' council.
Liu Yuanfeng suddenly said. Murong Yue calmly replied.
This is precisely what I want to address.
Shen Mo, at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, recently won first place in the 100 sect competition, bringing glory to our Qingxuan sect. I propose to establish him as the young sect master today.
She looked around the hall.
Elders, who agrees and who opposes?
Chapter 78, A Method to Reclaim the Thunder Crystal Mine. Chapter 78, A Method to Reclaim the Thunder Crystal Mine. The elders looked at each other, each with their own thoughts. Elder Li was the first to speak.
I agree. Shen Mo should have been established as the young sect master long ago.
Several other elders who firmly supported Murong Yue also immediately voiced their agreement.
We agree as well.
Liu Yuanfeng wanted to speak, but Murong Yue interrupted him with a serene smile.
Vice Sect Master Liu, there's no need to oppose just yet. Regarding the matter of the Thunder Crystal Mine, I believe everyone is still without a clear direction. More, share your analysis.
Liu Yunfeng snorted coldly. Shen Mo nodded, slightly bowing to the elders before repeating the points he had discussed in the bamboo tree court. He focused on analyzing the interests of each party and explained why the other sects would not interfere. After hearing him, the elders were silent for a long time. They were all core formation stage cultivators, while Shen Mo was only at the foundation establishment stage. Their thinking and wisdom should theoretically surpass that of someone at the foundation establishment stage. Even if Shen Mo had learned this from Murong Yue beforehand, it should have taken him a long time to come up with such an analysis. They didn't expect Shen Mo to provide such a thorough analysis in such a short time. Elder Li praised.
Just for Shen Mo's meticulous analysis and wise mind, I have no objections to him becoming the young sect master.
Other elders nodded in agreement.
Indeed, for Shen Mo to have such insight at the foundation establishment stage, his thinking ability will surely surpass ours once he reaches the core formation stage. I also support establishing him as the young sect master.
Murong Yue smiled faintly and looked at Liu Yuanfeng.
Vice Sect Master Liu.
Liu Yuanfeng coldly replied.
He has only provided analysis without proposing a feasible solution. I still disagree.
Shen Mo glanced at him.
Then does Vice Sect Master Liu have a feasible solution? Please share it with us.
Liu Yunfeng snorted.
I naturally have a solution.
He said loudly.
We must avoid conflict. We cannot clash with the heavy weapon sect. The heavy weapon sect is stronger than us. If we clash, we will surely be at a disadvantage, creating a vicious cycle. When the sect war begins, we will become an easy target for other sects. Our only option is to escalate the matter to the Qingxuan 5 sects, especially the Divine Sword Sect. The Divine Sword Sect, being the head of the Qingxuan 5 sects, will surely uphold justice for our Qingxuan Sect. The heavy weapon sect will then have to relinquish the mine.
After he finished, several elders nodded slightly, agreeing with this approach. Fighting involved great risk, It would be better to reason things out. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
Vice Sect Master Liu's solution seems useful, but in reality it is not.
Liu Yuanfeng's face darkened.
What did you say?
Shen Mo refuted on the spot.
I have two rebuttals. First, who says the Divine Sword Sect will uphold justice just because they are the head of the Qingxuan 5 sects? Didn't you see the third round of the 100 sect competition? The Divine Sword Sect's disciple directly handed the Jade token to Zhou Qingkang. To do such a thing in full view, can you say it wasn't authorized by the high-ranking members of the Divine Sword Sect? Second, the Heavy Weapon Sect is aligned with the Thunderfire Sect and always follows their orders. Do you think the Divine Sword Sect's orders will work? What if the Thunderfire Sect doesn't comply and tacitly allows the Heavy Weapon Sect to occupy the mine? Will we just wait for them to completely deplete the Thunder Crystal Mine and leave us with an empty one?
Shen Mo mercilessly criticized.
Vice Sect Master Liu's method seems useful, but is actually very harmful to our sect.
Liu Yuanfeng's eyes widened with anger.
You!
The other elders, after listening, also fell into contemplation. Elder Li and others nodded repeatedly, their gazes toward Shen Mo becoming more approving. Liu Yuanfeng, extremely furious, laughed coldly.
Fine, since you refuted me, then present an effective method.
Shen Mo smiled calmly.
My suggestion is to quickly gather our forces, and while the Heavy Weapon Sect is not yet firmly established, strike swiftly and decisively, driving them out of the Thunder Crystal Mine. Except for the outer sect elder from the Thunderfire Sect, kill everyone else. Publicly, we will claim that the Heavy Weapon Sect occupied the Thunder Crystal Mine and held the outer sect elder of the Thunderfire Sect as a hostage. We, the Qingxuan Sect, argued our case and drove out the Heavy Weapon Sect, rescuing the outer sect elder. In this way, the Thunderfire Sect will have no choice but to swallow their anger and will have no grounds to express it openly.
Murong Yue's eyes lit up.
Excellent, well said.
The other elders couldn't help but applaud. In this way, even if the Thunderfire Sect felt aggrieved, they would have no grounds to express it openly. As Shen Mo said, they would indeed have to swallow their pride.
Vice Sect Master Liu, Shen Mo has already provided an effective suggestion. Do you still oppose it?
Murong Yue coldly asked. Liu Yuanfeng gritted his teeth.
Yes, I still oppose it. Although there is no explicit rule, traditionally, the young sect master in our Qingxuan sect has always been at least at the core formation stage. Without the core formation stage, they cannot command respect. This has become an unwritten rule.
As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall turned cold. The elders who supported Liu Yuanfeng immediately knew what to say.
Vice Sect Master Liu is right. Let's wait until Shen Mo condenses his golden core to discuss this matter. Shen Mo's talent is indeed extraordinary, but I believe we should wait until he reaches the core formation stage before discussing this further. I second that.
In the blink of an eye, the supporters and opponents of Shen Mo's appointment were clearly divided. Including Murong Yue and Liu Yuanfeng, each side had exactly 5 votes. 2 votes remained, those of Song Keofeng and an elder who had always supported him. Even though Song Keofeng had resigned from his position as the great elder to reflect on his mistakes, this elder continued to firmly support him. It could be said that their votes would ultimately decide whether Shen Mo could be established as the young sect master. Compared to the tense atmosphere between them, Shen Mo's mood was more indifferent. The position of young sect master was indeed important. It offered access to numerous cultivation resources and elevated one's status. But if Liu Yuanfeng obstructed and Song Keofeng also disagreed, preventing Murong Yue from appointing him, Shen Mo wouldn't be too disappointed. Cultivation resources? He could always exploit resources from Xiao Fan, Liu Yongxuan, and others. At least for now, Xiao Fan still had plenty to exploit. No need to worry about exhausting those resources. Status and elevation, that was even less important. As long as he became powerful enough, he would naturally earn everyone's respect. Before being accepted as Murong Yue's disciple, Shen Mo had always relied on himself, not on any particular status or position. Murong Yue turned to Song Kao Feng.
Elder Song, what do you think?
Not only she, but all the elders in the hall turned their gaze to Song Kao Feng. It was now 5 votes to 5. The opinions of Song Kao Feng and the elder supporting him would decide whether Shen Mo would be established as the young sect master. Under everyone's gaze, Song Kao Feng suddenly bowed to Murong Yue.
I believe Shen Mo should be established as the young sect master.
The elder beside him immediately said.
I agree as well.
Liu Yuanfeng's eyes narrowed, and he snorted coldly. Murong Yue nodded in satisfaction.
Good, then with a vote of 7 to 5, the proposal is passed. After this meeting, I will inform the entire sect that Shen Mo is now the young sect master.
Murong Yue said loudly.
As the young sect master suggested, we will devise a plan today to reclaim the Thunder Crystal Mine as soon as possible. Yes. More, go back and continue your cultivation. Leave this matter to us.
Murong Yue said with a smile.
Yes, master, I will take my leave now.
Shen Mo replied, bowing before leaving. The grand hall doors opened slightly, and Shen Mo walked out briskly. The disciples gathered outside made way for him. Their gazes were filled with even more admiration and reverence. Before long, a plan to reclaim the Thunder Crystal Mine was finalized inside the hall. The doors burst open. Murong Yue and the others hovered in midair. Murong Yue infused her voice with spiritual energy and announced loudly.
Today, I have an important announcement. Disciple Shen Mo, with extraordinary talent and remarkable strength, has recently won first place in the 100 Sect competition, bringing great honor to our Qingxuan Sect with outstanding achievements. After deliberation with the elders, we have decided to establish Shen Mo as the young sect master.
More, go back and continue your cultivation. Leave this matter to us, Murong Yue said with a smile. Yes, master, I will take my leave now, Shen Mo replied, bowing before leaving. The grand hall doors opened slightly, and Shen Mo walked out briskly. The disciples gathered outside made way for him. Their gazes were filled with even more admiration and reverence. Before long, a plan to reclaim the Thunder Crystal Mine was finalized inside the hall. The doors burst open. Murong Yue and the others hovered in midair. Murong Yue infused her voice with spiritual energy and announced loudly, Today, I have an important announcement. Disciple Shen Mo, with extraordinary talent and remarkable strength, has recently won first place in the 100 Sect competition, bringing great honor to our Qingxuan Sect with outstanding achievements. After deliberation with the elders, we have decided to establish Shen Mo as the young sect master. From today onward, all disciples, deacons, and elders must address Shen Mo as the young sect master. The disciples widened their eyes in shock. Some had speculated that after Shen Mo advanced to the core formation stage, he would certainly be appointed as the young sect master. But most had not expected that Shen Mo would be elevated to this high position so quickly. Zhao Ting and others collected themselves and immediately shouted, Yes. His voice was a signal. Subsequently, all the disciples present responded in unison. No one objected to Shen Mo becoming the young sect master. Zhao Ru's eyes sparkled with admiration.
Senior brother Shen rose from being an outer sect disciple, step by step becoming an inner sect disciple, a true disciple, and now directly the young sect master. How long has it been?
Zhao Ting sighed emotionally.
Just under 6 months.
Luo Shengnan scratched her head.
Many people say Shen Mo has a heavenly physique. I think so too. If not, how could he cultivate so quickly and fiercely? Just keep that in mind. Don't speak it out loud. As long as the sect master hasn't officially stated it, we shouldn't say it either.
Zhao Ting said in a low voice.
I understand.
Chapter 79, The Heavy Weapon Sect's Atrocities. Chapter 79, The Heavy Weapon Sect's Atrocities. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Shen Mo took stock of the treasures in his storage ring and nodded with satisfaction. He had collected many more treasures, leaving only half to reach his goal of 45 items. As for the treasures needed to repair his body, he was still searching. Some of these treasures were found through his own opportunities, while others were taken by intercepting the opportunities of Xiao Fan and Liu Yongxuan. He glanced at his own status panel. Recent opportunity. 3 days later, while out treasure hunting, feeling thirsty, you rest by Beishui Spring in the Qingxuan Mountains. A bird-like demonic beast suddenly dies above you and falls in front of you. Upon dissecting its corpse, you find a piece of wood essence in its belly. Shen Mo felt a burst of joy. Wood essence was a top-grade Qingxuan-level treasure, a heartwood that could only be condensed in spirit trees over 500 years old. It could serve as the wood foundation for condensing his golden core.
Time to go out and continue treasure hunting. I need to condense this flame prison golden core as soon as possible.
Shen Mo stretched lazily and pushed the door open. He walked down the mountain path. Along the way, regardless of what the disciples or deacons were doing or their cultivation level, they would immediately stop, salute him, and address him as the young sect master. He also encountered a few outer and inner elders who didn't put on any airs, respectfully addressing him as the young sect master. Shen Mo nodded slightly to each of them in return.
Why is Elder Li in such a hurry?
Shen Mo noticed some familiar figures. Elder Li, seeing Shen Mo, smiled broadly.
Young sect master, it's good news. We took back the Thunder Crystal Mine 5 days ago. I'm just about to lead some people over to guard it.
Behind her were 3 core formation stage inner elders and several powerful disciples. Leading the group were Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, and Xiao Fan. The disciples following them were at least at the foundation establishment stage. These disciples also saluted Shen Mo, not daring to show any disrespect. Shen Mo's gaze swept over Xiao Fan. Name Xiao Fan. Cultivation level, major accomplishment foundation establishment realm. Fate, child of luck, graceful immortal appearance, reincarnation of a great power, narrow escape, fiery battle physique. Destiny, he will stop at nascent soul minor achievement and become the hall master of the burning heaven hall, titled Immortal Kai Feng. While searching for herbs, he will inadvertently stumble into a natural maze, get trapped for 30 years, and die from exhaustion. Recent opportunity 1. Today, while accompanying the team to guard the Thunder Crystal Mine, he will chase a demonic beast into the 3rd tunnel at night. At the deepest part, he will find 2 thunder essences and a low-grade earth-level defensive martial skill.
4-directional profound gate.
Recent opportunity 2. 5 days later, while cultivating at the Thunder Crystal Mine, he will go out to enjoy the moonlight and inadvertently discover an inner elder of the Heavy Weapon Sect sneaking into the mine. Following him, he will find the elder opening a hidden tunnel in the deepest part of the 6th tunnel to excavate buried treasures, but will get heavily injured by the formation and flee in panic. He will enter the hidden tunnel and obtain a 5th-level Thunder Toad Demon Crystal and the
Heavy Weapon Crystal Refining Technique.
Recent opportunity 3. 10 days later, while clearing demonic beasts near the Thunder Crystal Mine, he will encounter an inner elder of the Heavy Weapon Sect leading disciples to attack a mining team from Qingxuan City. He will have to flee immediately, and during the escape will encounter a wolf pack led by a wolf king. The 2 sides will fight, allowing him to escape. After escaping, he will find a piece of red blood copper and 6 3rd-level demon crystals in the wolf pack's nest. Recent opportunity 4. A month later, on Liu Yuanfeng's orders, he will go to Qingxuan City to secretly meet Aoyang Kaiyan, the daughter of the deputy sect master of the Divine Sword Sect. She will give him 6 bottles of great stabilizing pills, which will help him reach the peak of the foundation establishment stage. He nodded with satisfaction, looking at Xiao Fan with appreciation. The weed was still thriving as always. Time to harvest it again. Xiao Fan felt a chill from Shen Mo's gaze but could only smile and bow, addressing him as the young sect master. Shen Mo didn't continue to stare at Xiao Fan. He didn't want to scare his weed. He turned to Elder Li and smiled.
The speed at which we reclaimed the Thunder Crystal Mine was faster than I expected. The Thunderfire sect had no reaction.
He thought Murong Yue would gather more strength and prepare thoroughly before making a sudden move. Elder Li laughed heartily.
Your analysis was spot on. After we sent the Thunderfire sect's outer elder back, the Thunderfire sect could only swallow their pride.
They even praised us for driving away the domineering heavy weapon sect. Shen Mo also laughed. Zhao Ting and the others were quite surprised. It seemed Shen Mo had a part in planning the reclamation of the Thunder Crystal Mine.
Elder Li, I'm interested in thunder crystals and would like to go to the mine to guard it. Is that possible?
Shen Mo asked with a smile.
Of course, the sect master and the others have already set up protective formations at the mine, so it's very safe.
Elder Li nodded with a smile. Shen Mo joined the group. At first, Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, and Zhao Ru were somewhat worried, fearing that Shen Mo's elevated status would make him distant from them. However, Shen Mo's demeanor and behavior remained as usual, not showing any signs of being high and mighty. This reassured the three of them. With laughter and conversation, the group set off towards the Thunder Crystal Mine. Qingxuan Sect's mountain gate was located on the southern slope of the Qingkang Mountains. The Thunder Crystal Mine, however, was situated on the eastern slope of the Qingkang Mountains. Further east lay the Heavy Weapon Sect. Because the Thunder Crystal Mine was far from Qingxuan Sect but close to the Heavy Weapon Sect, it was necessary to station 4 inner elders and a group of disciples to guard it. Otherwise, the Heavy Weapon Sect would take back the mine the day after it was captured. Elder Li led Shen Mo and the others along the southern mountain path of the Qingkang Mountains. Qingxuan Sect had a significant influence in the vicinity of the Qingkang Mountains. After all, when Qingxuan Sect was at its peak, it had encompassed the entire Qingkang Mountains within its territory. In comparison, the influence of Feishuang Sect, Heavy Weapon Sect, and Lingxi Sect was much smaller. Along the way, they encountered many rogue cultivators, but upon seeing that they were from Qingxuan Sect, these cultivators immediately showed respect, not daring to be disrespectful. After traveling for over an hour, the group arrived at the Thunder Crystal Mine without any surprises. The mine was located at the foot of the mountain. At the entrance, a wall over 20 feet high, made from the surrounding mountain rocks, enclosed a large area outside the cave. Within this area, many stone houses and watchtowers had been constructed. Disciples constantly observed the surroundings from the watchtower tops. Elder Li stood at the gate and shouted,
I'm here and the young sect master is here too. Time to switch shifts.
The gate quickly opened. 2 elders came out to greet them. Shen Mo noticed the obvious fatigue on their faces. Clearly, they had been guarding the mine day and night for several days, resulting in extreme exhaustion.
Finally,
the lead elder with dark circles under his eyes weakly saluted Shen Mo. The young sect master held a position second only to the sect master. Even though Shen Mo's cultivation level was not yet on par with theirs, the hierarchy must be respected. The address was not to be taken lightly. Shen Mo nodded.
We're here to switch shifts. You can rest and return to the mountain gate. All right.
The 2 elders sighed in relief. Elder Li and the elders and disciples she brought quickly took over the work in the mine.
What? Not enough miners?
Shen Mo was about to tour the mine when he heard Elder Li's astonished voice nearby. The elder with dark circles sighed repeatedly.
Yes, the 60 or so miners brought by the deacon from Gufeng City were attacked by the Heavy Weapon Sect on the way. Many were killed and some scattered. Only 12 made it to the mine.
Chapter 80, Thundertoad Demon Crystal. Chapter 80, Thundertoad Demon Crystal. Shen Mo furrowed his brow slightly. It was normal for cultivators to fight among themselves. But it was despicable for the Heavy Weapon Sect to directly target mortal miners. He asked,
What else is going on? Tell me everything.
The elder with dark circles under his eyes gritted his teeth and said,
Before the protective array was set up, the mining site was harassed almost daily by the Heavy Weapon Sect. And the Heavy Weapon Sect is wealthy. They distribute spirit stones to attract wandering cultivators to harass us and attack our logistical teams while their own people blend in.
He spat angrily.
Among our disciples, over 10 outer disciples and 4 inner disciples have died, all in gruesome ways.
The elder recalled something else and added,
Also, young sect master, do you know Steward Zhang Waihu? He was also attacked. When he was transporting food from the mountain gate to the mining site, the Heavy Weapon Sect ambushed him. His right arm and half of his left arm were chopped off. He's still lying in bed.
Shen Mo's expression darkened. The elder whispered,
In the next few days, stewards will be bringing miners from Qingxuan City, Zishan City, and Yufeng City. These mortals are willing to work for our Qingxuan Sect, and we must ensure their safety.
Elder Li nodded.
I understand. I'll handle these matters. Good, I leave it to you then. I can't take it anymore.
The elder with dark circles didn't return to his room but found a secluded corner and leaned against a large crate. Soon he fell asleep, snoring loudly. But no one criticized him. During this time, the safety of the Thunder Crystal Mine relied on these two inner sect elders. Without them, everyone sent by the Qingxuan Sect would perish.
Someone arrange the best room for the young sect master.
Elder Li shouted. Immediately, a disciple hurried over, nodding repeatedly. Shen Mo waved his hand.
Take me to see Zhang Weihu first. Yes.
Soon, Shen Mo arrived at a simple stone hut and saw Zhang Weihu inside. The middle-aged steward who had reminded him numerous times now lay unconscious on the bed, pale and missing his right arm entirely, with only half of his left remaining. Blood seeped through his bandages.
Not enough healing pills.
Shen Mo frowned. The guiding disciple sighed.
We're running out.
Shen Mo took several healing pills from his storage ring and placed them in Zhang Weihu's mouth. He applied some hemostatic powder to the wounds. Zhang Weihu's condition improved slightly.
These pills were bestowed by Murong Yue. They've been stockpiled in my storage ring for a long time.
Shen Mo said calmly. The disciple looked touched.
On behalf of Steward Zhang, thank you, young sect master.
Shen Mo nodded. Soon, Shen Mo arrived at a simple stone hut and saw Zhang Weihu inside. The middle-aged steward who had reminded him numerous times now lay unconscious on the bed, pale and missing his right arm entirely, with only half of his left remaining. Blood seeped through his bandages. Not enough healing pills, Shen Mo frowned. The guiding disciple sighed, we're running out.
With the help of my golden finger, I can gradually weaken the heavy weapon sect. Through this give and take, the heavy weapon sect will gradually become weaker and no longer pose a threat to Qingxuan Sect. In the future, Qingxuan Sect might even take the initiative to swallow the heavy weapon sect. By then, as the young sect master, I will naturally gain more resources and intercept even better opportunities.
Shen Mo began to plan immediately. Night fell. There were many demon beasts around the Thunder Crystal Mine. Therefore, the nights at the mine were not quiet. It was even somewhat lively. Various demon beasts that were active at night came out to hunt. Even the walls, over 12 feet high, couldn't keep them all out. Many demon beasts could slip inside. The defensive array set up by Murong Yue and others only affected powerful cultivators. So every few days, demon beasts would slip into the mine. This highlighted the importance of the disciples. Each foundation building realm disciple led 5 Qi condensation realm disciples on night patrols. They changed shifts every 2 hours. If they spotted a demon beast, they would attack immediately, either driving it away or killing it. This was to minimize the risk of demon beasts injuring people. At this moment, Shen Mo wasn't cultivating on his bed but standing on the roof, feeling the cool night breeze, his eyes scanning the surroundings keenly. He was waiting for that demon beast to appear. Before long, he saw Xiao Fan leading 5 Qi condensation realm disciples on patrol. At that moment, a nimble shadow darted under the wall and rushed towards the mine. Xiao Fan and the others immediately noticed the shadow and prepared to pursue it. Shen Mo floated over to them, saying,
Keep an eye on the walls to prevent more demon beasts from appearing. I'll handle that one. Yes, young sect master.
Xiao Fan nodded repeatedly, not daring to disobey. The other disciples also nodded in agreement. As Shen Mo chased after the shadow of the demon beast, they spoke in surprise.
The young sect master's status is so esteemed, yet he's willing to personally deal with demon beasts. Yeah, the young sect master is really approachable, without any airs. I heard that as soon as the young sect master arrived at the mine, he gave healing pills to Steward Zhang Weihu. He's really a good person.
You don't know, but after this incident spread, The morale among disciples and miners in the mine has soared. Everyone knows that the young sect master cares for us.
Amidst these praises of Shen Mo, Xiao Fan felt extremely uncomfortable. He whispered.
Enough, don't forget our duties. Immediately patrol the walls and see if there are any holes made by demon beasts. Yes.
The disciples reluctantly responded. Shen Mo tracked the demon beast all the way to the deepest part of the third mining tunnel. This little creature was a third-stage juvenile demon beast, an armadillo adept at digging. Cornered, the armadillo showed its fierceness and lunged at Shen Mo. Shen Mo chuckled and with a swift stroke of his sword, cleaved it in half. Afterward, he searched the area and indeed found a small pit. From the traces, it seemed the armadillo had been hiding here for some time. Digging into the pit, Shen Mo found 2 thunder essence cores and a small wooden box. Thunder essence cores, top-grade mysterious level items, were treasures formed in places where thunder attributes minerals converged. They were essential for refining perfect Dao platforms or condensing perfect golden cores. Satisfied, Shen Mo nodded and covered the small pit back up before swiftly departing.
Next up is the Thunder Toad Demon Crystal and the Crystal Refinement Art. According to Xiao Fan's life panel, in 5 days, a senior elder from the Heavy Weapon Sect will sneak into the Thunder Crystal Mine, reaching the deepest part of the 6th mining tunnel to search for these 2 items.
Shen Mo pondered slightly. He knew about the Heavy Weapon Sect's situation. 10 years ago, a traitor from within the sect stole the original copy of the
Crystal Refinement Art.
But the technique itself had since disappeared. Since then, with the passing of several senior masters, the Heavy Weapon Sect's crystal refining techniques had declined significantly. Nevertheless, they remained the only sect in the area with a complete set of techniques for drilling and embedding spiritual artifacts, ensuring they continued to prosper.
Perhaps this elder knows something and deliberately risked coming to the Thunder Crystal Mine.
Shen Mo speculated.
However, with the protective array always active, how did he sneak in so quietly? And how did he manage to escape despite being severely injured? Was there a leak of information?
Shen Mo immediately thought of Liu Yuanfeng. Without a doubt, if there was any leaking of information within the Qingxuan Sect, Liu Yuanfeng would likely be involved.
For now, the matter of information leaks can wait. I must secure both the Thunder Toad Crystal and the Crystal Refinement Art. Moreover, considering the usual course of events, after severely injuring this senior elder from the Heavy Weapon Sect, he'll eventually try to escape. However, since I already know how this will unfold, I certainly won't let him get away.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
Since he dares to come, let's leave him here.
Chapter 81, Thunder Sword ascends to top-tier profound rank. Chapter 81, Thunder Sword ascends to top-tier profound rank. Shen Mo left the 3rd tunnel and headed straight to the deepest part of the 6th tunnel. He surveyed the area, using his spiritual energy to search, and quickly found the location of 2 buried items. These 2 items were hidden quite deeply and showed no recent signs of excavation. If Shen Mo hadn't been able to see the life panel, he certainly wouldn't have found them through a meticulous search. At the bottom of the pit, the 2 items lay quietly. One was a palm-sized demon crystal, radiating with brilliant thunderlight. The other item was a book made of metal. No wonder it hadn't decayed after so many years. Shen Mo had come prepared. He put on gloves and effortlessly took the Thunder Toad demon crystal. This demon crystal, left behind by a 5th-rank demon beast after its death, contained extremely powerful thunder attribute energy. According to Xiao Fan's life panel, an elder of the Heavy Weapon Sect in the Foundation establishment stage was gravely injured because he directly touched the crystal without caution. This caused a massive thunder outbreak, triggering the array's agitation, worsening his injuries. In the end, he barely escaped by exploding a flaw in the array. After securing the Thunder Toad crystal, Shen Mo picked up the heavy metal book. Wiping off the dirt on the surface, the cover revealed the inscription.
Crystal refining technique.
With this, I can create sockets in spirit tools and embed demon crystals myself. This is the core skill of the heavy weapon sect, and now I've obtained it so easily.
Shen Mo smiled, took the items, and left to return. Back in his room, he immediately began reading the crystal refining technique. About an hour later, he lifted his head from the book.
So that's it. The technique for creating sockets is very ingenious, requiring special materials to forge the hammer and chisel. These tools must be stable enough to create sockets without damaging the spirit tools. Hence, making the hammer and chisel requires various materials, including thunder crystals, which explains why the heavy weapons sect monopolized the thunder crystal mine. As for embedding, it needs a special embedding liquid. When injected into the socket, it allows the demon crystal to integrate seamlessly with the spirit tool. The hammer, chisel, and embedding liquid are the essence of the crystal refining technique.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. Prepared and ready, he began the process. The thunder crystal mine not only had thunder crystals, but also some associated minerals that Shen Mo needed. 2 days later, he acquired a set of hammer and chisel, along with a jar of embedding liquid. Shen Mo took out some yellow-rank spirit tools and some second-rank demon crystals. Following the crystal refining technique, he used the hammer and chisel to create sockets. Then he applied the embedding liquid and embedded the crystals. This process required full concentration, as any mistake would result in failure. Shen Mo initially failed repeatedly. But having taken the comprehension pills, his understanding far surpassed ordinary people. After a few failures, he quickly identified his mistakes. Each attempt was better than the last. Feeling confident, Shen Mo took out the thunder sword and repeated the process. Finally, he donned gloves and embedded a third-rank demon crystal into the sword. This demon crystal came from a third-rank demon beast, the fire-spitting ape, capable of breathing fire. The thunder sword was a profound-rank spirit tool and couldn't handle a crystal too powerful. A third-rank demon crystal was its limit. As for the fifth-rank thunder toad crystal, Shen Mo planned to socket and embed it into a stronger spirit tool later. Moments later, the thunder sword radiated a strange brilliance. Shen Mo gripped the hilt tightly. Immediately, he felt a sense of joy emanating from within the sword. Evidently, the sword's faint spirit also sensed that it was becoming stronger. Shen Mo nodded slightly. After embedding the fire-spitting ape demon crystal, the thunder sword had now ascended to the top tier of the profound rank.
The crystal refining technique contains formulas for 4 types of hammers and chisels and 4 types of embedding liquids. This is the most important part. I've memorized this technique, so there's no need to keep the book. I can give it to Murong Yue.
Of course, Shen Mo did not intend to hand over the entire crystal refining technique. In this world, only oneself can be truly trusted. Therefore, the best things, such as the formulas for top-tier hammers and chisels and top-tier embedding liquid, must be kept in his own hands. As for the rest, they can be handed over without reservation. Shen Mo lightly knocked on the door. Since he was the young sect master, there were always 2 strong inner disciples guarding outside his room. Many people competed for this duty. The 2 disciples immediately responded upon hearing the sound.
Young sect master, what are your orders?
Shen Mo said.
Please summon Elder Li here. Tell her I have something important to discuss with her.
The 2 disciples nodded repeatedly.
Yes.
Moments later, a somewhat weary-looking Elder Li arrived at Shen Mo's room.
Young sect master, what is it you need?
Elder Li asked, puzzled. Shen Mo usually didn't trouble them, so this sudden request surprised her. Shen Mo smiled.
A few days ago, I chased a demon beast into the depths of the mine and inadvertently discovered this.
Elder Li, I think you'll be very interested.
He presented the metal book to Elder Li. At first, Elder Li was indifferent, but upon seeing the cover, her eyes widened with astonishment.
This.
Shen Mo nodded with a smile.
Yes, but unfortunately it is incomplete, with a few pages missing.
To prevent anyone from suspecting that he had torn out the pages, he had taken not only the best formulas but also some pages detailing the socketing techniques. These were the most refined parts. But even without these parts, it was still possible to create sockets and embed crystals into spirit tools. Moreover, it was still far superior to the heavy weapons sect's current techniques. After all, the heavy weapons sect had lost the entire crystal refining technique. Even if later generations tried to rewrite it from memory, it couldn't compare to the completeness of this inherited technique. With this level of crystal refining technique, Qingxuan Sect could mass-produce refined spirit tools and sell them, effectively surpassing the heavy weapons sect. Refined spirit tools, different from ordinary spirit tools, had sockets for embedding demon crystals, making them more powerful and favored by cultivators. Elder Li quickly flipped through the book. The more she read, the more delighted she became. All her fatigue from the past few days vanished.
It really is the crystal refining technique. I can't believe it was buried deep in the Thunder Crystal Mine.
Young sect master, this thing is priceless. Are you?
She looked at Shen Mo excitedly. Shen Mo nodded with a smile.
Elder Li, if I didn't intend to hand it over, I wouldn't have called you here. Good, good. Qingxuan Sect is truly fortunate to have you.
Elder Li's eyes reddened with emotion. In her heart, Shen Mo's status rose immeasurably. This young man, with his immense potential, formidable strength, great wisdom, and now this noble quality of dedication to the sect, was truly a treasure bestowed upon Qingxuan Sect by the heavens. Shen Mo smiled.
Please, Elder Li, summon another inner elder. The two of you should return to the sect and deliver this book to the sect leader. Handle it with utmost care.
Of course, with this book, our Qingxuan Sect can refine crystals just like the heavy weapons sect. This item can almost determine the fate of our sect.
Elder Li said joyfully.
Our Qingxuan Sect is about to rise.
Chapter 82, Luring the Tiger into the Cave. Chapter 82, Luring the Tiger into the Cave. Before long, 3 streaks of light flashed, quickly landing in the Thunder Crystal Mine. Murong Yue went straight to Shen Mo's room. The beautiful master's face was filled with joy.
More, I'm proud of you as your teacher.
She stared at Shen Mo, growing happier the more she looked. Taking him as her disciple was undoubtedly the wisest decision of her life. This
Crystal refining art.
would definitely propel the Qingxuan Sect toward revival. Shen Mo understood Murong Yue's excitement well. He smiled and asked.
What does Master plan to do?
Murong Yue decisively said.
Immediately arrange for personnel to start mass-producing refined crystal spiritual tools. With this crystal refining art, our products will definitely be better than those of the heavy weapons sect. However,
Shen Mo smiled.
Master, don't forget, there are more than 4 sects near the Azure Blue Mountains, including those that don't even qualify as second-rate sects.
Murong Yue's eyes lit up. Indeed. There were many small sects established by just 3 or 5 cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. But they didn't qualify to participate in the grand assembly of 100 sects. Some even formed today and closed tomorrow. If Shen Mo hadn't reminded her, Murong Yue might have overlooked these sects. Shen Mo continued.
Master can sell refined crystal spiritual tools to these small sects. Even if they can't pay in spirit stones, they can trade other resources like ores, the more the better. Additionally, Master can use them to reach out to more distant second-rate and first-rate sects to sell our refined crystal spiritual tools. Over time, we can form a large network, surrounding and eventually taking over the heavy weapons sect's business.
Murong Yue's eyes lit up again.
Great! I'll handle the specifics. More, focus on your cultivation. I look forward to the day you step into the foundation establishment stage.
Shen Mo nodded. He had no intention of getting involved in such matters himself. Strategizing was enough. If he had to carry out the implementation, it would mean the entire Qingxuan Sect was useless. 3 days later at night. Outside the Thunder Crystal Mine. At this moment, 2 people were hiding in the woods. One had a young face, a calm expression, as if nothing could make him lose composure. The other looked older but showed great respect for the young man. They were Wu Leng, the son of the heavy weapons sect's master, and Shi Fei, an inner sect elder of the heavy weapons sect. Shifei whispered.
Young master, are you sure that the crystal refining art stolen by that traitor 5 years ago is in the Thunder Crystal Mine? Now that the mine is guarded by formations, it's much harder for me to get in.
Wu Leng nodded slightly.
I've reviewed the old records. The traitor was caught near the woods by the Thunder Crystal Mine. The mine was searched back then, but nothing was found. Then how do you?
Shifei scratched his head. Wu Leng whispered.
Back then, the Thunder Fire Sect dispatched few people, so they borrowed our heavy weapons sect members as overseers. He was one of them. I'm certain he was familiar with the complex tunnels here. We didn't find anything in the tunnels initially, but this time I found a treasure in the deepest part of the sect's treasury.
He took out a blank metal page. Shifei was stunned.
This is.
The crystal refining art is made of metal. Elder, she should know this. I know, could it be?
Wu Leng rolled his eyes.
It's an extra page, without any inscription.
I see.
Shifei scratched his head awkwardly. Wu Leng continued.
These metal pages are made from the same piece of ore. Elder Shi, hold it and infuse it with spiritual energy, and you'll be able to sense the other pages.
He sighed.
This item has been in the deepest part of the sect's treasury all this time, but no one ever found it. If we had this 5 years ago, we would have discovered the sect's secret art long ago, and the standard of our crystal refining art wouldn't have declined.
Shifei was thrilled but also troubled.
But I can't break through the formation.
Wu Leng smiled faintly.
Money can make the devil push the millstone. I already know the exact time the mine's protective formation changes its spirit stones. It's precisely at midnight every night. Additionally, I know there's a flaw in the formation at the southeast corner. If things go wrong, Elder She can escape from there.
Shifei was full of admiration.
Young master, you are truly foresighted. If we can bring back the crystal refining art today, it will be a great achievement. I can replace the third elder, and you will surely be promoted to young sect master. Those old guys won't dare to utter a single word against it.
Hearing the words,
Young sect master.
Even the usually calm Wu Leng's breathing quickened. Though he was the son of Wu Gangfei, his potential was slightly inferior, being only of lower-grade Earth-rank constitution. Even though he had improved the crystal refining art multiple times, helping the heavy weapons sect earn a lot of money and save costs. Even though he proposed many plans that helped the heavy weapons sect annex several nearby small sects. Whenever Wu Gangfei wanted to establish him as the young sect master, the other elders always opposed it. Those elders all wanted to install their own people as the young sect master. However, if he could achieve such a great merit today, no elder would dare to oppose it. The position of young sect master would surely be his. Wu Leng suddenly said,
By the way, I also got information that the Qingxuan Sect's young sect master, Shen Mo, is also in this mine.
Shifei raised an eyebrow.
Is that the Shen Mo, who took first place in the Grand Assembly of 100 sects?
Yes, that's him. If Elder She can capture or kill him, it will be another great achievement for both of us.
Wu Leng smiled slightly.
Killing such a genius will surely be recorded in the annals of Qingxuan Prefecture.
Shifei's breathing quickened. Of course. After the Grand Assembly of 100 sects, the name Yan Junzi Shen Mo spread throughout Qingxuan Prefecture. Killing him would be equivalent to destroying the Qingxuan Sect's future.
All right, I'll kill him and take the crystal refining art.
Shifei laughed sinisterly. He could almost see himself becoming the third elder, holding high authority. Soon midnight arrived. The faint light covering the mine disappeared. Shifei used his body technique and immediately moved like a ghost into the mine. Thanks to the detailed information provided by Wu Leng, Shifei encountered almost no obstacles. He knew the patrol routes of the night watch team clearly.
Wait!
Shifei paused for a moment. He discovered that the metal page was guiding him to a room high up in the mine. That room was the one Wu Leng had told him about, Shen Mo's room. After a brief moment of surprise, Shifei sneered.
Perfect, saves me an extra trip. This really fell into my lap.
Fei silently approached Shen Mo's door and gently pushed it open. He saw Shen Mo sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. With a sinister smile, Fei lunged at Shen Mo's throat with a clawed hand. However, Fei suddenly saw Shen Mo open his eyes and smile faintly, as if he had known Fei would come. Alarm bells went off in Fei's mind. At that moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared from 4 directions, surrounding Fei in an instant. They were Elder Li and 3 other inner sect elders. Elder Li casually blocked Fei's claw. Elder Li and the others all wore cold smiles. Fei was furious. Even if he were stupid, he could now tell he had walked into a trap. He let out a blood-curdling scream.
Damn it, it's a trap.
Chapter 83, Pretend to Redeem. Chapter 83, Pretend to Redeem. Bang bang bang. 5 core formation cultivators immediately engaged in battle. Obviously, Fei didn't have the ability to take on 4 opponents at once. Within 5 moves, he was captured by Elder Li and the other 3. Shen Mo had already left the room as soon as the fight began. After all, it was a battle among core formation cultivators. Even if Elder Li intended to protect him, if Fei decided to fight to the death, Shen Mo might still get hurt. Therefore, there was no need to give the enemy a chance for mutual destruction. The commotion from the fight immediately lit up the entire mining site. Stewards, disciples, and miners all rushed out from their resting places, looking suspiciously towards Shen Mo's room. Outside the mining site, Wu Leng heard Fei's desperate scream and was suddenly startled. When the fierce sounds of fighting began, Wu Leng finally realized. It was indeed a trap.
Damn it!
Wu Leng's face turned extremely ugly. But at this point, he couldn't stay any longer. He had to leave immediately to inform his father, Wu Gangfei.
Young sect master, we've captured him.
Elder Li said loudly, his face beaming with joy. Shen Mo nodded slightly and re-entered the room. Sure enough, Fei was covered in wounds and had long since lost his ability to fight, lying there at their mercy. The 4 inner elders of Qingxuan Sect had been ruthless. Fei could hardly even lift his head.
Young sect master, how should we deal with him?
One elder asked.
Deal with him, just chop him up. My nephew died at his hands.
Another elder said angrily.
Yeah, this guy Fei has killed many of our disciples.
Another elder shouted angrily. Shen Mo waved his hand. These elders had too strong a desire to kill. Always resorting to violence wouldn't do. Naturally, one should extract maximum value before.
Bind him up and send him to the mountain gate overnight. Also, send a message to the heavy weapons sect asking them to pay for his ransom.
Shen Mo said calmly.
Yes.
Elder Li nodded. After all, he was a core formation cultivator. Surrendering was out of the question. It depended on whether the heavy weapons sect was willing to pay the ransom. If they were, they'd demand a hefty sum. If they weren't, it wouldn't be too late to kill him then. The other 3 elders immediately understood Shen Mo's plan and nodded repeatedly. They had been somewhat blinded by hatred. Shen Mo's plan was indeed the best choice. Shen Mo then addressed the crowd.
The core formation elder from the heavy weapons sect who infiltrated the mining site has been captured alive. Everyone can go back to sleep.
The miners whispered in astonishment. In their eyes, core formation cultivators were akin to immortals. They always came and went as they pleased. But today, one had been captured alive. As for the stewards and disciples of Qingxuan Sect, they were even more thrilled. Our Qingxuan Sect is truly formidable. Elder Li, his face full of joy, said.
Young sect master, you are truly wise. You anticipated their dishonorable sneak attack.
2 days ago, Shen Mo had suddenly proposed that the elders ambush near his room at night, waiting for the attackers. Elder Li and the others were puzzled but curbed their curiosity and waited patiently. Unexpectedly, they did catch an unlucky fellow. And not just anyone. A core formation elder of the heavy weapons sect. Shen Mo smiled slightly. It wasn't really his foresight. But he couldn't say that he saw it on his life panel. Since Elder Li didn't ask, that was just as well. It saved him from making up an excuse.
Focus on your cultivation, young sect master. I will handle this matter.
Elder Li nodded respectfully and turned to leave. At the heavy weapons sect, Wu Leng rushed back to the sect and immediately found his father, Wu Gangfei, to inform him of the situation. Wu Gangfei was furious after hearing the news. Shi Fei was not just any core formation wandering cultivator he had recruited. He was a long-standing inner elder with a good relationship with Wu Gangfei. He had to be rescued. Wu Gangfei's rage was uncontrollable.
Those bastards! Send the order to gather our forces and attack the Thunder Crystal mining site immediately.
Wu Leng hurriedly stopped him and sternly said.
Father, did you forget what I told you?
Wu Gangfei paused, instinctively responding.
I haven't forgotten.
Then tell me, what did I tell you?
Wu Leng demanded seriously. Wu Gangfei scratched his head.
You said that now is not the time for an all-out war.
Father, you really need to work on controlling your temper.
Wu Leng urged patiently.
I've told you many times, if we go to war with Qingxuan Sect, the surrounding sects will only be happy and won't help us.
When we both end up severely weakened, they'll be the first to tear our heavy weapons sect apart and steal our crystal refining technique.
Hearing this, Wu Gangfei's anger subsided considerably. Wu Leng had analyzed this before, and Wu Gangfei had always agreed with his son's insights.
So what should we do?
Wu Gangfei sat down on a stone bench, anxiously running his hands through his hair. He had always preferred using his fists over his brain. Ever since his son showed exceptional wisdom at a young age, Wu Gangfei had entrusted all decisions to Wu Leng. Wu Leng was about to speak when a voice came from outside the courtyard.
Sect Master, a wandering cultivator has come with a letter from Qingxuan Sect.
Wu Gangfei nodded.
Let him in.
The wandering cultivator entered, handed the letter to Wu Gangfei, and quickly left. Wu Leng took the envelope and opened it.
What does it say? Are they asking for money?
Wu Gangfei gritted his teeth. Wu Leng nodded.
Qingxuan Sect says that if we want to ransom Elder Shi, we need to prepare at least 1,000 top-grade spirit stones and hand over the western white iron mine.
Wu Gangfei instantly erupted in rage.
Damn extortionists, I'll march to Qingxuan Sect right now.
Wu Leng quickly patted his father's back.
Calm down, father. Impulse is the devil.
Wu Gangfei's face was flushed with anger, clearly on the verge of losing control.
We'll pretend to ransom Elder Shi, but our real goal is to capture Shen Mo.
Wu Leng's eyes gleamed with a cold light.
How will we capture him? That kid is now the young sect master of Qingxuan Sect, surely equipped with life-saving treasures and well-protected.
Wu Gangfei shook his head. Wu Leng whispered.
Here's the plan. We'll do this, then this, and finally this.
But he knew it was a pointless question. Before he even finished speaking, Wu Gangfei was already nodding vigorously.
Father trusts you, let's do it your way.
Wu Gangfei said with a decisive wave of his hand. Wu Leng nodded.
Understood. I'll have someone deliver a message to Qingxuan Sect, pretending to negotiate the ransom back and forth to lower their guard.
2 days later, after several rounds of correspondence, both sides reached an agreement. Heavy Weapons Sect would pay 1,500 top-grade spirit stones and 3,000 pounds of white iron ore. The ransom exchange was set to take place on a hilltop near the Thunder Crystal mining site. Elder Li happily handed the letter to Shen Mo. Shen Mo, however, frowned slightly. Despite the back-and-forth negotiations, the other party agreed too readily. Instinctively, he glanced at his life panel, seeing the words "upcoming turning point." Chapter 84, The Naive Gluttonous Great Rock Python. Chapter 84, The Naive Gluttonous Great Rock Python. Recent turn of events. 3 days later, at the hilltop near the Thunder Crystal mine, a transaction of money and people is planned between the heavy weapon sects Wu Leng and others. However, Wu Leng has prepared a beast-attracting powder to lure the dormant great rock python beneath the hill to attack the Qingxuan Sect's team. In the end, Elder Li and others die in battle, while Shen Mo is captured by the heavy weapon sect. Shen Mo looked at Elder Li and the others. Sure enough, their recent turn of events was similar. They all died fighting to protect themselves. Shen Mo's gaze gradually turned cold. He had guessed correctly. The other party never intended to properly ransom the captives.
Wu Lang,
Seeing that Shen Mo had no reaction, Elder Li asked.
young sect master, are you worried about the heavy weapons sect setting an ambush? Don't worry, the area around that hill is empty, with hardly any trees. They have no opportunity to set an ambush.
Shen Mo thought to himself, indeed, they didn't set an ambush. They lured the giant python from underground.
Elder Li, are there any fourth-tier beasts around?
He asked. Elder Li paused, looking at the elder with dark circles. The dark-circled elder shook his head.
No, the area near the Thunder Crystal Mine has been cleared of especially powerful and clustered beasts. The remaining ones are solitary or in pairs without groups.
He suddenly remembered something.
Oh right, half a year ago there was a giant python near the Thunder Crystal Mine. It reached the fourth tier of great success, ate quite a few thunder crystals, but was severely injured by the elders of the heavy weapons sect and escaped. Is the young sect master worried they might lure this python to attack us?
He waved his hand.
The young sect master need not worry. Although the python is fourth tier, it was seriously injured. Unlike human cultivators, beasts don't have elixirs to heal. In 6 months, it's unlikely to have fully recovered. It might have even become prey to other beasts. Even if it's still nearby, it wouldn't dare to attack human cultivators.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. It seems this python survived, not only survived but became stronger. The heavy weapons sect probably didn't kill it but found a way to control it for their use. The great rock python likes to eat thunder crystals, and the heavy weapons sect controls the thunder crystal mine. They likely use the thunder crystals to temporarily control the python. This method of using beasts to attack human cultivators is too vicious. But now that he knew what was coming, Shen Mo could prepare. Just thunder crystals, I have plenty. Feed this python until it's full beforehand, and it won't listen to you anymore.
All right, you all can go back and wait for the exchange in 3 days.
Shen Mo nodded, dismissing the others. Night fell upon the land. Shen Mo used the 8 directions thunder movement, silently leaving the thunder crystal mine, arriving near the hill. He scouted around, finding a concealed entrance. The entrance was covered with vines, hard to detect by ordinary people.
This should be where the great rock python sleeps.
Shen Mo immediately delved in. Soon, he found a huge, dark space deep underground. A massive creature lay coiled, asleep. Even just a glimpse of the gigantic python head was utterly awe-inspiring.
Oh, this guy has a panel too.
Shen Mo focused, looking at the creature's life panel. Name, Ao Huang's 5th incarnation. Realm 4th tier perfected. Note, equivalent to peak core formation realm in terms of human cultivation. Life attributes, oviparous beast, prone to mutations, immensely powerful, great beast incarnation, golden python bloodline. Destiny ultimately stops at the 6th tier, great success, devoured by the 3rd incarnation. Recent fortunes, 3 days later, awakened by beast-attracting powder, attacks the Qingxuan Sect's team, then receives a top-grade profound stone from Wu Lang and falls back into slumber. Shen Mo's heart stirred as he carefully examined its attributes. Oviparous beast, white attribute. You are not viviparous but oviparous, not different from most oviparous beasts. Prone to mutations, blue attribute. After consuming minerals, you are prone to mutations, but the direction of mutations is uncontrollable, possibly beneficial, but more likely harmful. Immensely powerful, blue attribute. Your strength is boundless. Any attempt to wrestle with you is a death wish. Great beast incarnation, orange attribute. You are the reincarnation of a peak 6th tier great beast, containing a wisp of great beast's soul. Unfortunately, the great beast has 10 incarnations that will inevitably compete for dominance. Golden python bloodline, purple attribute. Through multiple mutations, you possess the golden python bloodline, with a metal spiritual root far surpassing ordinary beasts, absorbing metal spiritual energy at a faster rate. Shen Mo pondered. A great beast incarnation. Interesting. Shen Mo knew about the fate attribute.
Reincarnation of a great being.
Zio Fan, for instance, was the reincarnation of a deity-level cultivator. It seemed that the great beast was also a reincarnation. However, the reincarnation method for beasts and human cultivators was quite different. Condensing 10 incarnations, making them grow, fight, and eventually determining the strongest one was clearly more brutal, but the strongest one produced this way would be much more powerful.
This creature might be useful to me in the future.
With this thought, Shen Mo took out numerous thunder crystals from his storage ring. These thunder crystals were mined from the Thunder Crystal Mine, and there were plenty. As the young sect master, taking away dozens of pounds casually wouldn't attract any complaints. Now, taking out some to lure this naive giant python wouldn't be a problem. Sure enough, the great rock python, which was sleeping, seemed to smell the scent and gradually woke up. The next moment, its massive vertical pupils suddenly opened, reflecting Shen Mo's figure with a fierce look. However, upon seeing the large pile of thunder crystals beside Shen Mo, its gaze instantly softened. With a gulp, it devoured all the thunder crystals in one bite. It completely ignored Shen Mo, the living human. After swallowing the dozen or so pieces of minerals, it closed its eyes contentedly, seemingly enjoying itself. Shen Mo reached out his hand and gently patted its head. The python quivered slightly but did not reject him. Shen Mo chuckled. This creature was indeed a naive glutton. As long as there was food, it could be petted at will.
Want more thunder crystals? I have more here.
Shen Mo said with a smile. The great rock python opened its eyes and nodded. Shen Mo threw a few more thunder crystals over. After eating them, the python showed a look of yearning. Shen Mo became even more generous, taking out more today than Wu Leng would in a month. Naturally, it was willing to listen to Shen Mo.
Want more? I'll go find some for you and bring them in a few days.
Shen Mo smiled. The python nodded humanely. Then its head drooped down and it fell asleep again. Shen Mo clapped his hands and walked out of the cave with large strides. There were still quite a few thunder crystals in his storage ring. But he didn't plan to take them out now. Taming a beast couldn't be too generous or too stingy. Especially when taming a beast that was one major realm stronger than oneself. It had to understand the difference between a full meal and regular meals.
I've already gained quite a bit of favor. Wu Leng can never use it against me now.
Chapter 85, The Giant Rock Python Moves. Chapter 85, The Giant Rock Python Moves. The day to ransom the captives arrived quickly. Shen Mo led Elder Li and 4 other inner sect elders, along with a group of disciples, striding out of the mining site and reaching the top of a nearby hill. The hill was bare without a single blade of grass, covered entirely in rocks. Thus, everything was visible at a glance. Elder Li and the others nodded slightly. It was indeed impossible to hide anyone around here. In their view, the heavy weapon sect choosing this place for the ransom clearly showed their sincerity. Before long, a team approached quickly from the east. But they were few in number, only 2 people. One was young and the other was older. Shen Mo glanced at them and immediately saw the young man's life panel. Name Wu Leng. Realm entry-level core formation. Fate attribute, sect disciple, fortunate star, brilliant mind, heir of artifact Tao, green wood bloodline. Destiny will remain at the peak of core formation, will live a peaceful life and die without illness. Recent opportunity 1. Today at the hilltop near the Thunder Crystal Mine, he will meet the Qingxuan Sect team. Though it appears to be a trade, it will actually trigger the rock python to attack the Qingxuan Sect team, killing 4 inner sect elders and capturing Qingxuan Sect's young sect master, Shen Mo. Recent opportunity 2. 2 months later, near the Blackwater Stream in the Qingqing Mountains, while searching for rare minerals, he will learn that several sects that usually buy artifact spirits from the heavy weapon sect have switched to Qingxuan Sect, causing him great anxiety. He will fall into the water by accident but find a small mineral vein underwater, gaining a large amount of pure minerals. Recent turning point 1. 1 month later, due to long-term inability to supply thunder crystals, the rock python will become enraged, break free from control, and flee into the deep mountains. Wu Leng will be so angry he will vomit blood and be bedridden, healing within 2 days using wood lotus seeds.
Another new fate attribute.
Shen Mo focused on the three fate attributes.
Brilliant mind.
Heir of artifact Dao.
And
Greenwood bloodline.
brilliant mind, purple fate attribute. Your intelligence has always far surpassed that of ordinary people. You never act impulsively and are always rational, but your hair falls out faster than others. Heir of artifact Dao, purple fate attribute. You have loved handling artifact spirits since childhood and have shown an extraordinary talent in embedding demon crystals and refining artifact spirits. You will eventually become a master of artifact crafting. Green wood bloodline, purple fate attribute. Your wood spirit root is far superior to that of ordinary people, making you faster in practicing wood attribute techniques and martial skills. Shen Mo took a few more glances at the top of Wu Leng's head. Indeed, his hair was thin. He was showing signs of turning bald.
This would lotus seed.
Shen Mo pondered over the opportunities and turning points he saw. It was rumored that a few years ago, the heavy weapon sect had dug up a 5-color lotus in the Qingxuan Mountains. The 5-color lotus had produced many lotus seeds, corresponding to the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Historically, the 5-color lotus had appeared several times in the Qingxuan Mountains. The worst of these lotuses had at least 5 seeds. The best had even 15 seeds. These seeds were all top-grade profound items. Each one could be used to forge a perfect Dao platform or condense a perfect golden core. The Thunder Fire Sect had once demanded these from the Heavy Weapons Sect, but the Heavy Weapons Sect claimed they had none. The Thunder Fire Sect sent people to search but found nothing and left. But Shen Mo saw wood lotus seed on Wu Leng's life panel. This indicated that the Heavy Weapons Sect indeed had a 5-color lotus. Perhaps they had hidden it as a treasure, and ordinary people did not know of its existence. Shen Mo was slightly surprised. This was a valuable item. If he could obtain this 5-color lotus, he wouldn't have to intercept opportunities and search for top-grade profound items everywhere. On the day of obtaining it, he might directly condense the Inferno golden core. Shen Mo scrutinized Wu Leng. It seemed that annexing the Heavy Weapons Sect was urgent. Of course, he mainly wanted to see how beautiful the 5-color lotus was. Definitely not because he wanted the seeds. Definitely not.
The Heavy Weapons Sect is confident, coming with just the two of you.
Elder Li looked Wu Leng and his companion over coldly. Wu Leng smiled amiably.
Of course, we are here to ransom, and we must show our full sincerity.
Shen Mo sniffed lightly and suddenly caught a faint fragrance. Wu Leng continued to smile.
It's the scent of my sachet which I always carry with me. No need to worry.
As he spoke, he took the sachet from his waist and brought it to his nose for a deep sniff, demonstrating it was harmless.
Good, then let's exchange money for people. I have already brought the person.
Elder Li pointed to Shifei, who was tightly bound behind him. Wu Leng smiled.
Naturally. But we should ask what the one below thinks.
As he spoke, he stomped his foot heavily. The fragrance suddenly intensified. Immediately, the ground began to tremble. It seemed something was about to burst out from below. Elder Li and the others turned pale. The next moment, a loud rumble. A gigantic gray-brown python suddenly thrust its head out of the ground. Its enormous vertical pupils were filled with rage. It seemed to be asking who had awakened it with the scent. The python's size was terrifying. Even just the part emerging from the ground was over 15 meters long. The part of it still underground was likely another 5 or 6 zhang, approximately 16.5 to 19.8 meters. Such a massive beast could easily take on 3 cultivators of the same realm simultaneously. This was the terrifying aspect of demonic beasts. After the giant rock python appeared, Wu Leng's face showed a hint of pride. This giant rock python was his greatest reliance. Previously, he had to send a large amount of thunder crystals periodically to feed it. This barely kept it under control for his use. But now that the Heavy Weapons Sect had lost the thunder crystal mine, the thunder crystals he could provide to the python were much less. The giant rock python had become somewhat uncontrollable. This was why he had to use beast lure powder to guide it.
Kill everyone else, capture Shen Mo alive.
Wu Leng ordered with a cold smile. Hiss. The giant rock python extended its crimson forked tongue and started to move towards Shen Mo and the others. Elder Li and the others turned pale. Even though they had 4 core formation cultivators, their realms were at minor and major accomplishments, not a match for this giant python.
Young sect master, run. We will try to hold it off.
Elder Li gritted her teeth. She knew facing such a colossal beast meant certain death. But even so, Shen Mo couldn't die. Even if they perished, they had to create a chance for Shen Mo to escape.
No need, it won't attack us.
Shen Mo shook his head. Elder Li was stunned. The other 3 elders were also stunned. Elder Li forced a smile.
Young sect master, my young sect master, what are you saying? Run.
I'll sacrifice my life to buy you some time.
Wu Leng also smiled faintly.
Shen Mo, are you scared out of your wits? Why do you think it won't attack you?
Shen Mo extended his hand towards the giant rock python.
Do you remember me?
The giant rock python extended its crimson forked tongue and caught a familiar scent, freezing for a moment. In the next instant, under the shocked gazes of everyone, it lowered itself to the ground. Its massive head rested on the ground. Its once fierce eyes now looked at Shen Mo, as if waiting for his touch. Shen Mo smiled and gently petted it. The giant rock python closed its eyes in contentment. It was thoroughly enjoying itself. For a moment, Wu Leng and the inner sect elder beside him were petrified, their hearts sinking to the bottom. Elder Li and the other 3 elders were suddenly overjoyed. The sudden shift in fortunes almost brought them to tears. Shen Mo, smiling, said,
Young Master Wu, surrender now, what are you waiting for?
Wu Leng wanted to speak. But Elder Li and the other 3 elders had already reacted, instantly rushing to them and subduing Wu Leng. The heavy weapon sect elder tried to resist, but under the python's intimidating aura, he could not exert even half of his strength. In a flash, Wu Leng and his companion were restrained.
Elder Li, send a rogue cultivator to the heavy weapon sect to renegotiate the ransom.
Shen Mo smiled.
All right.
Elder Li laughed heartily. Now they had directly captured 3 core formation cultivators, including Wu Gangfei's own son. Wu Leng took a deep breath, understanding his situation. His plan had completely failed. For some reason, the giant rock python obeyed Shen Mo.
Please convey to my father, tell him not to act impulsively, to exercise restraint,
He said in a deep voice. Elder Li looked to Shen Mo for guidance. Shen Mo, half smiling, recognized Wu Leng's wisdom and composure even in captivity. He was right. And he was considering the heavy weapon sect's interests. Because if the heavy weapon sect and Qingxuan Sect went to war, both would suffer heavy losses. The ultimate beneficiaries would be the Feishuang Sect, Lingxi Sect, and others. Shen Mo nodded.
All right, we will convey the message.
Elder Li smiled softly.
Let's go, time to head back.
Chapter 86, Winning Over the Smaller Sects. Chapter 86, Winning Over the Smaller Sects. Wu Leng tried to capture Shen Mo and his companions during the ransom exchange, but ended up being captured by Shen Mo instead. This news quickly spread to both Qingxuan Sect and Heavy Weapon Sect. The atmosphere at Heavy Weapon Sect was gloomy. Wu Gangfei was almost furious enough to initiate an all-out war. Fortunately, he still had some sense left in his mind and remembered his son's words, never start a full-scale war. On the other hand, the Qingxuan Sect was in a celebratory mood. After the news spread, the disciples were all discussing the event.
Have you heard? The young sect master caused a huge commotion at the Thunder Crystal Mine. First, he captured an inner elder from the heavy weapons sect, then he captured the sect master's son and another inner elder. Yeah, I heard, especially during the ransom exchange, it was amazing. Wu Leng tried to use the underground giant serpent against the young sect master and his group. But when the serpent appeared, it actually showed more affection toward the young sect master. Wu Leng and his people were dumbfounded on the spot. Hilarious, their proud trump card turned out to be our hidden ace from the start.
In the council hall, Murong Yue gathered the elders to discuss this matter, and the hall was bustling with activity. Capturing an inner elder previously wasn't considered a big deal. But this time, Wu Leng, who is akin to the brain of the heavy weapons sect, was captured. Capturing him was like blinding and deafening the heavy weapons sect, causing them to be completely disoriented.
Moore sent a message, asking us to discuss this matter.
Murong Yue announced loudly.
He has a suggestion. No matter what we decide, we must not go to war with the heavy weapons sect until Qingxuan Sect is fully grown and surpasses them. Moreover, we can release the other two inner elders, but Wu Leng should be kept as long as possible. The longer we hold him, the more disorganized the heavy weapons sect will become. Understood.
Shen Mo did not personally involve himself in the ransom negotiations for Wu Leng and the others. These matters did not require his direct involvement. As long as the principles of not starting a full-scale war and delaying as much as possible were followed, the rest could be discussed as desired. He was only interested in the opportunities associated with Wu Leng. Every day, he would visit the hidden prison at the mine with a smile on his face to check on Wu Leng. He had already harvested Wu Leng's opportunities several times. Additionally, he frequently extracted opportunities from Xiao Fan. Shen Mo was living quite comfortably. Wu Leng and Xiao Fan were both future prominent figures, one a future master craftsman and the other a future nascent soul cultivator. With these two future big shots serving him, he was having a splendid time. Murong Yue also wisely executed the suggestions he provided. No war, delay as much as possible. Half a month after Wu Leng's capture, Shen Mo visited again.
A new opportunity.
Recent opportunity. In 1 month, Wu Gangfei will purchase information on Wu Leng's whereabouts from Liu Yuanfeng and force the surrounding small sects to attack the Thunder Crystal Mine. Wu Gangfei will also send an inner elder from the heavy weapons sect to break the mine's formation using a golden lotus seed, and Wu Leng will be rescued during the chaos. Shen Mo's heart stirred. The heavy weapons sect was indeed making moves. He had anticipated that with Wu Leng captured, the heavy weapons sect would sooner or later realize his importance and would definitely send someone to rescue him. However, he didn't expect it to be in this manner. The heavy weapons sect's leader, Wu Gangfei, obviously remembered his son's warning. If they couldn't completely suppress their opponents, they should never start a war with a sect. As for the golden lotus seed, it was a seed of the 5-colored lotus. The wooden lotus seed had healing abilities. The golden lotus seed was incredibly hard and was suitable for forcefully breaking formations. This item was a top-grade treasure at the profound level, suitable as the foundation for forming a golden core.
Young sect master, Elder Li is here.
A voice rang out, pulling Shen Mo from his thoughts. Deacon Zheng Wei, who called out loudly. His injuries had mostly healed, but his missing arm could not regrow, so he could only perform some supervisory tasks now. Shen Mo nodded and looked toward the entrance of the mine. Sure enough, it was Elder Li, looking elderly but still energetic. Before Shen Mo could speak, Elder Li approached quickly with a happy expression.
Young sect master, great news! Our refined crystal spirit artifacts are very popular. Many small sects, after witnessing their power, have decided to abandon the heavy weapons sect and purchase from us instead. Just yesterday alone, 5 small sects placed orders with us, totaling 500 yellow-grade refined crystal spirit artifacts.
Shen Mo nodded with a smile.
500? I'm afraid we won't be able to complete them within a month.
Although refined crystal spirit artifacts only involved drilling holes and inlaying crystals into ordinary spirit artifacts, it was still very labor-intensive. Making just 1 or 2 was already exhausting. Moreover, even with Shen Mo's astounding comprehension, he often failed when he first started making refined crystal spirit artifacts. For ordinary disciples and elders, the success rate of making refined crystal spirit artifacts was even lower. Failures were commonplace. Producing 500 in a month was an almost impossible task. Elder Li laughed heartily.
Yes, the 2 elders in charge of making the refined crystal spirit artifacts in our sect are complaining all the time. The sect master discussed it with us and decided to temporarily accept only 3 orders. Once we have more elders and disciples proficient in refining crystals, we can take on more orders.
Shen Mo's interest was piqued.
What are the names of those 5 small sects?
Elder Li immediately handed over a note detailing the 5 small sects.
Has the sect master decided which 3 small sects to accept orders from?
Shen Mo asked. Elder Li nodded.
No, the sect master is still pondering over it. These 5 small sects are relatively large, each having 5 or 6 core formation cultivators.
Shen Mo circled 3 sects.
These 3.
Elder Li was surprised.
Does the young sect master have any particular reason?
Shen Mo whispered.
These 3 small sects have a poor relationship with the heavy weapon sect. They tried to buy refined crystal spirit artifacts from the heavy weapon sect, but were overcharged, forcing them to buy at higher prices.
If we sell our refined crystal spirit artifacts to them, they will be immensely grateful. In the future, if Qingxuan Sect and the heavy weapon sect go to full-scale war, we can ensure they don't side with the heavy weapon sect.
Elder Li nodded in agreement.
Good, I will report this to the sect master immediately.
Chapter 87, A Rapid Turnaround. Chapter 87, A Rapid Turnaround. At this moment, it is nighttime. Shen Mo is walking through the Thunder Crystal Mine, enjoying the cool mountain breeze. Elder Li is closely accompanying him. The stewards, disciples, and miners who see this scene are no longer surprised. Initially, they were curious. Even though Shen Mo holds the title of the young sect master, he is still only in the foundation establishment stage, while Elder Li is at the core formation stage. Respect is due, but following him around like a servant seemed excessive. However, after learning about Shen Mo's achievements in the Thunder Crystal Mine during this period, they understood. Elder Li's behavior made perfect sense. Shen Mo casually asked,
Elder Li, any movements from the heavy weapon sect?
Elder Li couldn't help but chuckle.
Young sect master will surely find this amusing. Please go ahead, Elder Li.
Elder Li laughed heartily.
Since Wu Leng's departure, the heavy weapon sect has been in complete chaos. Sect Master Wu Gangfei's words hold no sway, and the elders are only focused on fighting for power and profit. I see them as a bunch of do-nothings. Without Wu Leng's strategies, they are a scattered mess. The young sect master was very wise to suggest delaying action. Those inner sect elders never wanted to establish Wu Leng as the young sect master. They must be out of their minds.
Shen Mo smiled faintly. After all, this is a world where strength is paramount. Wu Leng has an exceptionally wise mind, but lacks the overwhelming power to dominate other cultivators of the same level. It's normal that the elders didn't support making him the young sect master. Shen Mo asked again.
Have we recruited any core formation stage cultivators during this time?
Elder Li nodded.
Of course, if we didn't recruit, we'd be short on core formation stage cultivators. In just these 2 months, 3 core formation stage cultivators have willingly joined our Qingxuan Sect. And a small sect expressed willingness to merge with us.
Shen Mo was a bit surprised.
That's quite a lot. Indeed.
Elder Li looked pleased.
It's all thanks to the young sect master obtaining that crystal refining technique.
Shen Mo smiled. That is true. Without that crystal refining technique, Qingxuan Sect would not have been able to compete with the heavy weapons sect's business, nor would they have so many pleasant problems now. At this moment, a voice called out.
Young sect master, someone at the mine entrance claims to be looking for you.
A disciple at the entrance shouted.
Bring him in.
Shen Mo nodded. Soon, a masked person walked in. Elder Li immediately stepped in front of Shen Mo, watching the person warily.
Who are you?
Shen Mo asked. The masked person spoke softly.
Can we talk somewhere private?
Elder Li was about to refuse, but Shen Mo, seeing the person's life panel, nodded.
All right, follow me.
The 3 of them moved to a secluded corner. The person then removed his mask. His tone was very respectful. He did not show the slightest disdain despite Shen Mo being only in the foundation establishment stage. The masked person continued.
I am an inner sect elder of the Iron Fist sect, here to report important information to the young sect master on behalf of the Black Tiger sect and the White Creek sect.
Elder Li was taken aback. These three sects were the ones Shen Mo had singled out a month ago.
Speak!
Shen Mo nodded.
5 days ago, the Heavy Weapon Sect suddenly sent people to order us to attack the Thunder Crystal Mine tomorrow night to create chaos, so they can rescue Wu Leng amidst the confusion. We do not wish to conflict with Qingxuan Sect, so the 3 sect leaders specially sent me to report this matter to the young sect master.
Upon hearing this, Elder Li was shocked. The Heavy Weapons Sect indeed made a move. Unexpectedly, it was this tactic. They themselves wouldn't act but coerced smaller sects into action. This way, even if blame were assigned, it wouldn't fall on them.
I understand.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. He had anticipated this development long ago. Making early alliances was precisely for this moment. These 3 small sects responded with gratitude, just as he had expected. Not only did they refuse to help the Heavy Weapons Sect, but they even came to Qingxuan Sect to defect, exposing the Heavy Weapons Sect's plans completely. It seems that without Wu Leng, the Heavy Weapons Sect is indeed making one blunder after another. Shen Mo continued.
Now go back and tell the 3 sect leaders to act as if they know nothing and on the surface, continue with the plan to attack the Thunder Crystal Mine. When the time comes, wait for my signal to turn against them. We will eliminate the other small sects and severely damage the Heavy Weapon Sect. Our Qingxuan Sect will support you.
The masked man was overjoyed.
Yes, thank you, young sect master.
After the man left, Elder Li immediately showed a look of admiration.
Young sect master, what a strategy. You had already made preparations in advance.
Shen Mo smiled slightly.
Elder Li, quickly make the arrangements. Remember, on the surface, we must act as if we know nothing.
Understood.
Elder Li nodded repeatedly. The next evening came quickly. This night was as ordinary as any other. The miners had finished their dinner and returned to the large dormitory to rest. The night patrol disciples diligently patrolled the walls, roads, and other parts of the mine. However, outside the Thunder Crystal Mine, several teams were already arriving from various directions, quietly hiding in the forest outside the mine. All these people were without exception core formation stage cultivators. The Heavy Weapon Sect's order to these small sects was to deploy their core formation stage cultivators. This way, there wouldn't be too much commotion, avoiding early detection by Qingxuan Sect. Before long, the Heavy Weapon Sect's people arrived. It was none other than Shi Fei, the inner sect elder whom the Heavy Weapon Sect had recently ransomed at a high price. He scanned the area and nodded with satisfaction.
Iron Fist Sect Master, I didn't expect you to bring all the core formation stage cultivators from your sect. And the Black Tiger Sect Master, White Creek Sect Master, you've all done well.
The 3 sect masters nodded repeatedly.
Of course. Since we're rescuing young Master Wu, we naturally have to give our all.
The Iron Fist Sect Master tentatively asked.
Elder Shi, since we're putting in so much effort, can the Heavy Weapon Sect lower the price of crystal refining artifacts in the future?
Shi Fei waved his hand.
Putting in effort is one thing, lowering the price of crystal refining artifacts is another. These cannot be lumped together. However, the Heavy Weapon Sect appreciates your contributions. In the future, we will definitely reduce some prices for you.
He spoke dismissively, clearly just paying lip service. The Iron Fist Sect Master and the other 2 Sect Masters exchanged glances, a cold gleam flashing in their eyes. Shi Fei then looked at the other small sects, his expression turning cold.
What's with you other sects? You only brought 1 or 2 core formation stage cultivators. Are you unwilling to follow the Heavy Weapon Sect, harboring second thoughts?
The sect leaders hurriedly shook their heads.
No, Elder Shi, you're joking. It's just that we also have places in our sects that need to be guarded, so we really can't send all our core formation stage cultivators here. HMPH, I will certainly report this to the sect master.
Fei snorted coldly. Those sect leaders immediately wore distressed expressions. If Wu Gangfei learned of this, he would definitely raise the price of crystal refining artifacts on purpose. They would have to bleed more money.
All right, it's almost midnight. At that time, the defensive formation of the Thunder Crystal Mine will briefly shut down to replace the spirit stones. That's when you act.
Fei ordered in a low voice.
Yes.
The crowd responded softly. The Iron Fist sect master and the others slowly shifted their positions, almost surrounding the others. Some noticed the oddity but said nothing. After all, everyone was working for the heavy weapon sect and had no personal grudges. Moments later, it was midnight. The faint glow covering the mine disappeared as expected. Someone shouted, and all the core formation stage cultivators immediately charged toward the mine. As they approached within 100 feet of the mine walls, a flame suddenly rose from within the mine.
What is this?
Chapter 88, The Final Move Calling for External Aid. Chapter 88, The Final Move Calling for External Aid. Swish, swish, swish. Several beams of light shot out from the mine. It was Elder Li and other inner sect elders of Qingxuan Sect.
Fei, it's only been a month, and you've come knocking again.
Elder Li sneered. Upon seeing Elder Li, Fei gritted his teeth. He still remembered the shame of being ambushed when he infiltrated the Thunder Crystal Mine to steal the crystal refining technique.
You had this planned all along.
Fei struck away the Iron Fist sect master's punch and pointed angrily at the surrounding core formation stage cultivators, who were in chaos. Elder Li laughed without answering, instead waving his hand.
See, Fei.
Fei was enraged. But he wasn't foolish enough to fight so many core formation stage cultivators head-on. He immediately prepared to flee. However, although the three surrounding him were slightly weaker, they were still core formation stage cultivators. Even a brief obstruction slowed him down significantly. And that brief moment was enough for Elder Li and the others to catch up. In no time, Fei was surrounded by 6 core formation stage cultivators. After a brief struggle, Fei was captured again, his face full of despair. His only hope now was that the small sects supporting the heavy weapon sect would break through and rescue him.
Save me, I promise from now on, the price of crystal refining artifacts for you will be reduced by 20%.
He shouted. Hearing this, some people were momentarily swayed. At this moment, Shen Mo's voice rang out slowly.
As far as I know, the heavy weapon sect doesn't have uniform pricing for crystal refining artifacts. The prices for small sects are 30% higher than those for Qingxuan Sect and Qingxi Sect. Even with a 20% discount, it's still much higher than the prices Qingxuan Sect and Qingxi Sect get. Elder Shi, why do you think the small sects would risk their lives for such a malicious deal?
Shen Mo walked out from the mine, standing at the entrance, looking at the captured Fei from a distance. Seeing this, the Iron Fist sect master immediately shouted.
Young sect master Shen is right. I just asked Fei if our effort this time could lower the prices, and he brushed me off, not taking us seriously at all. Now that Qingxuan Sect can also produce crystal refining artifacts, which are not only more powerful than those of the heavy weapon sect but also cheaper. If we small sects must follow a major sect, why not follow Qingxuan Sect?
Shen Mo's words and the Iron Fist sect master's shout made the battling core formation stage cultivators pause and stop fighting.
I agree, I've disliked the heavy weapon sect for a long time. Damn it, they made us work so hard without paying us a cent, and we still have to look at Fei's face. It's disgusting. I agree too. From today, my sect will follow Qingxuan Sect.
A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The grudges accumulated from the heavy weapon sects, past misdeeds erupted at this moment. The core formation stage cultivators who still stubbornly supported the heavy weapon sect were immediately captured. Hearing these voices, Fei felt utterly hopeless. Shen Mo glanced appreciatively at the Iron Fist sect master. This person was smart and knew how to seize the moment. Soon the area was cleared. Fei, who had been captured again, was locked up in the mine's prison.
You can all go back now. I keep my word, Those two stubborn small sects that supported the heavy weapon sect are yours to deal with.
Shen Mo said calmly.
Thank you, young sect master Shen.
The core formation stage cultivators expressed their gratitude and left one after another. At this time, Elder Li approached.
Young sect master, we found this on Shifei.
Shen Mo looked down to see a lotus seed emitting a faint golden glow. This was the golden lotus seed that Shifei intended to use to break the formation. It was also one of the seeds from the five-color lotus, which could serve as a golden foundation for his core formation.
Good, I need this,
He said with a slight smile, taking it. As the young sect master and future leader of Qingxuan Sect, taking the spoils from Shifei was expected. No one dared to say a word. Shen Mo casually asked.
After this, are there any small sects still following the heavy weapon sect?
Elder Li respectfully replied.
None, not a single one.
Chapter 88, the final move calling for external aid.
Those two stubborn small sects that supported the heavy weapon sect will likely be swallowed up by other small sects tonight. And those small sects have now switched their support to our Qingxuan Sect.
She finished excitedly.
Our strength now clearly surpasses that of the heavy weapon sect. We can attack their mountain gate anytime.
Shen Mo waved his hand.
Elder Li, it's not the right time yet. Although our strength surpasses the heavy weapon sect, it's not by much. If we force an attack, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. At that point, do you think Qingxuan Sect and Lingxi Sect will stay quiet?
They are both part of the Heavenly Water Sect faction and have had their eyes on us for a long time. Elder Li shivered, then sighed slightly.
The young sect master is right. I was solely focused on avenging the fallen stewards and disciples and didn't think it through.
Shen Mo smiled.
We've already taken over most of the heavy weapon sect's business, and their supporting small sects have completely vanished. If we keep delaying, the heavy weapon sect will only grow weaker day by day. I predict the heavy weapon sect will make a move within a month or two. We can then respond accordingly. Rest assured, Elder Li, the heavy weapon sect will be more anxious than us.
Elder Li nodded repeatedly.
Understood.
Shen Mo pondered for a moment, then went to see Wu Leng in the prison. Wu Leng's face was pale, his eyes dull. Clearly, being imprisoned for too long had left him numb. Shen Mo carefully checked, but there were no new opportunities on Wu Leng's life panel.
It seems we need to wait a bit longer. Wu Gangfei probably hasn't figured out a solution yet. When they come up with something, Wu Leng's life panel will surely show changes.
Shen Mo smiled and left quickly, turning to practice his martial skills. He wasn't in a hurry. The ones in a hurry were the heavy weapon sect.
Soon, I'll obtain the five-color lotus.
The thought of forming an inferno golden core and advancing to the core formation stage filled Shen Mo with anticipation.
Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Wu Gangfei smashed all the vases, tables, and calligraphy in the room. His hair and beard were disheveled, his anger reaching a boiling point. In the courtyard, 10 inner sect elders, all elderly, stood silently with their heads bowed. Outside the courtyard, the disciples heard the sect master's roars and looked at each other in bewilderment.
Tell me how we can turn the tide.
Wu Gangfei punched the door, breaking it, and roared. The elders shrank their necks. After a few moments, a white-haired elder spoke softly.
We have crystal refining artifacts. We surely have the upper hand. There's no need for the sect master to be so impatient.
Wu Gangfei roared in fury.
Open your old eyes and look. Qingxuan Sect is stealing all our business. How can you say we have the upper hand?
The elder's face turned awkward. He had been spending his days in pleasure houses and was indeed unaware of the recent events in the sect.
I have a plan. We can unite the small sects to attack Qingxuan Sect, so we don't have to get involved directly and can keep Qingxuan Sect busy.
Another elder confidently suggested. Several other elders nodded, praising the plan. Wu Gangfei, furious, pointed at him.
Do you know that all the small sects that followed us have fled? The only two that supported us have been swallowed up.
The elder was stunned.
Oh!
Wu Gangfei laughed in rage.
I've realized that without my son, you inner sect elders have all lost your minds. You're all useless.
The elders dared not speak. Wu Gangfei wasn't wrong. When Wu Leng was around, most sect affairs were handled by him. The elders only needed to enjoy life and collect money.
Now it seems there's only one way left.
A middle-aged elder spoke softly.
Speak quickly.
Wu Gangfei roared.
Call for external aid. Qingxuan Sect and Qingxuan Sect will surely help us.
Chapter 89, Powerful Ally Top-Tier Sect Stormy Rain Sect. Chapter 89, Powerful Ally Top-Tier Sect Stormy Rain Sect. Upon hearing this, Wu Gangfei clung to it like a lifeline. Right. Qingxuan Sect and Qingxuan Sect would definitely not stand by and do nothing. They are backed by the Heavenly Water Sect, and the Heavenly Water Sect does not have a good relationship with Qingxuan Sect. For any reason, they would not side with Qingxuan Sect. In fact, they are more likely to help the Heavy Weapon Sect.
However, I reckon they won't help easily. It's likely we'll have to pay a hefty price.
The middle-aged elder said in a deep voice. The surrounding elders waved their hands dismissively.
Our Heavy Weapon Sect has money. If it comes to it, we'll just send them money. As long as the price is high enough, why wouldn't they help?
Wu Gangfei cursed.
Do you know how many spirit stones are left in the sect's treasury? Our business has been taken by Qingxuan Sect. Where do we have money?
The elders were extremely embarrassed. They hadn't realized even the spirit stones were depleted.
Each of you takes a share of the sect's profits every month and has amassed wealth. Now it's time for you to contribute to the sect.
Wu Gangfei said coldly.
Each of you must hand over a supreme-grade profound treasure. If you can't produce one, go find one. I'm giving you 1 month. Each of you must bring at least one supreme-grade profound treasure.
The elders lamented. Some lowered their eyes, harboring different thoughts.
Yes, we will withdraw now.
The elders left, each with their own plans. Thunder Crystal Mine. Another new day. Shen Mo stretched and routinely came to check Wu Leng's life panel.
It has indeed changed.
Named Wu Leng. Cultivation level, entry-level core formation stage. Fates, Sect Disciple, Lucky Star, Brilliant Mind, Heir to Artifact Path, Greenwood Blood Body. Destiny stopped at minor accomplishment in core formation stage. Due to his sect, the Heavy Weapon Sect being annexed by Qingxuan Sect and his father being killed by Qingxuan Sect, he vows revenge. However, his plot is exposed, and he dies 2 years later in an ambush by Qingxuan Sect cultivators. Recent opportunity. 1 month later, the Heavy Weapon Sect sends elders to Qingxuan Sect and Qingxuan Sect with many treasures. The two sects help the Heavy Weapon Sect pressure Qingxuan Sect, resulting in Wu Leng's release. Shen Mo shook his head. It seems the Heavy Weapon Sect cannot escape being annexed, regardless of the outcome. The difference lies in who annexes them. Even if Qingxuan Sect doesn't act, the nearby top-tier sect Qingxuan Sect will. At this moment, Wu Leng suddenly spoke.
Shen Mo, Qingxuan Sect is about to face great calamity, and you don't even know it. If you are willing to send me back to the Heavy Weapon Sect, I can point you to a way out.
Shen Mo chuckled.
You want to say that the Heavy Weapon Sect has already sought external aid, and our Qingxuan Sect cannot resist.
Wu Leng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Shen Mo to figure it out so quickly. Wu Leng said coldly.
Indeed, Qingxuan Sect will not sit by and watch the Heavy Weapon Sect weaken. Even if the elders of the Heavy Weapon Sect are useless, they will certainly think of seeking external aid. How can a mere second-tier sect like Qingxuan Sect resist a top-tier sect like Qingxuan Sect?
Shen Mo's expression remained calm.
If it were just Qingxuan Sect, we certainly couldn't resist. But the Qingxuan Sect of today is not what it used to be.
He smiled faintly and turned to leave, leaving Wu Leng full of confusion. Since being captured, Wu Leng had been imprisoned in the mine's jail. He had no idea that Qingxuan Sect had acquired the crystal refining technique and had taken over much of the Heavy Weapon Sect's business. To him, Qingxuan Sect was still just an ordinary second-tier sect. At best, it had some remnants of its former glory from the 5 gates of Zhujiang. But now, Qingxuan Sect was entirely different. It had money and people. Shen Mo returned to his room and casually ordered a steward. The middle-aged elder said in a deep voice. The surrounding elders waved their hands dismissively.
Our heavy weapons sect has money. If it comes to it, we'll just send them money. As long as the price is high enough, why wouldn't they help?
Wu Gangfei cursed.
Do you know how many spirit stones are left in the sect's treasury? Our business has been taken by Qingxuan Sect. Where do we have money?
The elders were extremely embarrassed. They hadn't realized even the spirit stones were depleted.
Each of you takes a share of the sect's profits every month and has amassed wealth. Now it's time for you to contribute to the sect.
Wu Gangfei said coldly.
Each of you must hand over a supreme-grade profound treasure. If you can't produce one, go find one. I'm giving you 1 month. Each of you must bring at least one supreme-grade profound treasure.
The elders lamented. Some lowered their eyes, harboring different thoughts.
Yes, we will withdraw now.
The elders left, each with their own plans. Thunder Crystal Mine. Another new day. Shen Mo stretched and routinely came to check Wu Leng's life panel.
It has indeed changed.
Named Wu Leng. Cultivation level, entry-level core formation stage. Fates, sect disciple, lucky star, brilliant mind, heir to artifact path, greenwood blood body. Destiny stopped at minor accomplishment in core formation stage. Due to his sect, the heavy weapons sect being annexed by Qingxuan Sect and his father being killed by Qingxuan Sect, he vows revenge. However, his plot is exposed and he dies 2 years later in an ambush by Qingxuan Sect cultivators. Recent opportunity. 1 month later, the heavy weapons sect sends elders to Qingxuan Sect and Qingxi Sect with many treasures. The two sects help the heavy weapons sect pressure Qingxuan Sect, resulting in Wu Leng's release. Shen Mo shook his head. It seems the heavy weapons sect cannot escape being annexed, regardless of the outcome. The difference lies in who annexes them. Even if Qingxuan Sect doesn't act, the nearby top-tier sect Qingxuan Sect will. At this moment, Wu Leng suddenly spoke.
Shen Mo, Qingxuan Sect is about to face great calamity, and you don't even know it. If you are willing to send me back to the heavy weapons sect, I can point you to a way out.
Shen Mo chuckled.
You want to say that the heavy weapons sect has already sought external aid, and our Qingxuan Sect cannot resist.
Wu Leng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Shen Mo to figure it out so quickly. Wu Leng said coldly.
Indeed, Qingxuan Sect will not sit by and watch the heavy weapons sect weaken. Even if the elders of the heavy weapons sect are useless, they will certainly think of seeking external aid. How can a mere second-tier sect like Qingxuan Sect resist a top-tier sect like Qingxuan Sect?
Shen Mo's expression remained calm.
If it were just Qingxuan Sect, we certainly couldn't resist. But the Qingxuan Sect of today is not what it used to be.
He smiled faintly and turned to leave, leaving Wu Leng full of confusion. Since being captured, Wu Leng had been imprisoned in the mine's jail. He had no idea that Qingxuan Sect had acquired the crystal refining technique and had taken over much of the heavy weapons sect's business. To him, Qingxuan Sect was still just an ordinary second-tier sect. At best, it had some remnants of its former glory from the 5 gates of Zhujiang. But now, Qingxuan Sect was entirely different. It had money and people. Shen Mo returned to his room and casually ordered a steward.
Go fetch Elder Li. Yes, sir.
Moments later, Shen Mo met with Elder Li in his room. Chapter 89, Powerful Allied Top-Tier Sect Stormy Rain Sect. Upon hearing this, Wu Gangfei clung to it like a lifeline. Right. Qingxuan Sect and Qingxi Sect would definitely not stand by and do nothing. They are backed by the Heavenly Water Sect, and the Heavenly Water Sect does not have a good relationship with Qingxuan Sect. For any reason, they would not side with Qingxuan Sect. In fact, they are more likely to help the Heavy Weapons Sect. However, I reckon they won't help easily. It's likely we'll have to pay a hefty price, the middle-aged elder said in a deep voice. The surrounding elders waved their hands dismissively. Our Heavy Weapons Sect has money. If it comes to it, we'll just send them money. As long as the price is high enough, why wouldn't they help? Wu Gangfei cursed. Do you know how many spirit stones are left in the sect's treasury? our business has been taken by Qingxuan Sect. Where do we have money? The elders were extremely embarrassed. They hadn't realized even the spirit stones were depleted. Each of you takes a share of the sect's profits every month and has amassed wealth. Now it's time for you to contribute to the sect. Wu Gangfei said coldly, each of you must hand over a supreme-grade profound treasure. If you can't produce one, go find one. I'm giving you 1 month. Each of you must bring at least one supreme-grade profound treasure. The elders lamented. Some lowered their eyes, harboring different thoughts. Yes, we will withdraw now. The elders left, each with their own plans. Thunder Crystal Mine. Another new day. Shen Mo stretched and routinely came to check Wu Leng's life panel. It has indeed changed. Named Wu Leng. Cultivation level, entry-level core formation stage. Fates, sect disciple, lucky star, brilliant mind, heir to artifact path, greenwood blood body. Destiny stopped at small success in core formation stage. Due to his sect, the heavy weapon sect, being annexed by Qingxuan Sect and his father being killed by Qingxuan Sect, he vows revenge. However, his plot is exposed, and he dies 2 years later in an ambush by Qingxuan Sect cultivators. Recent opportunity. 1 month later, the heavy weapon sect sends elders to Qingxuan Sect and Lingxi Sect with many treasures. The two sects help the heavy weapon sect pressure Qingxuan Sect, resulting in Wu Leng's release. Shen Mo shook his head. It seems the heavy weapon sect cannot escape being annexed, regardless of the outcome. The difference lies in who annexes them. Even if Qingxuan Sect doesn't act, the nearby top-tier sect Qingxuan Sect will. At this moment, Wu Leng suddenly spoke. Shen Mo, Qingxuan Sect is about to face great calamity, and you don't even know it. If you are willing to send me back to the heavy weapon sect, I can point you to a way out. Shen Mo chuckled. You want to say that the heavy weapon sect has already sought external aid, and our Qingxuan Sect cannot resist. Wu Leng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Shen Mo to figure it out so quickly. Wu Leng said coldly, indeed, Qingxuan Sect will not sit by and watch the heavy weapon sect weaken. Even if the elders of the heavy weapon sect are useless, they will certainly think of seeking external aid. How can a mere second-tier sect like Qingxuan Sect resist a top-tier sect like Qingxuan Sect? Shen Mo's expression remained calm. If it were just Qingxuan Sect, we certainly couldn't resist. But the Qingxuan Sect of today is not what it used to be. He smiled faintly and turned to leave, leaving Wu Leng full of confusion. Since being captured, Wu Leng had been imprisoned in the mine's jail. He had no idea that Qingxuan Sect had acquired the crystal refining technique and had taken over much of the heavy weapon sect's business. To him, Qingxuan Sect was still just an ordinary second-tier sect. At best, it had some remnants of its former glory from the 5 gates of Zhujiang. But now, Qingxuan Sect was entirely different. It had money and people. Shen Mo returned to his room and casually ordered a steward, go fetch Elder Li. Yes, sir. Moments later, Shen Mo met with Elder Li in his room.
Young sect master, why did you call for me?
Elder Li asked promptly. With Shen Mo repeatedly outmaneuvering the heavy weapon sect, his standing in her eyes had risen significantly. So when Shen Mo summoned her this time, she came without hesitation or questions. Shen Mo asked,
Besides selling our crystal refining artifacts to small sects like the Iron Fist sect, we should have sold them to more distant places as well, right?
Elder Li nodded.
Yes, I was just about to tell you. We've already made contact with Stormy Rain sect.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. He was well aware of the situation in Zhujiang Prefecture. Naturally, he knew about Stormy Rain Sect. Stormy Rain Sect is a top-tier sect located to the north of Qingxuan Sect, about 300 miles from Qingxuan Sect. On the border between Stormy Rain Sect and Qingxuan Sect lies a resource-rich forest. Therefore, these two sects have always been in constant friction and conflict. This highlights the importance of crystal refining artifacts. However, the only nearby producer of crystal refining artifacts was the Heavy Weapon Sect. But since the Heavy Weapon Sect was closer to Qingxuan Sect, it was reluctant to sell crystal refining artifacts to Stormy Rain Sect due to Qingxuan Sect's influence. Stormy Rain Sect lacked a steady supply of crystal refining artifacts. But Qingxuan Sect had one. As a result, Stormy Rain Sect had been suppressed by Qingxuan Sect in recent years. Now, with a new source of crystal refining artifacts, Stormy Rain Sect was naturally eager.
Is the trading process sufficiently secret?
Shen Mo asked. Elder Li nodded repeatedly.
Rest assured, we took a detour and didn't enter Fei Sect's territory. We chose an abandoned bandit stronghold as the trading location. The entire process was concealed, and no one knows our crystal refining artifacts were sold to Stormy Rain Sect.
Shen Mo nodded in satisfaction. He knew that for Qingxuan Sect's business to grow strong, it needed powerful allies. Stormy Rain Sect, having a grudge against Qingxuan Sect and lacking crystal refining artifacts, was the perfect ally. Shen Mo tapped the table lightly.
I see, the heavy weapon sect is at its last gasp. They will likely offer many treasures to seek aid from Fei Sect and Lingxi Sect. Lingxi Sect is not a concern, but Fei Sect is a top-tier sect. We cannot withstand them. Elder Li informed Stormy Rain Sect that when the time comes, we hope they can cause some trouble to distract Fei Sect, preventing them from aiding the heavy weapons sect. That would be enough.
Elder Li nodded.
During our last trade with Stormy Rain Sect, they gave us a twin communication crystal. I can communicate with them right now. Good, do it now.
Shen Mo nodded. The twin communication crystal is similar to the parent-child communication crystal. The difference is that the parent-child communication crystal has a clear hierarchy, with the parent crystal able to remotely shatter the child crystal. But with the twin communication crystal, holders of the crystals are equal. Stormy Rain Sect gifting a twin communication crystal clearly showed their sincerity. After a brief communication, Elder Li said in surprise.
Young sect master, Stormy Rain Sect agreed, but they have one request.
Shen Mo was taken aback.
Meet me. Yes.
Elder Li's expression was peculiar.
They said it was a request from the demoness.
Immediately, Shen Mo envisioned the enchanting beauty, whose every move could make one's heart race. He chuckled.
All right, let them report the time and place. If they want to meet, then I'll meet them.
Chapter 90, The Alchemy King's Third Abode. Chapter 90, The Alchemy King's Third Abode. In an unremarkable valley in the Qingxuan Mountains, Shen Mo stood alone, eyes closed, quietly waiting for his counterpart to arrive. Of course, he appeared to be alone, but in reality, there was a concealed cave not far away. A giant rock python often used that cave to enter the Qingxuan Mountains, searching for other minerals to grind its teeth. With a single signal from Shen Mo, the rock python would rush out of the cave to ensure his safety. Even though the demoness Mo Yuhang had never shown any malice towards him, Shen Mo could never fully trust her. One must always keep a backup plan. Before long, he caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze. A seductive figure then approached, winding around him like a water snake. Silver bell-like laughter followed.
You really trust me, coming here all by yourself.
Mo Yuhang chuckled, covering her mouth. Shen Mo then opened his eyes and looked at her. Mo Yuhang deliberately stayed very close to him. Her soft, delicate hand rested unsteadily on his shoulder, quickly exploring. Her luscious, vibrant red lips were within kissing distance. It seemed like if he wanted to, he could kiss her right away. But Shen Mo knew very well that if he tried, she would immediately pull away, denying him the chance. Shen Mo frowned.
If you want to talk, just talk. No need to get handsy.
Mo Yuhang withdrew her hand and stepped back. She pouted, looking aggrieved.
So heartless.
Shen Mo remained unmoved. HMPH women. They aren't even 1/10 as gentle, kind, and understanding as my master. Seeing that Shen Mo was still unresponsive, Mo Yuhang snorted coquettishly.
Fine, I'll tell you. You want Stormy Rain Sect to help restrain Fei Sect, right? That's easy. With one order from me, Stormy Rain Sect will fully mobilize.
Shen Mo asked calmly.
And the price?
Mo Yuhang smiled slightly but didn't answer directly. Instead, she said,
According to my informant from Verdant Vine Sect, Qingxuan Sect discovered an abode a month ago in Thorn Forest.
They killed all the informed rogue cultivators and ordered their elders to keep silent.
We suspect that Qingxuan Sect might have found the third alchemy king's abode.
Shen Mo's heart stirred. There were 3 alchemy kings' abodes in total. One was found by the Divine Sword Sect. Shen Mo himself had acquired one. Indeed, the whereabouts of the third alchemy king's abode were still unknown. Qingxuan Sect's ruthless killing of all the informed rogue cultivators could very well be because this abode was extremely valuable. So much so that even the slightest information leak could bring about a major crisis. Shen Mo frowned.
You want me to help you get that alchemy king's abode? Why not ask Stormy Rain Sect?
Besides, it's been a month. The treasures in the alchemy king's abode have probably been taken by Qingxuan Sect already, haven't they?
Thorn Forest lay between Qingxuan Sect and Stormy Rain Sect, a resource-rich forest. Qingxuan Sect was quite far from Thorn Forest, and the area in between was all Qingxuan Sect's territory. Mo Yuheng smiled and shook her head.
That alchemy king's abode is the most treasure-laden and dangerous. Qingxuan Sect is certainly still trying to break the formations and has not yet entered the abode. As for why we chose Qingxuan Sect, it's because Qingxuan Sect now possesses the crystal refining technique, and the crystal refining artifacts you produce surpass those of the heavy weapons sect. You already have the foundation to become a top-tier sect.
Your alliance with Stormy Rain Sect will make it easier to defeat Qingxuan Sect and obtain that alchemy king's abode. I'm here today to outline the terms. Stormy Rain Sect will help you restrain Qingxuan Sect and ensure that Qingxuan Sect can smoothly annex the heavy weapons sect without any interference from other sects. In return, once Qingxuan Sect becomes a top-tier sect, you will help us deal with Qingxuan Sect. As for the treasures in the Alchemy King's abode, they will go to whoever can claim them. Whoever gets them keeps them.
Mo Yuheng smiled slyly like a fox. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. The offer was generous and hard to refuse. Moreover, Mo Yuheng cleverly stated that the treasures in the Alchemy King's abode would go to whoever could claim them. But so-called fate still ultimately depended on one's own strength. If you weren't strong enough, no amount of fate would help. However, by then, Shen Mo would have obtained the 5-color lotus and would have entered the ranks of core formation stage cultivators. Whoever gets the treasures keeps them. It's not certain who will end up with them. Shen Mo smiled slightly and nodded.
All right, I agree.
Mo Yuheng was a bit surprised at his straightforward agreement.
What about your master? Don't you need to tell her?
Shen Mo shook his head.
My master always follows my lead. Very well, you can coordinate directly with Stormy Rain Sect. My Verdant Vine Sect will not be involved in this matter.
Mo Yuheng said with a smile before turning to leave. Shen Mo chuckled softly. The top 5 sects of Xuanjing Prefecture still preferred to stay out of direct conflict. Once Mo Yuheng departed, Shen Mo quickly left as well. Time flew by. A month later, 2 elderly core formation stage cultivators knelt before Shen Mo, their expressions full of anxiety. They were inner sect elders of the Heavy Weapons Sect. Specifically, they had been sent by the Heavy Weapons Sect to seek aid from Qingxuan Sect and Lingxi Sect. However, Shen Mo had already learned of this plan from Wu Leng's life panel. Thus, he had arranged for ambushes along their route, capturing them easily. It was almost laughable. Despite their major accomplishment core formation realm, these two hadn't even put up a symbolic resistance when faced with Qingxuan Sect's ambushers. Instead, they surrendered immediately, raising their hands in the air.
Hand over your belongings.
Elder Li commanded sternly. The 2 elders, trembling, hurriedly offered their storage rings with both hands.
Yes, it's all here. Wu Gangfei forced us to come up with supreme-grade treasures, but those are rare and hard to find, so we each contributed 500 top-grade spirit stones instead. Wu Gangfei himself also provided 2 treasures, which are included here.
Elder Li respectfully handed the rings to Shen Mo. Upon inspection, Shen Mo was delighted. The 2 storage rings contained over 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there were 2 crucial items. The first was a palm-sized, 5-colored lotus flower with 5 lotus seeds. It was precisely the 5-color lotus that Shen Mo had been seeking. The second item surprised him even more. It was a piece of black armor. It was clearly made from the same material as the demon armor fragment he had obtained earlier.
This 5-color lotus has only 5 lotus seeds and looks untouched. It hasn't been used.
Shen Mo mused. He quickly deduced that the heavy weapon sect likely had 2 5-color lotuses. The one they handed over had fewer seeds. The one they kept must have more seeds. Nevertheless, this benefited Shen Mo.
Wu Gangfei has indeed sacrificed much, but now it's all mine.
Shen Mo smiled. With these items, he was now only 10 supreme-grade treasures away from achieving his goal of forming the Inferno Golden Core. At the same time, he marveled at the depth of the heavy weapon sect's resources. They could easily produce such valuable treasures. Capturing their mountain gate would surely yield even greater rewards.
What do you plan to do with us, young sect master?
The elder on the left asked humbly. Shen Mo smirked. He wasn't the young sect master of the heavy weapon sect, yet they addressed him as such. Seeing that Shen Mo remained silent, the two elders became even more anxious.
In truth, we don't like Wu Gangfei. He's the one who planned the attacks on the Thunder Crystal Mine, killing miners and ambushing Qingxuan Sect disciples. We had nothing to do with it. As long as the young sect master agrees, we can stay by Wu Gangfei's side and report back to you anytime.
They spoke hurriedly. Standing behind Shen Mo, Elder Li looked on with disdain. The heavy weapon sect might have weakened significantly, but it wasn't completely defeated. These inner sect elders, upon being captured, hadn't even been tortured yet and had already defected. Truly despicable. These were inner sect elders. The outer sect elders, stewards, and disciples beneath them must have even more wavering loyalty. Clearly, the heavy weapons sect was already in disarray, with everyone looking for a way out. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
How can I trust you?
The two elders exchanged a look and gritted their teeth.
We're willing to secretly send our grandsons to you. You can investigate. We each have only one grandson. This way, you can be assured, young sect master.
Shen Mo smiled and nodded.
Very well, excellent.
Chapter 91, The Heavy Weapon Sect Can Last More Than 2 Months, Right? Chapter 91, The Heavy Weapon Sect Can Last More Than 2 Months, Right? Qingxuan Sect, Sect Master's Courtyard. A burly middle-aged man was pacing back and forth with a frown. A young woman, on the other hand, was sitting leisurely on a stone bench. Her features were delicate, and her skin was glowing white. The man was Pang Longxiang, the sect master of Qingxuan Sect. The young woman was Pang Longxiang's only daughter, Pang Ziyu, who was also the young sect master of Qingxuan Sect. Pang Longxiang paced for a long time before speaking slowly.
After much thought, I still believe that we should focus our efforts on the Alchemy King's cave.
Pang Ziyu shook her head solemnly.
Father, the Alchemy King's cave is indeed important, but with our capabilities, it's too difficult to open it.
I estimate that it would take at least half a year. But the heavy weapon sect cannot wait for half a year. Currently, Qingxuan Sect's strength has already surpassed that of the heavy weapon sect. In less than 3 to 4 months, the heavy weapon sect will be annexed. Once the heavy weapon sect is annexed, it will significantly impact the surrounding situation.
Pang Longxiang frowned deeply. Pang Ziyu continued.
Also, don't forget about Shen Mo. According to Liu Yuanfeng, it was Shen Mo who obtained the heavy weapon sect's lost heavy weapon crystal refining technique, which allowed Qingxuan Sect to start producing refined crystal spiritual weapons and rise rapidly.
Additionally, although Qingxuan Sect hasn't admitted it, various signs indicate that Shen Mo must possess a heaven-grade physique. Once Qingxuan Sect annexes the heavy weapon sect, it will undoubtedly be promoted to a first-rate sect and will acquire the treasures that the heavy weapon sect has accumulated over the years. And as the young sect master of Qingxuan Sect, Shen Mo will naturally receive the most resources. Do you know what happens when a genius with a heaven-grade physique is combined with abundant resources? A monster even more terrifying than Zhou Qingkang. If he advances to the core formation realm, no other core formation realm cultivator would be his match.
Pang Ziyu looked at Pang Longxiang seriously.
Father, listen to me. The Alchemy King's cave can wait, but we must first help the heavy weapons sect suppress Qingxuan Sect.
Pang Longxiang rubbed his temples. It was a difficult decision. On one hand, there was the Alchemy King's cave. On the other hand, there was the heavy weapons sect. For the Alchemy King's cave, people needed to be stationed there to guard against Storm Rain Sect taking advantage of any gaps. For the heavy weapons sect, people were also needed to prevent Qingxuan Sect from annexing it. Pang Longxiang couldn't help but curse.
Useless. If the heavy weapons sect had any use, we wouldn't be in this situation.
After much consideration, he said,
All right, I'll listen to you. But we can't help the heavy weapons sect for free. They must at least present us with treasures and come begging for help.
Logically, Wu Gangfei should have already sent someone over.
Maybe it's taking them some time to prepare the treasures. They will come eventually.
Pang Longxiang felt slightly relieved. At this moment, there was a hurried knock on the courtyard door.
Sect Master, young Sect Master. Important information. Storm Rain Sect has dispatched more than 10 core formation realm cultivators and suddenly stationed them at the edge of thorny forest.
Pang Longxiang and Pang Ziyu were both startled and immediately stood up. An elder hurriedly rushed in and detailed Storm Rain Sect's movements. Thorny Forest was a vast forest split in the middle by a river. Qingxuan Sect and Storm Rain Sect used this river as the boundary, controlling the southern and northern parts of the thorny forest, respectively. Both sides had moved mortals there, establishing towns in the southern and northern parts of the thorny forest. Usually, those towns served as places for rogue cultivators to gather and trade. But whenever there were movements, these towns would become the front lines of war. Why would Storm Rain Sect suddenly make a move now? Did they learn about the Alchemy King's cave? Pang Longxiang frowned deeply.
It seems we cannot help the heavy weapons sect for now.
Pang Ziyu pondered for a moment.
Father, how about this? Let me take 3 inner elders to support the heavy weapons sect. At the very least, we can use the name of Qingxuan Sect to suppress Qingxuan Sect.
Pang Longxiang shook his head.
No, I cannot put you in danger.
Pang Ziyu sighed.
Don't worry, no matter how incompetent the heavy weapons sect is, they can still hold out for 2 months.
Pang Longxiang said solemnly.
We will now send people to station in Thorny Forest. We need to send more people than Storm Rain Sect. We must overwhelm them with our presence to ensure the safe unraveling of the Alchemy King's cave formations.
Pang Ziyu reluctantly nodded.
That's true. The heavy weapons sect can last more than 2 months after all.
Heavy weapons sect. Wu Gangfei removed his clothes and jumped into the pool. Only then could his anxious mood be somewhat calmed.
Sect Master, the 2 elders have returned.
A disciple outside called out loudly.
Hurry, let them in.
Wu Gangfei said with delight. Moments later, the 2 elders arrived at the edge of the pool. Not long ago, they had secretly sent their grandsons to Qingxuan Sect as hostages.
How is it? Did you deliver the items?
Wu Gangfei asked eagerly. The 2 elders exchanged a glance, and the elder on the left immediately recited the prepared explanation.
They were delivered, but Qingxuan Sect and Lingxi Sect did not clearly say whether they would help.
The elder on the right quickly added.
However, they accepted the items. I think they wouldn't take the items and then refuse to help, right?
Wu Gangfei nodded. Indeed. Between sects, reputation is paramount. Accepting items without fulfilling promises was something that Qingxuan Sect and Lingxi Sect had never done.
Good, with their promises, we can be at ease.
Wu Gangfei let out a long breath, feeling much calmer. After speaking, his expression suddenly turned fierce.
By the way, I discovered that recently some disciples and deacons have been colluding with Qingxuan Sect, selling information about our heavy weapons sect. I have already ordered those people to be publicly executed. You 2 have always been loyal to our heavy weapons sect. I need you to keep an eye out for more traitors. If you find any, immediately expose them and execute without mercy.
The two elders shivered but quickly nodded.
Understood.
As they walked out of the sect master's courtyard, their determination to betray the heavy weapon sect only grew stronger.
It seems many disciples and deacons already have thoughts of betrayal. This sinking ship of the heavy weapon sect can't hold us anymore.
The elder on the left whispered.
Betrayal, it's called switching to the winning side.
The elder on the right hissed.
Yes, switching to the winning side.
The elder on the left nodded.
We must inform our confidants immediately. If anyone has thoughts of switching sides, bring them in.
The elder on the right lowered his voice further.
This way, we will have more influence in Qingxuan Sect in the future. I understand. I'll go secretly communicate with those people now.
The elder on the left agreed. Day by day time passed. In a month, Qingxuan Sect had already taken over 90% of heavy weapon sect's business. Almost all the elders, deacons, and disciples of the heavy weapon sect had found new allegiances. Qingxuan Sect, Lingxi Sect, Feishuang Sectal were good choices. The heavy weapon sect had become a house full of holes. One push would bring it crashing down. At this moment, Shen Mo was calmly drinking tea. Elder Li, full of excitement, hurried over and handed him a stack of papers.
Young sect master, here is the latest information.
Shen Mo quickly flipped through them. The number of core formation realm cultivators in Qingxuan Sect had surged to 20. As for the heavy weapon sect, its core formation realm cultivators had dwindled to 9. Among these 9, 2 had already openly pledged allegiance to Qingxuan Sect, even sending their grandsons as hostages. As for the others, nearly all harbored traitorous intentions. Those truly loyal to the heavy weapon sect were few and far between.
Inform my master, the time has come.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. Such a vast difference in strength. It was enough to ensure a bloodless annexation of the heavy weapon sect. If not now, when? Elder Li's old face was filled with excitement.
Yes, I'll go immediately.
Chapter 92, The Formation of a Great Encirclement Around the Heavy Weapon Sect's Mountain Gate. Chapter 92, The Formation of a Great Encirclement Around the Heavy Weapon Sect's Mountain Gate. It was another new day. Around the Qingxuan mountain range, the itinerant cultivators moved hurriedly. Unlike sect cultivators, itinerant cultivators couldn't focus solely on their cultivation. They had to venture in and out of the Qingxuan mountain range daily. They hunted beasts or searched for medicinal herbs and minerals. This lifestyle meant they had to rise earlier than roosters and sleep later than dogs. Yet some still preferred the carefree life of an itinerant cultivator over joining a sect and adhering to its orders. Wu Lan was one such itinerant cultivator. However, unlike most itinerant cultivators, she had an extra, albeit trivial, daily task. She often engaged in trickery, deceit, robbery, and even murder. Recently, Wu Lan had taken a job from the heavy weapon sect, helping them harass the Thunder Crystal Mine and even killed a few disciples from the Qingxuan Sect amidst the chaos. As a result, the heavy weapon sect greatly appreciated her efforts. They not only gave her more spirit stones, but also instructed her to recruit other itinerant cultivators specifically to disrupt the Thunder Crystal Mine. At this moment, in a temporary camp within the mountains, 6 itinerant cultivators gathered, waiting for the meat soup in a large pot to boil. Leading them was Wu Lan, known for her slender waist. Each itinerant cultivator was in the Foundation establishment realm. Moreover, because they often lived on the edge of danger, their combat abilities surpassed those of sect disciples. A bald, burly man whispered,
The Qingxuan Sect is getting stronger. It's not wise to keep opposing them.
A tall, thin man responded,
Indeed, I've heard the Qingxuan Sect now has 18 core formation cultivators. Even 5 or 6 smaller sects are willing to follow them. Their power is overwhelming.
Another man shook his head.
Your information is outdated. The Qingxuan Sect now has more than 20 core formation cultivators. The smaller sects that originally followed the heavy weapon sect are now aligned with the Qingxuan Sect.
The bald man sighed.
I heard it's all because of that young sect master, Shen Mo. He somehow acquired the art of refining crystals. allowing the Qingxuan Sect to produce refined crystal spiritual artifacts. I bought one myself. It's indeed more powerful and cheaper than the heavy weapon sect's refined crystal artifacts.
The tall, thin man nodded repeatedly.
This Shen Mo is truly terrifying. The Qingxuan Sect's sudden rise from a second-rate sect is largely due to his contributions.
Moreover, the heavy weapon sect tried to deal with him but ended up having several core formation cultivators captured. They had to spend a fortune to ransom them back.
Recently, more were captured again.
The itinerant cultivators around them whispered, growing increasingly anxious. But Wu Lan, sitting by the fire, remained unmoved as if she hadn't heard their conversation. Finally, the bald man couldn't hold back.
Sister Wu, the Qingxuan Sect has so many core formation cultivators. They could kill us as easily as slaughtering pigs. Should we still oppose them?
The surrounding itinerant cultivators all looked at Wu Lan, wanting to hear what their leader had to say. Hearing this, Wu Lan smiled faintly.
Your information is not up to date. Let me tell you, a core elder from the heavy weapons sect informed me that they have already sought aid from the Qingxuan Sect and the Qingxi Sect.
The itinerant cultivators were stunned. The Qingxi Sect was a second-rate sect. The Qingxuan Sect was a first-rate sect. In their eyes, both sects were like giants. Even though the Qingxuan Sect had grown stronger, it was seeking death to confront the Qingxuan Sect and the Qingxi Sect.
Really? Then we not only need to continue harassing the Thunder Crystal Mine, but also intensify our efforts.
The bald man said excitedly.
Yes, if that's true, now is the time to hit them when they're down. This way, we can get more rewards from the heavy weapons sect in the future.
Another man showed a greedy expression. Kicking someone when they're down was what itinerant cultivators loved and excelled at. 30 years ago, when the Qingxuan Sect was ousted from the 5 great sects of Qingxuan by the Heavenly Water Sect, the itinerant cultivators had torn at them like hyenas, frantically ripping apart the Qingxuan Sect's flesh and blood. Just then, there was a sudden surge of overwhelming spiritual energy in the sky. Wu Lan and the others were startled, instinctively looking up at the sky. Chapter 92, The formation of a great encirclement around the heavy weapon sect's mountain gate continued. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Over 20 streaks of light instantly streaked across the sky, rushing towards the east. Immediately after, the ground began to tremble slightly. Wu Lan and her group looked towards the forest, seeing hundreds of disciples dressed in dark green and deep green robes advancing quickly along the path. These disciples had excited expressions, each one like an unsheathed sword.
These are all from the Qingxuan Sect. Those streaks of light are core formation realm cultivators.
The bald man exclaimed in shock.
Could it be that the Qingxuan Sect intends to go to full-scale war with the heavy weapons sect?
The man beside him was equally astonished. They had long known that there was bad blood between the Qingxuan Sect and the heavy weapons sect. The Qingxuan Sect's stewards, disciples, and miners had all been killed or injured by the heavy weapons sect. The animosity ran deep. But for the Qingxuan Sect to suddenly mobilize en masse and launch an attack was beyond their expectations.
Ridiculous. The Qingxuan Sect's actions are futile. The reinforcements from the Qingxuan Sect and the Qingxi Sect have probably already arrived.
Wu Lan said with a faint smile. It was as if she could already see the Qingxuan Sect's tragic defeat. Wu Lan waved her hand.
Let's follow them from a distance.
The Qingxuan Sect's people will definitely be overrun by the Qingxuan Sect and the Qingxi Sect. When the chaos ensues, we will strike. It would be best if we could capture the Qingxuan Sect's young sect master, Shen Mo, alive. The factions of the Heavenly Water Sect and the Thunderfire Sect have offered good prices. Capturing him alive would fetch 3,000 high-grade spirit stones and a set of flawless core formation treasures.
The itinerant cultivator's eyes widened immediately. 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. That was more than they could earn in several lifetimes. And that set of flawless core formation treasures made them green with envy. They braved the elements and risked their lives daily, all to amass enough treasures for core formation. Flawless core formation treasures would make them superior to more than half of the core formation cultivators. After all, many core formation cultivators had no choice but to settle for ordinary core formation.
Charge, 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 I must capture him alive. Heh, 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 kicking someone when they're down and looting in times of chaos is my specialty.
Chapter 93, Wu Gangfei's Easy Demise. Chapter 93, Wu Gangfei's Easy Demise. Murong Yue glanced at Shen Mo. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Murong Yue cleared her throat, infused her voice with spiritual power, and loudly declared.
The heavy weapon sect has injured our Qingxuan Sect elders, killed our disciples, and occupied our minds. Their evil deeds are numerous, and their crimes are evident to all. Today, we, the Qingxuan Sect, have come to demand an explanation from Wu Gangfei, the master of the heavy weapon sect. We are here only for Wu Gangfei. Those unrelated, leave immediately.
Those unrelated, leave immediately.
Those unrelated, leave immediately.
As soon as she finished speaking, the disciples of the Qingxuan sect shouted in unison. Those unrelated, leave immediately. Those unrelated, leave immediately. Their voices, forming an unstoppable momentum, surged towards the gates of the heavy weapon sect, echoing in the sky. The two disciples guarding the gate, feeling as if granted amnesty, abandoned their weapons and fled in panic. During their escape, they even tore off their heavy weapon sect robes. With these two leading the way, more disciples immediately followed suit and ran. The heavy weapon sect's entrance fell into utter chaos.
Stay where you are, do not panic.
From within the sect leader's courtyard, Wu Gangfei's thunderous roar erupted. The next moment he emerged, wielding a heavy machete like a giant ape, smashing through the wall. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair stood on end. He looked less like the leader of a second-rate sect and more like a crazed beast.
Reinforcements from the Qingxuan Sect and the Lingxi Sect will arrive soon. Once they get here, the Qingxuan Sect will be crushed like clay chickens and pottery dogs. Anyone who dares to betray the sect now will be killed by me on the spot.
Wu Gangfei glared around with bloodshot eyes. Those he looked at trembled and lowered their heads. Wu Gangfei was right, reinforcements from the Qingxuan Sect and Lingxi Sect were supposed to arrive. But where were they? The Qingxuan Sect had already surrounded the heavy weapon sect. Why hadn't their reinforcements arrived? As time ticked by, the anticipated help still did not appear. The disciples of the heavy weapon sect, including their leader Wu Gangfei, grew increasingly doubtful. On Shen Mo's orders, Elder Li shouted towards the heavy weapon sect.
People of the heavy weapon sect, don't wait for the reinforcements from Qingxuan Sect and Lingxi Sect. They are not coming. We repeat, we are here only for Wu Gangfei. Those unrelated leave immediately.
These words, infused with spiritual power, quickly reached the ears of everyone in the heavy weapon sect. Everyone began to doubt and feel uncertain. Several elders of the heavy weapon sect exchanged glances and subtly moved closer to Wu Gangfei. Wu Gangfei suddenly roared.
How can they not come? Did you?
He raised his heavy machete and pointed it at the surrounding elders.
You!
A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. It seemed he could strike with his machete at any moment. The elders were startled and couldn't say anything coherent for a while. Wu Gangfei began to laugh hysterically.
The thing I regret most in my life is not making my son the junior sect leader. You useless elders, you all deserve to die.
He swung his heavy machete, aiming at the nearest elder. Boom! The elder couldn't react in time. He instinctively raised his arms to block. With a crack, blood splattered. The elder's arms were severed at the root, and his chest was split open. A core formation stage elder instantly became a corpse on the ground.
Die, all of you die. I'll kill you traitorous dogs.
Wu Gangfei roared madly, swinging his machete, killing anyone he saw. Disciples below the core formation stage were wounded or killed upon contact.
The sect leader has gone mad. Run, run. Oh my god, the sect leader is crazy. Destroy the sect's barrier, let the Qingxuan sect people in. Only they can save us now.
The disciples fled, running towards the mountain. Although the elders were core formation stage cultivators, after years of pampered living, the sight of blood finally rekindled their old bravery.
Everyone, let's join forces to kill this beast. We can't let him drag the heavy weapons sect into the fire pit. Agreed.
The elders immediately united and attacked Wu Gangfei together. Screams, roars, and wails filled the...
Looks like we don't need to do anything ourselves.
Master, it's time to go up the mountain.
Shen Mo smiled. Murong Yue nodded in agreement.
Everyone, follow me.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 20 streaks of light instantly charged towards the heavy weapon sect's mountain gate. Shen Mo and the others followed at a leisurely pace. The downfall of the heavy weapons sect was inevitable. There was no need to rush. Meanwhile, the scattered cultivators who had been planning to take advantage of the situation were left bewildered. What was going on? The reinforcements from the Qingxuan Sect and the Lingxi Sect didn't show up. The heavy weapons sect's great formation was broken so easily. Wu Lan's face turned extremely grim.
Let's go, we can't stay here. Yes.
The rogue cultivators behind her, equally terrified, started to flee. Other rogue cultivators, watching them run in panic, began to think deeply. Some of them, with a glint in their eyes, decided to follow at a distance. At the heavy weapons sect's martial arts arena. Not long after, Shen Mo saw the heavily injured Wu Gangfei lying in a pool of blood. Beside him lay several elders of the heavy weapons sect, some dead and some barely clinging to life. Only 2 of them had lost their arms but managed to survive. Clearly, the crazed Wu Gangfei had fought against many, and even managed to kill quite a few core formation stage cultivators. This scene made Shen Mo shake his head repeatedly. These elders of the heavy weapons sect were truly accustomed to a pampered life. Though they had reached the early and mid-core formation stages, their actual combat ability was likely no match even for a novice at the core formation stage. Murong Yue looked at Wu Gangfei and sighed.
His meridians are completely shattered. He's still alive, but not for long.
Shen Mo carefully examined Wu Gangfei's life panel. Seeing that his fate was indeed to end today, he nodded.
Deputy Sect Master Liu, Elder Song, you stay here. The rest of you elders, follow me to the heavy weapons sect's treasure vault.
Murong Yue commanded loudly.
Yes.
Elder Li and the others were overjoyed. Finally, the moment had come. They had long heard that the heavy weapons sect was incredibly wealthy. What treasures lay within their sect's vault? Liu Yuanfeng snorted at this arrangement. Murong Yue was obviously excluding him on purpose.
Liu!
The dying Wu Gangfei spotted Liu Yuanfeng and suddenly looked as if he had seen a mortal enemy. He extended his finger, glaring at Liu Yuanfeng. Liu Yuanfeng flicked his finger, sending a burst of spiritual power that pierced Wu Gangfei's throat.
The dead should take their grievances to the underworld.
Chapter 94, Snatching the Opportunity to Get the 5-Colored Lotus. Chapter 94, Snatching the Opportunity to Get the 5-Colored Lotus. Shen Mo clicked his tongue. Well, the treasure I had my eye on from the beginning. In the end, it ended up in your hands. Truly worthy of being a child of luck. Shen Mo continued to advance through the treasure vault, but his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Fan. Before long, he noticed Xiao Fan lingering in a certain spot. A look of shock flashed across Xiao Fan's face, but he quickly concealed it and left as if nothing had happened. Shen Mo memorized that spot. It seemed the hidden mechanism was there. Murong Yue spoke loudly.
Everyone remember, no one is to hoard any items from the heavy weapons sect's treasure vault. Once we bring everything back to the Qingxuan Sect's treasury, we will distribute the rewards based on merit. Understood.
Everyone nodded repeatedly. They all understood the rules. If anyone hoarded items, they would lose all their credibility. Shen Mo merely marveled at the abundance of treasures here, playing with them casually, but he did not hoard anything. After all, he was the young sect master. In the end, the majority of the rewards would naturally favor him. Soon, the treasures in the heavy weapons sect's vault were emptied. Cleaned out as if a swarm of locusts had passed through.
Elder Li, you will take these storage rings back and place them in the sect's treasury.
Murong Yue said solemnly.
Understood, I will make sure they are safely stored.
Elder Li nodded seriously. This was the accumulation of the heavy weapon sect over decades. It was also the foundation for the Qingxuan Sect's future rise. There could be no mishaps.
Everyone, let's discuss how we will take over the heavy weapons sect's assets.
Murong Yue sighed with relief. After fighting the heavy weapon sect for so long, it was finally over. The elders of the Qingxuan sect all showed delighted expressions, eagerly presenting their ideas. Shen Mo did not waste time on these discussions. These elders naturally knew how to handle it. He strode out of the sect's treasury and headed to the martial arts arena. At that moment, Zhang Weihu saw Shen Mo and excitedly walked over quickly.
Young sect master, some rogue cultivators wish to see you.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
Have they captured those who harassed the Thunder Crystal Mine?
Zhang Weihu was surprised.
How did you know?
Shen Mo smiled.
Rogue cultivators are the most adept at assessing the situation. When the reinforcements from Qingxuan Sect and Lingxi Sect didn't arrive, they knew what to do. Bring them over.
Zhang Weihu nodded heavily.
Yes.
Moments later, more than 20 rogue cultivators were escorted to the martial arts arena. The leader was tied up with her delicate figure outlined by the ropes. It was Wu Lan.
I remember you.
Shen Mo glanced at the woman with the snake-like waist and spoke faintly. He had previously encountered Wu Lan in the fierce tiger forest. Wu Lan's hair was disheveled, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yet this appearance only made her look more pitiable. Many male cultivators present felt a surge of desire.
Young sect master, I was forced by the heavy weapon sect to attack the Thunder Crystal Mine. Please spare my life, I'll do anything you ask.
As she spoke, she deliberately licked the blood from her lips and swayed her hips. The rogue cultivators who had captured Wu Lan felt a chill in their hearts. Shen Mo appeared young and vigorous, and they feared he would succumb to her temptation. If Shen Mo spared her, Wu Lan would surely come after them later. Shen Mo's expression remained indifferent. He waved his hand.
Take her away and imprison her. Once we fully control the heavy weapons sect, execute her publicly in the martial arts arena. Every one of these people owes a blood debt that must be repaid.
The disciples of the Qingxuan Sect who had lost family or friends in the Thunder Crystal Mine were deeply moved, their eyes reddening. Zhang Weihu, who stood beside Shen Mo, touched his empty sleeve and shouted.
Thank you, young sect master.
A chorus of voices followed. The stewards and disciples of the Qingxuan Sect knelt on one knee, crying out in gratitude, "Thank you, young sect master."
You bastard, Shen Mo.
Wu Lan's face twisted with rage, cursing venomously. But before she could continue, several rogue cultivators gagged her with cloth and dragged her away to the prison. Shen Mo had already skimmed through the life panels of these people, including Wu Lan. They were all destined to meet their end, with no chance of escaping alive. There's no chance of breaking out of prison in the middle of the night, cultivating for years, and coming back for revenge. Moments later, more than 20 rogue cultivators were escorted to the martial arts arena. The leader was tied up with her delicate figure outlined by the ropes. It was Wu Lan. I remember you. Shen Mo glanced at the woman with the snake-like waist and spoke faintly. He had previously encountered Wu Lan in the fierce tiger forest. Wu Lan's hair was disheveled, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yet this appearance only made her look more pitiable. Many male cultivators present felt a surge of desire. Young sect master, I was forced by the heavy weapon sect to attack the Thunder Crystal Mine. Please spare my life, I'll do anything you ask. As she spoke, she deliberately licked the blood from her lips and swayed her hips. The rogue cultivators who had captured Wu Lan felt a chill in their hearts. Shen Mo appeared young and vigorous, and they feared he would succumb to her temptation. If Shen Mo spared her, Wu Lan would surely come after them later. Shen Mo's expression remained indifferent. He waved his hand, take her away and imprison her. Once we fully control the heavy weapon sect, execute her publicly in the martial arts arena. Every one of these people owes a blood debt that must be repaid. The disciples of the Qingxuan Sect who had lost family or friends in the Thunder Crystal Mine were deeply moved, their eyes reddening. Zhang Weihu, who stood beside Shen Mo, touched his empty sleeve and shouted, "Thank you, young sect master." A chorus of voices followed. The stewards and disciples of the Qingxuan Sect knelt on one knee, crying out in gratitude, "Thank you, young sect master." "You bastard Shen Mo."
Looks like Wu Gangfei used 3 of the seeds. But that's fine. I only need 10 high-grade treasures and these 12 seeds are more than enough.
Shen Mo took all the lotus seeds. In an instant, the 5-colored lotus withered. He then quickly returned to the surface. As soon as the wall opened, he saw Xiao Fan sneaking into the treasury under the cover of darkness. Xiao Fan was stunned to see Shen Mo emerge from behind the wall. "Wasn't that the hidden mechanism I discovered earlier? How did Shen Mo find it too?" Shen Mo smiled slightly.
Xiao Fan, what are you doing here?
Xiao Fan's face turned awkward.
Young sect master,
Shen Mo nodded.
All right, you continue then.
With that, he leisurely walked away. Xiao Fan clenched his fists, watching Shen Mo's retreating figure. The treasure hidden behind the mechanism was undoubtedly already taken by Shen Mo. Once again, he was too late.
Why did I find the hidden mechanism, only to have him get there before me? Damn you heavens!
Chapter 95, Chapter Qingxuan Mountain Range, a secluded valley. Shen Mo had previously met Mo Yuhang here. There was a deep cave nearby, where a large rock python could appear at any time. This time, he had come back here. However, this time, he was preparing to condense the Inferno golden core here. Inside the cave, the large rock python smelled a familiar scent and immediately made a hissing sound. Before long, a gigantic python head emerged. Shen Mo took out several high-quality thunder crystals and threw them into its mouth. Then he gently stroked the scales on its nose. The giant python instantly relaxed.
I'm going to cultivate here. Keep an eye out for me.
Shen Mo said with a smile. The giant python blinked, indicating its understanding. Only then did Shen Mo sit down cross-legged and take out various treasures.
45 top-grade treasures of the profound rank and 9 treasures for body restoration, all prepared.
He sighed with emotion. The materials required to condense the Inferno golden core were too many. 9 times more than what was needed for the perfect golden core. Therefore, he was even more looking forward to seeing the difference after condensing the Inferno golden core.
Let's begin.
5 treasures floated in front of Shen Mo, corresponding to the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Vast spiritual power surged out, enveloping the 5 treasures and rapidly refining them. These incredibly pure spiritual energies poured into Shen Mo's Danshan, converging on the Tao platform. Under the convergence of the 5 spiritual energies, a smooth golden core gradually took shape. After 2 hours, the golden core condensed. It was incredibly perfect, without a single crack. It was indeed a perfect golden core. At that moment, Shen Mo's aura soared, reaching the core formation stage. In the sky, a celestial phenomenon was about to appear. Without hesitation, Shen Mo steeled himself and shattered the core. With a cracking sound, the newly formed perfect golden core shattered. A sharp pain emanated from his abdomen. Shen Mo spat out a mouthful of blood. The most powerful defensive ability of a core formation stage cultivator is to expel the golden core from their mouth and strike the opponent. This attack is extremely powerful, but also extremely risky. After all, the golden core is quite fragile. Once shattered, it would directly degrade to the foundation establishment stage. Naturally, Shen Mo suffered severe injuries as a result. The celestial phenomenon that was about to form in the sky also gradually dispersed. The giant python suddenly crawled over, blinking its large eyes, looking at him with concern. Shen Mo felt warmth in his heart.
I'm fine, thank you for your concern.
The giant python pointed its tongue at the storage ring on his finger. As if to say, if you're about to die, make sure to take out the minerals from the storage ring. Shen Mo.
Begin the second core formation.
Shen Mo took out 5 more top-grade treasures of the profound rank and started forming the core again. The perfect golden core was successfully condensed. Just as the celestial phenomenon was about to appear, he shattered the core again without hesitation. After shattering the core, he quickly took the Longking protective pill and other fast-acting healing pills. This cycle repeated. The celestial phenomenon in the sky also repeatedly appeared and disappeared. If it had a temper, it would probably be cursing by now. Time passed bit by bit. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time.
The ninth time.
Craig. The ninth core formation, the ninth core shattering. Shen Mo was drenched in cold sweat, almost collapsing. He knew he had succeeded. But where was the promised Inferno Golden Core? Just as Shen Mo was preparing to curse the ancestors of the Inferno Sect, something unusual happened in his danshan. Shen Mo immediately inspected his danshan internally. A foundation establishment stage cultivator's danshan consists of a lake of spiritual power and a Dao platform. However, Shen Mo's physique and cultivation method were stronger than others, and the Dao platform he condensed was also a perfect Dao platform. Therefore, while others had a lake of spiritual power, his danshan was practically a vast sea of spiritual power. At this moment, Shen Mo felt something rising from the bottom of the sea of spiritual power. Before long, those things all broke through the surface. They were the fragments of the previously shattered perfect golden cores. Shen Mo's eyes widened as he instinctively activated the Inferno Annihilation Sutra. Sure enough, the fragments rose and converged even faster. In the blink of an eye, they gathered above the Dao platform and reformed into one. Boom! A golden core far larger than the previous 9 perfect golden cores suddenly appeared. Its size was equivalent to that of 3 perfect golden cores. Unlike the radiant surface of those perfect golden cores, this one was covered in crimson stripes. Even more astonishing to Shen Mo was that this golden core could automatically shatter and reform. It could split into a total of 45 fragments. Each fragment could be used to attack enemies. When all 45 fragments were unleashed together, it was like a meteor shower raining down from the sky. Unless a cultivator was more than 2 minor realms above Shen Mo, they would find it difficult to withstand such terrifying power. If used well, it could have unimaginable effects. After all, no one would expect Shen Mo's golden core not only to shatter, but for the fragments to also be capable of attack.
Wow, the immortal Hell Flame was a genius, coming up with such an extraordinary golden core.
Chapter 96. This phenomenon couldn't be caused by Shen Mo. Chapter 96. This phenomenon couldn't be caused by Shen Mo. Shen Mo excitedly flew in the air for a while before slowly descending. His face still couldn't hide his joy.
A cultivator in the core formation realm has a lifespan of 500 years, far stronger than the 200 years of a foundation establishment cultivator. From now on, I'll be a significant figure in Qingxuan Prefecture.
Shen Mo was very clear. Although he was just at the entry level of the core formation realm, if he used all his trump cards, he could easily crush a cultivator at the middle level of the core formation realm. Even when facing a cultivator at the major accomplishment level of the core formation realm, he would at least have a chance to escape.
However, the commotion caused by my breakthrough was too great. I'm guessing someone is already on their way here. I need to leave quickly.
Shen Mo threw a few thunder crystals to the great rock python before turning into a stream of light and quickly leaving. His guess was correct. Such a huge commotion in the Qingxuan Mountains immediately attracted the attention of nearby cultivators. As soon as he left, several figures arrived from all directions. Without exception, they were all cultivators in the core formation realm. The first to arrive were naturally the cultivators from Qingxuan Sect. Leading them was none other than Murong Yue. This beautiful woman in a light purple palace dress frowned as she surveyed the surroundings. Song Keofeng followed behind her. Seeing the strange situation, he was also greatly astonished. The area still had residual pure 5 elements spiritual energy. Interacting and counteracting, intertwined without end. The dense wood spiritual energy in the Qingxuan Mountains was thus affected, becoming very chaotic. Those with wood spiritual roots would feel very uncomfortable in this environment. Moreover, judging by the concentration of these residual 5 elements spiritual energies, it would probably take at least 3 to 5 days to dissipate.
Master, it looks like someone broke through to the core formation realm and triggered the 5 elements phenomenon, but the range is just too vast.
Song Keofeng whispered. Murong Yue nodded slightly. She thought so too. A typical core formation cultivator, condensing an ordinary golden core, would also trigger such a 5 elements phenomenon. But the affected range would be no more than 10 zhang approx. 33 feet. Even with a flawless golden core, the affected range would be around 50 feet. When Murong Yue condensed her perfect golden core, the phenomenon affected a range of 100 feet. On that day, core formation cultivators near the Qingxuan Mountains rushed over from all directions to witness it. But now, the phenomenon here had a range of over 330 feet. And this was the phenomenon as it was dissipating. It was hard to imagine just how vast the range was at the moment the unknown cultivator broke through to the core formation realm. This was too astonishing. Swish, swish, swish. Several more figures arrived. They were elders from Qingxuan Sect and Qingxuan Sect. They looked at Murong Yue deeply and cupped their hands in greeting. Even though it had only been a day since Qingxuan Sect conquered Heavy Weapon Sect, this news had already spread like a hurricane. The sects around the Qingxuan Mountains naturally knew it first. Among the core formation cultivators of Qingxuan Sect was a woman with delicate features and fair skin. She was none other than Pang Ziyu, the daughter of Pang Longxiang, the sect leader of Qingxuan Sect. Pang Ziyu looked around carefully and said in a deep voice,
It should be an unknown core formation cultivator who broke through here, but the commotion is just too big.
A person like this shouldn't be a nobody. They should be someone notable.
The elder of Qingxuan Sect beside her said in a low voice.
It might be one of the 6 supremes of Qingxuan, choosing to break through here instead of in the sect.
Pang Ziyu said calmly.
It's 6 supremes now. I always remind you, don't forget Shen Mo.
Yes, I was careless.
The elder, even though his cultivation was higher than Pang Ziyu's, nodded repeatedly as if he had been severely reprimanded.
Then do you think it could be Shen Mo?
The elder asked. Pang Ziyu shook her head firmly.
It couldn't be him. Even if Shen Mo condensed a perfect golden core, he couldn't possibly trigger such a phenomenon. This kind of phenomenon must be caused by someone with a heaven-grade constitution, cultivating heaven-grade techniques, and condensing a perfect golden core. Such a golden core is even above the perfect golden core.
The elder nodded repeatedly, agreeing with her view. Pang Ziyu suddenly looked at Murong Yue.
Sect Master Murong, what do you think?
Murong Yue glanced at her and said calmly.
I think the same.
Pang Ziyu continued.
Sect Master Murong, Qingxuan Sect annexed Heavy Weapon Sect without any consideration. This might provoke Thunder Fire Sect. If they find out, they will likely be furious. You don't need to worry about that.
Murong Yue said, not wanting to continue the conversation. She turned and left. Pang Ziyu's expression didn't change. After Murong Yue and her people left, her face turned cold.
I didn't expect that both my father and I overestimated Heavy Weapon Sect. They turned out to be so incompetent, losing everything in just a month.
Find out what happened in Heavy Weapon Sect, who was stirring things up from the inside. Understood.
The annexation of Heavy Weapon Sect by Qingxuan Sect not only reached the ears of Qingxuan Sect, Qingxuan Sect, and Storm Rain Sect nearby. It also spread rapidly through word of mouth, becoming widely known throughout Xunjiang Prefecture within just 10 days. Since the end of the 100 Sects Grand Ceremony, after the prefecture lord announced the sect ranking system, there had been an undercurrent in Xunjiang Prefecture. There were occasional frictions between the various sects, but it hadn't yet escalated to open conflicts and large-scale annexations. The annexation of Heavy Weapon Sect by Qingxuan Sect seemed to ignite a long-brewing powder keg. Sects with old grudges immediately declared war. Even those who preferred to remain neutral started targeting smaller sects. Big fish ate small fish, and small fish ate shrimp. Once the lid of Pandora's box was opened, it would never close again. Giant River City. This city was the prefectural capital of Qingxuan Prefecture and the strongest seat of government power. However, its prosperity was no match for Divine Sword City, placing it second. The center of Giant River City was the prefectural government office. The government office wasn't as grand as people might imagine, it was rather shabby. In some places, the red lacquer had dried up and peeled off, but there were no repairs. When commoners passed by the government office, they would mutter, discussing the strange new prefecture lord.
Do you know why the government office looks so poor? I heard that the spirit stones allocated from Yuzhu were all spent by the new prefecture lord on the barracks, not a single one left. Heh, this new prefecture lord is something else. Since taking office, he hasn't taken money for himself or repaired the government office, only focused on the barracks like a general. You don't know, before coming to Qingxuan Prefecture, he worked in Qingxuan Prefecture. He was a general and even led troops to flatten Qingxuan Sect and other sects.
At this moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly rang out. A rider, like a flash of lightning, crossed the street and arrived at the government office gate.
Urgent report, urgent report. 2 second-rate sects in the southern part of Qingxuan Prefecture have gone to war, and Qingxuan Sect has annexed Heavy Weapon Sect. Let me in quickly.
The soldier on horseback shouted loudly. The 2 soldiers standing guard at the government office gate were shocked and hurriedly helped the rider inside. Upon entering the government office, the first thing they saw was the main hall. But the main hall was only used for major ceremonies. The prefecture lord usually worked in the second hall behind the main hall. At this moment, the prefecture lord was handling documents sent from various parts of Qingxuan Prefecture. Beside him was a young man with a jade-like face and a sinister expression, assisting in processing various documents. Suddenly, the urgent report sounded from outside.
Lord Prefecture, a sect war has broken out. In one day, Qingxuan Sect annexed Heavy Weapon Sect.
The soldier knelt on one knee, presenting the fire-sealed letter. The prefecture lord stood up abruptly, took the letter but didn't open it immediately.
Qingxuan Sect.
Isn't that the sect where Shen Mo, the first-place winner of the 100 Sects Grand Ceremony, belongs?
The 3 soldiers below immediately replied.
Reporting to the Lord, it is indeed.
Chapter 97, I Smell Opportunity. Chapter 97, I Smell Opportunity. The second hall was unusually quiet. The soldiers dared not make a sound. The only noise was the rapid flipping of letters by Jai Shilong. After a long while, the burly prefect finally set down the letters, his face showing surprise. The stern man beside him inquired.
My lord, what's the situation?
Jai Shilong waved his hand, signaling the 3 soldiers to leave. He then handed the letter to the man and slowly spoke.
This Shen Mo is not only exceptionally talented, but also possesses extraordinary wisdom. He was involved in the entire process of annexing the Heavy Weapon Sect. First, he obtained the crystal refining technique and gradually took over the Heavy Weapon Sect's business. This is the first step. Second, he imprisoned Wu Leng, crippling the Heavy Weapon Sect's most intelligent mind.
Third, he allied with small sects, cutting off the Heavy Weapon Sect's wings.
Fourth, he drew the Violent Rain Sect to his side, making them restrain the Feishuang Sect and the Lingxi Sect, preventing them from offering help.
Jai Shilong sighed softly.
Why does someone like him serve a sect and not my court? I truly wish to recruit him under my command.
The stern man frowned.
My lord, recruiting this person is not feasible. To my knowledge, he is deeply favored by the Qingxuan Sect's master and is highly likely to become the next master of the Qingxuan Sect. Moreover, judging from his behavior and conduct, he is not someone who would subjugate himself to others.
After speaking, he added.
Besides, in my view, this person does not possess great wisdom, only a knack for leveraging situations and thinking several steps ahead of his opponents. Most people can only see what's right in front of them, not beyond one step. If one can foresee 3 steps ahead, they have already surpassed the vast majority.
Jai Shilong laughed heartily.
What about me then?
The stern man smiled.
My lord can see 5 steps ahead.
Jai Shilong still wore a smile.
Oh, and how many steps can you see?
The stern man proudly replied.
I dare say I can see 8 steps ahead.
Jai Shilong's smile grew even brighter.
Then why am I the one in charge of you?
The stern man was stunned for a moment and quickly said.
I misspoke, my lord. The 5 steps you see are large strides, while the steps I see are small ones. That's why you are in charge of me.
As he said this, cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. He realized it now. Despite his exceptional talent and usual arrogance, the man before him was not one to hesitate in killing. In front of Jai Shilong, even a dragon had to coil and a tiger had to crouch.
I think Shen Mo is quite remarkable. Luo Xuenghen, select some treasures from the warehouse and visit the Qingxuan Sect. See if he is willing to forsake the darkness for the light and join the court. If he is unwilling, then go to the Heavenly Water Sect and ensure this letter reaches Sect Master Zhang.
Jai Shilong pulled a letter from the bottom of a thick stack of dossiers. The seal was already stamped with fire lacquer. It also bore Jai Shilong's official prefect seal. The stern man nodded, cupped his hands, and took his leave. Jai Shilong watched his departing figure, a faint smile on his face. Thunder Crystal Mine. Shen Mo did not reveal that he had already stepped into the core formation stage. Instead, he landed early outside the forest and walked into the mine with large strides. Becoming a core formation cultivator was indeed worth celebrating. But the Qingxuan Sect was not a monolith. There were now many new inner sect elders with varied factions. If anyone other than himself knew, Liu Yuanfeng might also find out. Liu Yuanfeng was not a good person. The Qingxuan Sect's intelligence had been sold by him countless times. When the time comes, his own danger would increase further. For now, it's better to maintain the current disguise. Or perhaps, after reaching small or large accomplishment in the core formation stage, he could then reveal his status for greater safety. As for Liu Yuanfeng, Shen Mo did not see him as a threat. Maintaining the status quo was enough. He might even use Liu Yuanfeng to spread some false information. Shen Mo walked into the mine. Immediately, he saw many disciples. There were also several Foundation establishment cultivators hurrying in from outside. They were not wearing the robes of Qingxuan Sect elders. Instead, they wore the attire of several nearby small sects. Seeing Shen Mo, they immediately felt a deep respect and halted, bowing respectfully. Even core formation cultivators dared not show the slightest disrespect. Now, the cultivators near the Qingkang Mountains already knew that the heavy weapon sect had been annexed by the Qingxuan Sect. They also knew that it was all orchestrated by Shen Mo behind the scenes. Without Shen Mo, even if the Qingxuan Sect could annex the heavy weapon sect, it would have resulted in heavy casualties.
Who are you all?
Shen Mo asked casually. The core formation cultivators replied happily.
Young sect master, we are elders from nearby small sects, ordered by our sect master to come and join the Qingxuan Sect. Our sect master is also on the way and will arrive soon.
Shen Mo smiled and nodded.
Good, you may proceed. Yes.
Shen Mo took a few more steps and suddenly saw Elder Li looking for someone.
Young sect master, I have news for you.
Elder Li said seriously.
Speak. Wu Leng is dead, he committed suicide.
Elder Li sighed. Shen Mo asked.
What happened?
Elder Li explained.
The news of our Qingxuan sect annexing the heavy weapons sect has spread, and many people in the mine are talking about it.
Wu Leng also heard and couldn't accept the truth. He shattered his own golden core and committed suicide. Many people witnessed the scene. Shen Mo's expression didn't change. Given Wu Leng's obsessive nature, it was understandable for him to react this way upon hearing the news. Shen Mo took a few more steps and suddenly saw Elder Li looking for someone. Young sect master, I have news for you, Elder Li said seriously. Speak. Wu Leng is dead, he committed suicide, Elder Li sighed. Shen Mo asked what happened. Elder Li explained, the news of our Qingxuan sect annexing the heavy weapons sect has spread, and many people in the mine are talking about it. Wu Leng also heard and couldn't accept the truth. he shattered his own golden core and committed suicide. Many people witnessed the scene. Shen Mo's expression didn't change. Given Wu Leng's obsessive nature, it was understandable for him to react this way upon hearing the news. Wu Gangfei hasn't been buried yet. Bury the father and son together. Yes. Shen Mo sighed softly. Wu Leng should have been a renowned weapon refiner in Qingxuan Prefecture. Even if the court had flattened Qingxuan Prefecture, a weapon refiner like him would not have been affected and would have been honored instead. But because of Shen Mo's existence, Wu Leng's fate had changed repeatedly. Now it was completely severed. Shen Mo didn't feel much pity for him. If Wu Leng hadn't schemed against him and even harbored murderous intent, Shen Mo wouldn't have kept him imprisoned here. His death was merely the result of his own actions.
Time to cultivate. Reaching small accomplishment in the core formation stage as soon as possible is the proper business.
Shen Mo returned to his room. To quickly advance in the core formation stage, one could also take corresponding pills like in the body tempering, qi condensation, and foundation establishment stages. The pill needed by core formation cultivators is called the essence boosting pill. Its effect is to accelerate the growth of the golden core. A core formation entry stage golden core is at least 5 times smaller than that of a core formation peak cultivator. This is for an ordinary golden core. For a flawless golden core or a perfect golden core, the difference is even greater. 7-fold, 10-fold, it varies from person to person. Each growth of the golden core represents an improvement in one's cultivation level. However, the essence boosting pill is already a top-tier profound grade pill, which the Qingxuan Sect naturally doesn't have. The Qingxuan Sect has only 2 alchemy elders, and the strongest pills they can make are only lower-tier profound grade. Without a master to teach them, they are entirely self-taught and figured it out on their own. Therefore, higher-level pills have a very low success rate in refining and are not worth the effort. Of course, this is not unique to the Qingxuan Sect. It's the same for others. The essence boosting pill must be purchased from the 5 sects of Qingxuan. But the 5 sects of Qingxuan strictly control the quantity. The number of essence boosting pills sold each month is very limited. Currently, Shen Mo could only rely on his own power to cultivate. A few days later, Elder Li's voice suddenly came from outside.
Young sect master, there is a core formation cultivator outside the mine, claiming to be from the prefectural city and under Jai Shilong's command, wanting to see you.
Chapter 98. Pay attention to this man named Luo Shuanghen who likes handling other people's swords. Chapter 98. Pay attention to this man named Luo Shuanghen who likes handling other people's swords. At the entrance of the Thunder Crystal Mine, Luo Shuanghen stood proudly, dressed in white, hands behind his back. The powerful aura of the core formation realm naturally radiated from him, compelling those around him to feel an urge to worship. Disciples nearby watched him from a distance, instinctively feeling a sense of awe. They had seen core formation realm cultivators before. But this handsome man gave them a sense of oppression far beyond that of ordinary core formation realm cultivators. Clearly, he was not of common status. Luo Shuanghen closed his eyes and meditated, not caring about the gazes from these people. After a while, he heard a voice from ahead.
I am Shen Mo, are you looking for me?
Luo Shuanghen opened his eyes and saw a tall, slender young man with chiseled features walking towards him. A strange look flashed in Luo Shuanghen's eyes. Some people with just one glance can make others feel that they are extraordinary. The young man before him was such a person.
Luo Shuanghen, by order of the prefect, I invite the young master of Qingxuan Sect to join the court. Here is a gift from the prefect.
After speaking, Luo Shuanghen threw over a storage ring. Elder Li, with a vigilant expression, stood in front of Shen Mo and caught the storage ring for him. However, the force on the storage ring was immense. Elder Li stumbled back more than 10 steps before coming to a stop. Her face was extremely unpleasant, and her right hand gradually turned red. Shen Mo took the storage ring and said coldly,
Is this also the prefect's intention?
Luo Shuanghen smiled faintly.
I didn't expect that there could be such a weak core formation realm cultivator.
Elder Li's face turned icy.
This is the first time I've seen someone inviting others to join the court with such a tone.
Shen Mo opened the storage ring and frowned immediately. Inside were only 3 bottles of great stabilizing pills and 500 high-grade spirit stones. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were dealing with beggars.
Fine, I've seen the prefect's sincerity.
Shen Mo casually tossed the storage ring back. But Luo Xuangheng didn't catch it. He turned and left.
It doesn't matter if you don't want it. I've conveyed the prefect's message. I'm heading to Heavenly Water Sect now.
After speaking, he turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared. The items in the storage ring were also beneath his notice. Elder Li's face darkened.
Jai Shilong sent him here to disgust us on purpose.
Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. He didn't understand Jai Shilong's thoughts. But this Luo Xuangheng was clearly such an arrogant person. Someone like him was not suitable for inviting talents.
Ignore him, Elder Li. Take the items from the storage ring to the sect's treasury. I don't need them.
Shen Mo waved his hand. Understood. Shen Mo's mind conjured up Luo Xuangheng's life profile. Name Luo Xuangheng. Realm, Peak of Core Formation Realm. Fate, illegitimate child, fortunate star, escaped death, sword Dao heir, fondness for boys, extreme yin physique. Destiny, stopping at the peak of Core Formation Realm. While competing with Xiao Fan for the position of young master of the Divine Sword Sect, he was tricked by Xiao Fan, expelled from the sect, and died in an ambush filled with hatred. Recent opportunity. Today, after leaving the Thunder Crystal Mine, he will go to Flying Fish City to practice swordsmanship. At night, while crossing the Qingxuan Mountains to Heavenly Water Sect, he will sense something unusual, land by a stream, and find a sword pill at the bottom of the stream, which will increase his realm and significantly enhance his understanding of the sword Dao. Shen Mo carefully examined this person's fate. Illegitimate child, blue fate. You are the illegitimate child of a prominent figure. Though you don't have a nominal father, you have lived in comfort since childhood. One day, you will compete for the position of young master of the Divine Sword Sect. Fortunate star, orange fate. You have been blessed since childhood, such as having a father who has never appeared but always provides abundant resources for your cultivation. You can easily overcome obstacles in your path. Escaped death, purple fate. You will encounter numerous dangers in your life but almost always escape alive until you meet an enemy with better fortune than you. Sword Dao heir, purple fate. You chose a sword during your infancy, have slept with a sword since childhood, and have extraordinary talent in the sword Dao, often having unique insights while practicing swordsmanship. Fondness for boys, white fate. Your preferences are quite unique and not conventional. You prefer practicing swordsmanship with your fellow cultivators and every time.
This person must have been sent to Jai Shilong by Luo Kaoshan. The Divine Sword Sect's attitude towards the government is quite ambiguous.
Shen Mo pondered. From these clues, he could infer a lot of information. By carefully analyzing, he could extract useful things for himself.
Luo Xuangheng will stay overnight in Flying Fish City. Perfect, I'll go ahead and intercept his opportunity.
Shen Mo immediately left the Thunder Crystal Mine and entered the Qingxuan Mountains. Before long, he found the seemingly unremarkable stream based on the information from the life panel. Calling it a stream was a bit generous. It was so small that an ordinary person could easily jump over it. It was hard to imagine that a sword pill would be buried here. Shen Mo stretched out his hand, immersing it in the stream. A trace of spiritual power surged out, connecting with the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, carefully probing the mud and sand at the bottom of the stream. Moments later, Shen Mo's expression shifted. He made a gesture with his hand. Downstream, about 20 feet away, the mud and sand suddenly broke open, and a small sword with a metallic sheen emerged and flew into Shen Mo's hand. Shen Mo examined it carefully. At first glance, this item looked like it was forged from metal. But in reality, it was neither metal nor wood. To be precise, a sword pill should be called a sword core, condensed by those cultivators who pursued unconventional paths. These cultivators were usually rogue cultivators. They knew their own talents were average, so when forming their core, they chose unconventional methods, condensing weapon-shaped golden cores. There were sword cores, blade cores, axe cores, and so on. After condensing such a golden core, one could only specialize in that type of martial art. That is, condensing a sword core meant one must practice swordsmanship. Condensing a blade core meant one must practice blade work, and so on. If not, it would go against their true nature. Over time, the golden core would crack on its own, causing great harm. Of course, there were benefits to condensing such a golden core. Upon entering the core formation realm, their combat power far surpassed those who condensed 5 elements golden cores. Because these weapon golden cores were vastly different from the orthodox 5 elements golden cores. Therefore, many cultivators did not call it a core, but rather disparagingly referred to it as a pill. Thus, sword pills, blade pills, spear pills, and so on. However, preserving a sword pill was also very difficult. The cultivator had to die, but the dantian had to remain intact, and it also had to undergo the tempering of extremely high-temperature flames for it to appear. Otherwise, most of the time, these weapon golden cores would shatter upon the cultivator's death. The sword pill Shen Mo obtained was clearly very rare.
I need to find a place nearby and start refining it immediately.
Chapter 99, The Fear of Fast Yet Slow Swordsmanship. Chapter 99, The Fear of Fast Yet Slow Swordsmanship. The process of refining the sword pellet wasn't difficult. 2 hours later, this thumb-sized sword pellet had completely merged into Shen Mo's Inferno gold core. In his mind, there suddenly appeared many unique understandings of swordsmanship. These were left by the previous owner of the sword pellet. Shen Mo, deep in thought, entered a state of enlightenment. Several hours later, he abruptly stood up, took out the thunder sword, and subconsciously performed the thunder shadow sword technique. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light was as swift as thunder, like a deadly viper, instantly taking a life. After several continuous strikes, the sword light suddenly slowed down. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, its speed was unpredictable, making it difficult for enemies to grasp. After executing a set of thunder shadow sword technique, Shen Mo gradually came back to his senses. A look of joy appeared on his face.
This fast yet slow sword technique is too lethal. Ordinary cultivators can't react at all. In the future, I'll rename it to Thunder Shadow Fast Yet Slow Sword Technique.
He nodded with satisfaction. With such an enhancement, the grade of the Thunder Shadow Sword Technique could at least reach the top tier of the profound grade. His usual means of dealing with enemies had also made great progress. In addition, his own realm had also achieved some growth. Shen Mo estimated that if there was a progress bar, he was about 60% there. With a bit more time or seizing some opportunities, he should be able to advance to the minor accomplishment stage of the core formation realm. At the Thunder Crystal Mine, Shen Mo returned there and hadn't walked a few steps when a nearby disciple saw him and hurriedly said,
Young Sect Master, the Sect Master has urgent business with you.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow.
Where is Master?
The disciple looked around.
Here she comes.
Shen Mo looked up and immediately saw his beautiful master, wearing a blue-purple gradient palace dress.
More, let's go to your room.
Murong Yue said solemnly. In Shen Mo's room, the master and disciple sat facing each other. Murong Yue sat down gracefully, smoothing her dress. Her dress was very loose, but as she sat down, it immediately outlined her beautiful curvaceous hips.
Does Master have urgent business?
Shen Mo asked. Murong Yue nodded.
The matter of converting sects to halls is almost done, but the hall master of the heavy weapon hall has not been decided. These elders all have their own agendas. You should know this, right?
Shen Mo nodded. He hadn't participated in this matter, but he had heard Elder Li mention it. The so-called converting sects to halls. It was actually renaming those small sects that had submitted to the Qingxuan Sect and moving them near the Qingxuan Sect. Iron Fist Sect, Black Tiger Sect, etc. were renamed Iron Fist Hall, Black Tiger Hall. Each performed their own duties according to their strengths. For example, Iron Fist Hall was good at selecting disciples and teaching martial arts, suitable for training disciples. Black Tiger Hall was skilled in hand-to-hand combat and killing, suitable for serving as the Qingxuan Sect's guard force. But the Hall Master of the Heavy Weapon Hall was particularly important. Everyone knew this was a lucrative position and wanted to secure it for themselves or their friends.
It seems the result is out, but not what Master wanted.
Shen Mo said casually. Murong Yue smiled helplessly.
You're really smart. You saw through it at a glance.
I originally planned to nominate Song Feng as the Hall Master of Heavy Weapon Hall. He has calmed down a lot and with his considerable strength could handle the position. But Liu Yuanfeng won over more elders, and in the end, I lost by 1 vote. He, Liu Yuanfeng, can concurrently serve as the Hall Master of Heavy Weapon Hall.
Shen Mo was stunned, then clicked his tongue in wonder.
Liu Yuanfeng is clever. If he can be the Hall Master, he can openly inspect the techniques of refining heavy weapons and crystals, essentially holding the lifeline.
Then he guessed Murong Yue's purpose for coming.
Master wants me to check Liu Yuanfeng, right?
Murong Yue nodded repeatedly.
Exactly. I plan to set up a Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master in Heavy Weapon Hall. More, while being the young Sect Master, you will also serve as the Deputy Hall Master of Heavy Weapon Hall. If Liu Yuanfeng behaves himself, that's fine. But if he still secretly colludes with other sects, betraying the Qingxuan Sect by selling the hammer and crystal refining formulas, he must be exposed immediately.
Shen Mo's eyes lit up. Both master and disciple were well aware that Liu Yuanfeng's heart was not with the Qingxuan Sect, and he might have already betrayed them. This person should have been purged from the sect long ago. However, Murong Yue had never caught evidence of Liu Yuanfeng's betrayal, so the matter had been delayed. Shen Mo actually liked this task. He was now a core formation stage cultivator, and while he could take advantage of Xiao Fan was still only at the foundation establishment stage, and his opportunities might not be what Shen Mo needed. But now, there was another person he could take advantage of. That person was Liu Yuanfeng.
Disciple accepts the task. However, Master needs to assign a core formation stage elder to accompany me to the Heavy Weapon Hall.
Shen Mo immediately agreed. Murong Yue nodded.
Of course. You are still at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and your realm can't compare to Liu Yuanfeng's.
Let's have Song Feng and Elder Li protect you. You can also take the opportunity to see if Song Feng has really settled down and has no ulterior motives.
Shen Mo agreed.
All right.
That same day, Shen Mo and his group left the Thunder Crystal Mine and arrived at the Heavy Weapon Hall. He chose an ordinary courtyard. On either side were the courtyards of Song Feng and Elder Li. A bit further away were the courtyards of Liu Yuanfeng and his son Liu Yongxuan. Additionally, disciples like Zhao Ting and Luo Shengnan had also come to the Heavy Weapon Hall. Firstly, so Shen Mo would have people to rely on if necessary. Secondly, to oversee the efficiency of the Heavy Weapon Hall's disciples in manufacturing refined crystal spiritual tools. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Shen Mo had prepared his bed, there was a knock on the door. He opened the courtyard door to find 3 people outside. Song Feng, Liu Yuanfeng, and Liu Yongxuan. The first 2 greeted him.
Greetings, young Sect Master.
Liu Yongxuan's gaze was cold, reluctant to address him. Liu Yuanfeng slapped his son's head.
Hurry and pay your respects.
Only then did Liu Yongxuan unwillingly bow and greet Shen Mo. Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged.
What brings you 2 here?
Liu Yuanfeng smiled sincerely.
It's nothing much, just a few words to share. We are now the Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master. We should work together to produce more refined crystal spiritual tools, making our Qingxuan Sect stronger. I know that my son and I have had some misunderstandings with the young Sect Master in the past, but we are all members of the Qingxuan Sect, and everything should be prioritized for the benefit of the Qingxuan Sect. That's why I brought Yongxuan here today, hoping to set aside past grievances with the young Sect Master. What do you think, young sect master?
After speaking, he showed a sincere smile. It didn't seem fake. Shen Mo responded with a gentle smile.
What are you talking about, Hall Master Liu? I've never held those small misunderstandings against you.
There's one thing you said right, Hall Master Liu. Everything should be prioritized for the benefit of the Qingxuan Sect. As long as Hall Master Liu and I are on the same path, there will naturally be no enmity or grudges between us.
Liu Yuanfeng's eyes flashed, but he quickly concealed it.
Good, good. Since the young sect master says so, we will take our leave.
After the two left, Song Keofeng respectfully bowed to Shen Mo.
Young sect master Liu Yuanfeng is very scheming. His words just now are not to be trusted.
Shen Mo smiled silently. Seeing this, Song Keofeng lowered his voice further.
Young sect master, on the day we broke through the heavy weapons sect's gate, Wu Gangfei lay in a pool of blood, pointing at Liu Yuanfeng, accusing him of giving false information, only to have Liu Yuanfeng shatter his throat with a burst of spiritual power.
Shen Mo nodded slightly.
Elder Song, thank you for your concern.
Song Keofeng respectfully replied.
From now on, I will wholeheartedly protect the young sect master and uphold the sect's interests. Please rest assured, young sect master. Good Elder Song, go and rest.
Chapter 100, I am the one who will take your filthy life. Chapter 100, I am the one who will take your filthy life. Shen Mo had already thoroughly examined the life panels of the three men he conversed with earlier. Song Keofeng had not gained any recent opportunities from betraying the Qingxuan Sect. He could be temporarily placed on the trust list. As for Liu Yuanfeng,
Dragon White Whiskers.
Shen Mo shook his head. He didn't know much about yellow-grade treasures. It seemed like it was time to read more books and learn about these treasures. However, since it was a yellow-grade treasure, it must be very valuable. He couldn't let Liu Yuanfeng get it cheaply.
The important treasures from the sect's treasury in the heavy weapon hall have been moved to the Qingxuan Sect's mountain gate, and the martial techniques in the Sutra Pavilion have been taken, but many historical books and geographical records are still well preserved. I should go and have a look.
After pondering for a moment, Shen Mo pushed the door open and headed straight for the Sutra Pavilion. For the next 5 days, he immersed himself in the Sutra Pavilion, reading books without rest or sleep. The stewards and disciples of the Heavy Weapon Hall were quite surprised. Since becoming the Vice Hall Master of the Heavy Weapon Hall, this young sect leader had acted strangely. Instead of cultivating or overseeing the production of crystal spiritual artifacts, he spent all his time reading in the Sutra Pavilion. Elder Li was also puzzled, but she loyally performed her duty, guarding the first floor of the Sutra Pavilion every day. Song Keofeng was equally diligent, supervising the production of crystal spiritual artifacts daily and keeping a close eye on Liu Yuanfeng, making the latter very uncomfortable. After 5 days, Shen Mo closed the last book and let out a long breath. Despite not sleeping, eating, or drinking for 5 days, he was not exhausted but instead looked more vibrant. This was the benefit of being a core formation stage cultivator. Foundation establishment stage cultivators had not yet completely avoided the need for food and occasionally needed to consume mortal food. But core formation stage cultivators could completely avoid eating. Of course, it didn't mean they couldn't enjoy delicious food. Eating was a major pleasure of life. One could choose not to eat, but if one wanted to, they could still enjoy it. Dragon White Whiskers, a yellow-grade treasure, mild and balanced in medicinal properties, almost non-toxic, is one of the best secret treasures for enhancing the golden core. Shen Mo nodded slightly. This item was perfect for him. He immediately left the Sutra Pavilion, and on his way out, he greeted Elder Lei on the first floor, saying he was going to the Thorn Forest to seek opportunities for breaking through to the core formation stage, which might take a few days. Elder Li initially wanted to follow but was refused by Shen Mo, leaving her no choice but to relent. However, she knew that Shen Mo had life-saving tricks up his sleeve. Unless he encountered a peak core formation stage cultivator, he could at least escape. After leaving the Heavy Weapon Hall, Shen Mo confirmed that no one was following him and then flew swiftly towards the thorn forest. The heavy weapon hall was located on the eastern side of the Qingxuan mountain range. Heading north, one would reach the territory of the Flying Frost Sect. However, the route did not pass through the Flying Frost Sect's mountain gate, but rather through a city under its control. At most, there were only some Foundation establishment stage stewards there. Shen Mo did not detour and flew directly over. Before long, a vast forest appeared in front of him. The forest looked lush and refreshing. But from within came the occasional roars of tigers and apes, clearly indicating the presence of fierce beasts. Shen Mo landed early and strode towards a small town outside the thorn forest. As he walked, he put on a mask with a blue face and fangs, covering his face. After all, this was a town under the control of the Flying Frost Sect. If someone recognized him, it might cause unnecessary trouble. After putting on the mask, Shen Mo cautiously glanced at his life panel to ensure there would be no unexpected events on this trip. Only then did he relax. He surveyed the area and found that it was no different from the small market outside the fierce tiger forest. People were loudly peddling their wares, chatting away, and groups were gathering to form teams to enter the thorn forest to hunt monsters. However, the market outside the fierce tiger forest was very small, with only street vendors and no buildings. In contrast, this town was full of buildings. Despite its small size, it had everything: taverns, tea houses, restaurants, inns, and even the Qingyi house. Rogue cultivators had their own stalls rather than street vendors. Additionally, disciples of the Flying Frost Sect patrolled the streets in teams, maintaining order. After walking a few steps into the crowded area, Shen Mo suddenly heard two cultivators nearby discussing enthusiastically. Shen Mo frowned slightly. Poison Dragon. He must be the leader of the Poison Dragon group. He immediately looked at the life panels of the two men. After reading them, his frown deepened. From their conversation, he initially thought they had visited the Qingyi house. But the life panels revealed that the tasting of smooth and tender skin was not metaphorical but literal. They had eaten those ordinary mortals who couldn't resist cultivators. Shen Mo showed a look of disgust and strode over.
Where is Poison Dragon?
The two men were stunned and looked him up and down.
Who are you? What do you want with the boss? To take his filthy life.
Shen Mo said coldly. The two men exchanged a glance and burst into laughter, ready to mock him. Shen Mo slapped one of them. Slap. One man's head suddenly spun 360 degrees. His neck twisted into a braid. The other man's laughter stopped abruptly.
Take me to Poison Dragon.
Shen Mo said coldly.
Why, yes, sir, please follow me.
The man carefully lowered his head, nodding and bowing as he led the way. Before long, Shen Mo found Poison Dragon in a residence. No one was around, indicating this was the lair of the Poison Dragon group. Even the disciples of the Flying Frost Sect wouldn't come here to patrol without a reason. At this moment, Poison Dragon had two scantily clad women in his arms, both with tear stains on their faces. They had no trace of spiritual power, clearly ordinary mortals. Beside Poison Dragon were 6 Foundation establishment cultivators, all with fierce expressions.
Boss, this lord has something to discuss with you.
The rogue cultivator who led Shen Mo stammered before running off. Shen Mo flicked his finger, and a strand of spiritual power pierced the man's heart instantly. Poison Dragon stopped his movements on the 2 mortal women. He frowned.
Who dares to kill on my turf?
Shen Mo, having read the life panels of Poison Dragon and every cultivator present, calmly spoke.
I am here to take your filthy life.
Poison Dragon's eyes sharpened.
Get him, kill him.